Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy recruited ancient Zoan fruit user? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There's no doubt about it. Our next destination is that island. Exclaimed Nami, watching the needle on the log pose point to an island barely visible on the horizon. Luffy threw his arm in the air before shouting, far too loudly given how close they all were, our second island on the Grand Line. The crew was slowly getting closer to the island that Miss All Sunday had called Little Garden, and they could already see that most of it was covered in trees forming a thick jungle, with a huge volcano on the background and a few other smaller volcanoes on the outside. Two huge skulls which put together were easily half the size of the island rested on each side. We should be careful. Started Vivi, I'm worried about what Miss All Sunday said. The warning about them not surviving the island was still clear on her mind. Why you don't think there are monsters here, do you? Asked Usopp, his knees shaking slightly in fear, his mind following the same path as Vivi's. We gotta stock up on food pretty soon, I wasn't able to restock at all at the last town. Said Sanji, clearly not at all worrying. But man, just look at this place. It's like a land yet to be explored by people. The entire island is a thick jungle. So this is Little Garden, whispered Nami, clearly worried. If the second island that they met on the Grand Line looked to be inhabited, it clearly didn't bode well for them. Her mind conjured various reasons to explain why nobody seemed to be alive here, and none of them were good. I can't say I see anything that would deserve such a cute name like that though. She continued, looking at the jungle surrounding them. The trees were easily thrice as tall as Mary, and were looming over them. Just what about this island is little? Asked Usopp. And look! Exclaimed Nami while observing the vegetation around them. I've never seen any plants like these even in my encyclopedia. The plants were all larger than expected and didn't look like any other type of plant she knew. Suddenly, a loud and strange sound made her flinch, and she instinctively tried to hide. What was that just now? She shouted. Terrified Nami is so cute. Swooned Sanji, before trying to reassure her. Don't worry, it's just a normal bird. And even this island is nothing but your average jungle. He said confidently, turning around to reassure her and turning his back to the jungle. Which proved to be a mistake, when a few seconds later a huge creature that looked like a lizard, but with wings, passed just behind him. Nobody had time to react before a loud boom echoed through the jungle, the sound so loud that it made the ship vibrate. Does this sound like your average jungle? Asked a terrified Nami, while Usopp exclaimed at the same time, that sounded like a volcano exploding or something. The island seemed to try to scare them, because they didn't have the time to say more before a huge tiger appeared on the land just next to the river they were sailing in, before dropping dead. I don't care what anyone says, that's definitely not normal. Shouted Nami. Alright, then it's decided. We are to not set foot on this island. Said sagely Usopp, nodding his head. Let's just quietly wait on our ship, and leave the very second our log pose finishes recording. After all, we have to hurry on to Alabasta as soon as possible. Continued Nami. However, her captain seemed to have a very different idea. Sanji, prepare a lunchbox. He shouted, nearly vibrating with the need to go explore. This island seems so interesting, I smell adventure ahead. He said with a huge grin on his face. Nami tried inefficiently to stop him, before being betrayed by Vivi who asked Luffy if she could go explore with him, which he quickly agreed to. Going on an adventure with friends and a lunchbox, he couldn't think of anything better. I know that if I stay on the ship without doing anything, I'll just keep worrying about Alabasta. The princess explained after seeing Nami's betrayed look. So I may as well go explore and try to think of something else until the log pose is set. I'll be fine with Luffy and Karu by my side. She said with a smile to the shock of said duck who tried to protest, his shouts being covered by the shout of Vivi, coming from the kitchen. Then allow me to make a lunchbox of love for you, Vivi-san. Said Sanji smoothly, getting out of the kitchen just in time to offer his help to a lovely lady in need. It took him a few minutes to get the food ready, and then Luffy, Karu and Vivi on his back left the Mary to go explore. Seeing them leave seemed to spark something in Zoro, who quickly decided to go for a walk. It took less than 10 seconds for him and Sanji to challenge each other to a hunting competition after he jumped off the deck, and both swordsman and cook left the ship insulting each other, to the despair of Nami and Usopp that were left behind. One Piece. The cowardly duo fell on the floor next to each other, their back on the railing so they wouldn't see the scary island. Nami hugged her knees in an effort to reassure herself. I hate this, and I had a bad presentiment since Miss All Sunday mentioned Little Garden. Wait, now that I think about it, I feel like I've heard this name before. Wasn't it in a book? She stood up suddenly to go inside the ship and started searching through her small collection of books for the one she wanted. When she found it, however, she wished she didn't. To its inhabitants, this island is like a little garden. An island of giants, stated the book. Usopp, she shouted, coming back outside running. Did you find where you've heard of it before? He asked. We're in trouble. On this island, a huge shadow suddenly fell over them, and she stopped talking in shock. Slowly, the both of them turned their head and came face to face with the most terrifying sight they had ever seen before. Do you have any rum? One piece. Hey, check this out! Shouted excitedly Luffy, before showing what he was holding to Vivi. There's a clam that looks like a squid. A clam squid. Vivi dropped from Karu's back to get closer. This looks like an ammonite if you ask me. She started. It's strange, I didn't think they were still alive. She added pensively. What do you mean? Asked Luffy while poking the now-named clam squid to see if it could go inside its shell. This one is clearly alive. Well, I think I've read somewhere started to say Vivi before stopping abruptly as she saw something moving from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes opened wide in fear when she saw what it was, and Luffy turned around to see what had made her react. Ah, he said calmly. Why is there a sea king on land? He asked, looking at the animal in front of him. It easily towered over the trees, the only part of its body they could see was its long neck. It had moved to grab a few leaves from one of the biggest trees around and was leisurely munching on them. That's not a sea king, shouted Vivi as soon as she had recovered from her shock. It's a dinosaur. She dived to hide behind Karu, the duck standing frozen in fear. A dinosaur? Repeated Luffy. His habitual huge grin appeared on his face. I've never eaten a dinosaur before. He muttered, swallowing the small drop of saliva that had appeared at the corner of his mouth at the prospect of eating a creature as big as this one. It means that we're on a prehistoric island. Despaired Vivi. A what? Prehistoric. That island is still stuck in the age of dinosaurs. That's a particularity of the Grand Line, not every island has access to the same level of technology. This one must have stopped evolving thousands of years ago, and we're now on an island full of dinosaurs. She finished her explanation with a cry before turning toward Luffy to tell him that they must go back to the Mary, only for him to have disappeared from her side. Before the thought that he must have been eaten could do more than cross her mind, her attention was grabbed back by a shout of "Awesome!" coming from the dinosaur's direction. To her despair, she could see that Luffy had climbed most of its neck, and was looking around from his vantage point. I can see almost all of the island from here, he shouted. He climbed up the few meters left and sat cross-legged at the top of the dinosaur's head. Wow, the view is really great, he marveled. I should start to eat my lunch here. Oh, I didn't notice that there were that many volcanoes. He grabbed his backpack and started to rummage through it, ignoring Vivi's cry that he should get down and that it was dangerous. As if he hadn't noticed that the dinosaur he was on was only eating leaves, and not meat. I would have to beat you up if you started to eat my meat, he muttered, patting the top of its head. But we can be friends. I'll give you all my vegetables. He finally found the particular box that he wanted to eat right now, Sanji having packed a few different boxes for him, knowing that he would have eaten all in one seating if he hadn't. Before he could get it out of his backpack, the head he was on suddenly twitched. The dinosaur moved his head back, throwing Luffy into the air. Before he could do more than extend one of his hands and grab his backpack, the dinosaur's teeth closed just above him. He expanded his other hand, wanting to grab a tooth or something that would stop him from being eaten, when he felt a rush of air below him. His head snapped down, and instead of seeing the darkness of the dinosaur's gut, he could see the top of the trees. He let himself fall down, surprised by what happened, but instead of falling on the ground, a huge hand appeared below him, stopping him. Whoa! He exclaimed when he saw how big the hand that held him was. A loud laugh reverberated through the forest around them, before the being holding him started talking. Aren't you a lively one? I haven't had guests in over a year, and for at least a decade before he came. Luffy stood up, his eyes following the arm to reach the face of the man that had prevented him from being eaten. You're huge, he shouted. The man was easily towering over the surrounding trees. Are you human? I'm a giant, exclaimed the giant. I am Elbaf's strongest warrior, Dory. He presented himself with a laugh. Let me invite you folks to my place, he continued with a smile. A giant. Vivi's cry attracted both of their attention. This is my first time seeing one. He spotted me, she shouted. One Piece. Both Nami and Usopp were openly crying, staring at the huge figure that towered above them. I asked you, repeated the giant, his huge smile not leaving his face. If you have any rum. The voice managed to drag them out of their stupor, and the navigator stuttered, her voice coming out in a wail, "We have a little." "So you do have some," the giant said happily, crouching to be face to face with the two pirates. He suddenly shouted in pain, scaring the normal-sized humans. The giant looked back in rage, and the three of them could see that a T-Rex had bitten him in the butt. "A dinosaur," wailed Nami, tears of fear dripping down her face. "A giant and a dinosaur," Usopp sobbed next to her. The giant violently turned around and, swinging a huge battle axe, promptly decapitated the dinosaur. He grabbed the dinosaur's fallen head with his free hand, the other raising his axe high above his head. "I am Elbaf's strongest warrior, Bragi." He introduced himself with a laugh. "I have some meat to go with your rum," he said, stopping his posturing to look back at the two small humans. "Let me welcome you as my guest." He put his axe back on his hip, grabbed them both with his hand and started to walk back toward his camp. Nami and Usopp could only watch, frozen in fear, as the Mary disappeared behind them, each step from the giant taking them dozens of meters away. It wasn't long before he dropped them on the ground in front of a huge log, telling them to sit down while he started a fire. They sat on it and shared a desperate look, Nami clutching Usopp's arm tightly. "Did you see?" hissed Usopp, his eyes darting left and right for a second before fixing themselves resolutely on the fire in front of them. Nodded Nami dejectedly. It was hard to miss all the skeletons surrounding them. "There, eat this," said Bragi, holding out a hunk of meat. "We're not hungry," they said in sync. The giant was probably trying to fatten them up before eating them, and they weren't going to make it easy for him. He didn't insist, and started to eat his own part. When he started to slow down, almost all the meat gone, Nami felt that he had eaten enough that he wouldn't turn on them instantly. They still needed to escape, but they needed to time it right so when they ran back to the Mary they were able to immediately leave. Mr. Bragi?" she started, gathering her courage. "How long does it take for the log pose to finish recording?" "1 year," answered the giant, his smile not leaving his face even as his eyebrows rose when he saw the dread coming from the two small pirates. "1 piece. This is really good, Mr. Giant," said Luffy, happily munching on the giant piece of meat that the giant had cooked from them. "And your pirate lunchbox is pretty good, even if it is small." Dory answered just as happily, the piece of meat he was holding looking ridiculously small between his fingers. "You bet it is," exclaimed Luffy, still smiling but his tone a little more serious. "I would have kicked your butt if you said it tasted bad. Sanji is the best chef." They both continued to laugh and eat, ignoring the shocked Vivi that watched them. "Nah, why are you living alone here?" asked Luffy. "Don't you have a village to live in?" "I have a home, but it's far away. The island I'm from is called Elbaf, it's the main island for us giants. The law there says that if two people have a disagreement and can't solve it, they have to fight to the death, and our god Elbaf will judge who is right and bestow divine protection on them to ensure their survival. I've gotten involved in a quarrel once on this island, and since then we have been using it as a battleground to determine who is right. But it has been 100 years since we started fighting, and we just can't seem to settle our duel." He concluded with a booming laugh. "You've been fighting for 100 years?" said Luffy, impressed. "It may seem long for you, but the lifespan of a giant is 3 times as long as yours. But how can you still fight after all this time?" asked Vivi, before being interrupted by a huge explosion, the same one that they heard when they arrived at the island. "Are you trying to kill each other?" she insisted, before Dory stood up on his feet. "This explosion is the signal for battle," he explained to Luffy. "How can you hate each other so much that you tried to kill each other for 100 years? Continued Vivi, angry at being ignored, before Luffy silenced her with a hand on her mouth. "It's not about that anymore," he started to explain. "Yes, it's about pride now," continued Dory. They could see a huge form appear on the other side of the island, and the two giants started running towards each other. "We forgot the reason for our clash ages ago," finally shouted Dory, while bringing sharply his sword on Bragi's head and parrying his fellow giant's battle-axe with his shield. The clash continued, each giant trying his best to kill the other, while at the same time none of them managing to really hit each other, too used to their fighting style not to anticipate each attack from their rival. "Don't you long for our home, Dory?" asked Bragi, after he parried a vicious slash from Dory's sword. "That's exactly why I'll crush you today and leave for Elbaf victorious, Bragi," Dory shouted, before bringing his sword sharply forward and piercing the rock behind Bragi in a show of strength. The battle-axe giant managed to avoid the attack by jumping sharply into the air, using the opening to bring down his axe on the head of his rival. Dory took the hit to the side of his helmet, managing to avoid it piercing his shoulder and his head. If he received that blow just a few centimeters off, it would have meant instant death. exclaimed Usopp from their place high above the ground on the side of one of the smaller volcanoes where Broggy had dropped them when the fight had started, half impressed and half afraid. All of their attacks are aiming for each other's most vital points. He continued his analysis. It's our chance to escape, said Nami, trying to drag him back into the forest and away from the fight, but Usopp stood his ground. This is what a fight between men is, he proclaimed, awed. Can't you see? He continued, seeing that Nami wasn't understanding. This is a real battle of pride between two warriors. I'm going to stay here a bit longer and watch, because this is what I meant by brave warrior of the seas. I want to become just like them, he said, determined. Nami stopped trying to get away, and came back to sit next to him. So, you want to be a giant? She asked, smiling smugly at Usopp's spluttered denials. During their talk, the two giants had lost their weapons, and were now fighting each other with just their fist and their shield. They managed to hit each other's heads with their shield at the same time, the hits strong enough to make the earth vibrate around them. They stood their ground for a few seconds before dropping at the same time on the ground. 73,466 fights, started Broggy. 73,466 draws, finished Dory. They panted for a few seconds on the floor, before Broggy started laughing. Hey, Dory, I got some rum from guests, he explained happily. Dory's laugh soon answered him. Excellent. I haven't had rum for so long, pour me some, will you? A few minutes and an exchange of rum later, Dory was back next to Luffy and Vivi, bringing them news of Usopp and Nami's presence with Broggy. Sorry to change the topic, interrupted Vivi. But you said earlier that it takes a year for the log to finish recording on this island, is that true? Did you not see the skeletons of the little humans lying around? Most humans who come here end up dying long before their log pose sets. Some get eaten by the dinosaurs, some try to attack us? I only know of one human who managed to survive more than a year here, all of the others end up perishing on this island. It seems that spending even a single year here is too long for you little ones. What do I do? Whispered desperately Vivi, her head between her hands. Even if I survive on this island for that long, who knows what would become of my country during that time? Yeah, spending a whole year here would get kinda boring. Agreed Luffy. Isn't there some other way? He asked the giant. Well, I do have one eternal pose, but it only points toward my home, Elbaf. But I said there was one little human that managed to survive on this island for more than a year, and he is still here. You could try asking him if he has a log pose. Dory offered after a moment of reflection. Really, Mr. Giant? Could you show us where he lives? Asked Luffy. Sure. Dory offered. He put down the barrel of rum he had just opened and was going to take a swing off and rose from his sitting position. He tries to stay away from our battle, so he lives closer to this small chains of volcanoes that you can see over there, he said, pointing to the other side of the island, closer to Broggy. Dory grabbed Vivi and Karu, putting them in the palm of his hand. It was big enough that Luffy would have no problem sitting with them, but the teen decided to go on Dory's shoulder. Dory started walking toward where he could see Broggy sitting. He barely had crossed half of the distance between them when the volcano exploded again. Another fight so soon? He asked, before turning and walking away from the area they usually fought in. I will come back after our fight, he said, lowering his hand enough for Vivi and Karu to jump off. Luffy dropped from his position still quite high, landing on the ground with a loud thump. Broggy was already waiting for him, his axe resting on his shoulder. Dory, how was the rum? He asked once he got closer. You enjoyed it, right? I didn't have the time to taste it, admitted the other giant. Our little friends asked me to bring them to the other human that lives on this island. You are too good, laughed Broggy, before he shot forward and without warning brought his axe down against Dory's sword. Even after all those years, they are still fighting strong, said Vivi, observing the fight from the top of a tree, Luffy holding her around the waist so she didn't fall. They're fighting for their honor, answered Luffy, a small smile on his lips. A shout of his name dragged his attention back to the ground, and he dropped down, ignoring Vivi's shout in his ear. Usopp? He asked, landing in front of the sharpshooter. We are in big trouble, shouted the long-nosed teen. Nami was eaten by a dinosaur. What? We were running out of the jungle, and suddenly she disappeared, explained Usopp. What am I going to do? I let my friend die, he said desperately. Wait, you said that Nami disappeared, but did you check around the area? Asked calmly Vivi. I am scared to death, shouted Usopp in answer. How can I check? Even if it's not a dinosaur, it must be some kind of monster. Or it could be a human. Dory said that someone else lived on this island, and Miss All Sunday knew that we were going to Little Garden. Maybe Baroque's work sent someone, she reasoned. A shout of pain startled them, and they turned back to watch the giants fight that had been forgotten in their agitation just in time to see Broggy's axe slashing into Dory's torso, the latter being already on his knees in front of his adversary. A large spray of blood soared from the wound, painting the forest around the two giants in red. The pirates looked shocked as Dory's sword slipped from his limp hands, and he toppled forward. "Dory!" shouted Luffy at the top of his lungs. Broggy stood in front of the body of his defeated rival, his breath coming out in pants. "We've fought 73,467 times," he said, his voice just loud enough for Dory to hear. "And I've won once," he continued, a sob escaping him. "Dory!" shouted Luffy once again as he slingshot himself toward the two giants. The shout wasn't loud enough to hide the sound of a laugh coming from behind the still-standing giant. "Are you crying of happiness?" asked an obnoxious voice. "You have easily won over that guy. You have done half my job, I should thank you," continued the man. He was leaning against a tree, looking away from the giants. "Crying of happiness?" repeated angrily Broggy. "What are you talking about? Who are you?" "My name's Mr. 3, and this is my partner Ms. Golden Week," the man said, coming out from behind his tree and pointing a finger at a young girl that appeared next to him. "Anyway, you have been captured by me." Just as he said this, Broggy finally became aware of the strange sensation around his legs, and was shocked to see his legs trapped by a strange, white structure. "What is this?" he asked angrily. "Just what did you do to Dory?" asked Luffy at the same time, his voice flat in his anger. Broggy turned his head to see that his fellow giant had the same kind of substance around his feet. "Luffy, we will help you take care of them," shouted Usopp, just arriving on the scene, Vivi on his heels. "We will take care of you." A new voice drawled from behind them, and the two new arrivals as well as Luffy turned around. "It's you!" shouted Luffy, recognizing the man that had attacked them at Whiskey Peak. "You shouldn't have left your pet behind," said Mr. 5, his partner laughing behind him as he dropped an obviously hurt Karoo on the ground. The duck was covered in light burns and ashes. "What did you do to Karoo?" shouted Vivi, running to kneel next to her friend. "Oh, we just tried to make him cry for help," he explained. "We saw you running after this kid," he said while pointing toward Luffy, "and he is obviously the most dangerous of you all. So we wanted to make you come back toward us, but this shitty bird refused, and sent me off. Nothing seems to go according to the plan today," he said in a whiny tone. "First, we tried to hurt the giants by sabotaging the rum so it would explode, but it seems that nobody drank that particular barrel. And now even a bird opposed us. You wanted to destroy the honor of those giants' battle?" Usopp exclaimed angrily. "I'm sure this is why the fight ended so quickly. This white thing had a part in Dory's defeat." While he had felt kinship with Broggy and wanted to see him win, he could recognize that the two giants seemed too well attuned to each other for Dory to lose a fight this easily. "Prepare to die," shouted Vivi, and she jumped towards the enemies with her peacock slasher out, while Usopp started to shoot at them. However, Mr. 5 absorbed the explosive projectile from Usopp and threw back a bomb at him. "Usopp!" shouted Luffy, and jumped away from the giants to help his friends fight. However, Mr. 3 intercepted him with a wall, and he could only hear Miss Valentine calling out her attack, followed by a shout of pain from Usopp. "Get away from me!" Luffy shouted angrily, turning toward the one that had blocked him. "I won't let you participate in this fight," answered the man. "I am Mr. 3, one of Baroque's work's top agents. I ate the wax fruit and became a candle man. You won't be able to stop me." He demonstrated his power by creating more wax to surround Broggy and prevent him from moving. "You'd better not move," he said, laughing as the giant tried to free himself. "My candle jacket is stronger than a rock. No matter how powerful you are, you can't do anything tied up." "Then it is a good thing I'm not tied up," said Luffy. "Gum Gum Bazooka!" he shouted, snapping both of his hands forwards toward the wax surrounding one of Broggy's arms, and cracking it under the impact. The giant managed to break it further and free his arm, but Mr. 3 just sent more wax to cover him, and he found himself trapped. Again. "Why are you fighting like that? Shouldn't you be happy?" asked Mr. 3 to the giant. "After all, isn't it good that you finally won your fight? Even though your victory came from the help of one human." You dared interrupt our duel," shouted Broggy. Luffy tried once again to attack Mr. 3 in retaliation, but he just created a wall of wax between them, thick enough that it didn't break when hit by a gum pistol. "Did you know," continued Mr. 3, ignoring the anger coming from his opponents and still talking calmly, in his boring voice, "that both of your heads are still worth a lot?" he asked, referencing Dory and Broggy bounties that had been issued decades ago. Broggy seemed to pulse in anger, but before he could answer, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine came back from their fight, Vivi trapped in Miss Valentine's grip. "Don't hurt my friends!" shouted Luffy, before stopping his attack to avoid the wax that Mr. 3 threw toward him. He had seen how strong the giants were, and if the wax managed to totally incapacitate Broggy, then he didn't want to be touched by it. "Candle service set!" shouted Mr. 3, profiting from Luffy's distraction to attack Vivi. "Mr. 5, bring me that swordsman and the other girl. I will start my special service, candle lock." More wax came out of his hands, creating a strange structure trapping Vivi. The bottom part looked like a cake, but on top of it was posed a round structure resembling a pumpkin, with candles on it. Mr. 5 then came out of the wood, and threw on the ground Nami and Zoro, both with their arms locked behind their back and their feet trapped together by wax. "Luffy!" they both shouted, seeing their captain once again try to attack the Baroque's work agents, this time being repulsed by one of Mr. 5's bombs. "Do you know where Usopp is?" asked worriedly Nami, turning toward Vivi. He had left her to fend for herself in the forest, and she was rather cross at him for that, but that meant that he might have escaped and could sneak around to free them. "The other boy?" answered Mr. "I've already killed him." "What?" shouted Nami, while Zoro narrowed his eyes at him. While Usopp wasn't the strongest out there, he was still resilient, and Mr. 5's bombs didn't seem overly strong. Being hit by one of them would probably hurt the sniper, but he wouldn't die from that. He had won his fight against a fishman after all. "Welcome to my service set!" shouted Mr. 3, his arms spread wide to show the structure behind him, where he quickly put Zoro and Nami next to Vivi. Their feet were trapped this time by a dozen of centimeters of the wax constructing the cake-like structure, but their hands were freed. However, they still couldn't escape. Mr. 3 then went on to describe how the wax from his candle service set would recover the 3 pirates and would slowly kill them, making wax dolls from their dead body. "Mr. Broggy!" shouted Nami, seeing the giant trap next to them. "Can't you move? Do something!" she continued, while Zoro observed the giant curiously, seeing one for the first time since he had spent all his time on the island hunting dinosaurs. "He won't move," started Mr. 3, laughing. "He has killed his best friends for hundreds of years with his own hands. He really is stup dash." His tirade was interrupted by Luffy, who finally managed to get around Mr. 5 bombs, and with Mr. 3 too distracted to throw wax at him, got close enough to hit him in the face, sending him flying for a few meters and right into a tree. The other Baroque's work agent reacted quickly. Miss Golden Week grabbed a brush and started mixing paint, while Mr. 5 threw a barrage of bombs toward the pirate captain, Miss Valentine using the first few explosions to jump high into the air, trying to pinpoint where her enemy was so she could drop on him, the smoke too thick for her to see. After a few seconds, Mr. 5 stopped sending bombs, and everyone waited for the smoke to dispel so they could see if Luffy was still standing. However, before the air was clear enough to enable them to see, a few projectiles were suddenly shot from behind the smoke barrier, hitting the 2 female agents and exploding into flames on impact. Miss Valentine managed to stop the flames before they damaged her too much by dropping suddenly onto the floor, but Miss Golden Week shouted as the flames destroyed her palette and brush, before rolling onto the floor to stop burning. "My paint!" she shouted, enraged, but now unable to fight. Luffy then rocketed out of the forest, and sent Miss Valentine right into the arms of Mr. 5, who exploded on impact, knocking out his partner. "Luffy!" shouted Nami, getting his attention. "You need to destroy this pole, it is turning us into candle statues," she explained. Luffy threw his arm behind him to do just that with a bazooka, but Mr. 3, who had recuperated from the earlier assault, threw a candle lock at his legs, throwing off his balance and making him fall on the ground. He then proceeded to trap him in even more wax, soon making him unable to fight. Usopp tried to shoot explosive bullets at him, but this time Mr. 5 managed to stop them with his own explosives, and fired a few times in the direction of the forest to try to hit him. Usopp panted, hiding behind a tree. Mr. 5 explosive attacks and Miss Valentine dropping on the top of him at her maximal weight had really hurt him earlier, and he wanted nothing more than to drop on the ground, play dead and sleep the pain away, but he still needed to fight and save his friends. A quick glance toward the clearing made him swallow nervously. Luffy wouldn't be able to fight unless he managed to get him out of the wax. The same could be said for the giants and the rest of his crew. He had no idea where Sanji was, and the only one here free to fight alongside him was Karu, who was as hurt as him, but also as determined to fight. However, he had no idea how he could face both Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 at the same time, one of them being able to protect them from his projectile and the other able to retaliate. Furthermore, if Mr. 3 caught him, the whole crew was doomed unless Sanji appeared, and he couldn't count on the chef to arrive in time. He had gone hunting, and who knew where on the island that had taken him. Just as he decided that he needed to try to land one attack on Mr. 3, hopefully to knock him out so his wax would disappear, a new voice echoed on the battlefield. What is going on here? Everyone still able to move turned to face the newcomer, Usopp and Karu peeking from behind their tree to watch him. He was taller than even Mr. He had orange hair, long enough to be styled over his head, and a strange mask covered part of his face. There was an X-like scar on his chin, and a similar tattoo covering most of his muscular chest. His blue leather clothes were skin-tight, and showed that he had a lot more muscle than the six-pack that was visible. "Who are you?" asked Mr. 5, watching him suspiciously. There was already one member of the Straw Hat crew that he hadn't been aware of, the sniper, and this man might be another one. "I'm the one asking the questions here," answered the newcomer coldly. "And I don't like what I am seeing right now," he added, eyeing the scenery around him. The two giants were trapped on the ground by some sort of white substance. 2 women and 1 man were also trapped in the same substance that seemed to be solidifying and restraining them more and more, even if he could still see most of their skin. There were 2 unconscious women lying on the ground, and his observation haki alerted him of the man behind the tree, as well as another presence. It didn't feel human, so probably an animal. "Mr. 5. called the man with a huge 3 on his head, and the man next to him, probably Mr. 5, sent something toward him. He easily avoided the projectile, not knowing what it was and not wanting to risk being hurt by it. This proved to be the right choice to make, since it exploded behind him as soon as it came in contact with something solid. "Mr. 5, he repeated, pensively. "Would I be wrong to say that you, and Mr. 3 over there, are part of Baroque's work?" The reaction from the 2 men confirmed his suspicion. "Well, sadly, while I generally don't have anything against bounty hunters, I won't let the 2 of you try to hunt me or report my location to anyone else. So I'll have to stop you right there and then." Mr. 3 immediately sent a flow of white substance, wax, after him, that he easily sidestepped. His 2 adversaries were apparently both paramecia, but their powers weren't a danger to him. They felt rather weak, not like the presence of the man trapped in the weird wax structure and the one on the floor. The fact that they had been trapped, as well as the giant, only showed that the master over one's devil fruit could give an advantage in a fight, no matter the strength of the user. He distantly sensed the man that had been hiding behind the trees start to move, but he didn't feel any intent to attack him, so he let him sneak around until he was at his back, his haki still following him just in case. Mr. 5 once again sent bombs at him at the same time that his partner sent a wax wall behind his back, so that even if he avoided them, the explosion would still hurt him when colliding with the wall. Or at least that was the plan, until he jumped high enough to reach the top of the wall and stand on it, watching dispassionately as the projectiles exploded below him. Mr. 3 then tried to reliquefy the wax to trap him, but as soon as the wax moved he jumped again, this time toward him, at full speed. He was quick enough that Mr. 3 didn't have time to create a wall between them before he was hit square in the chest, the punch strong enough not only to send him flying into a tree, but through the 3 and into the ones behind it. Mr. 5 turned around, surprised at the speed at which the other was able to move, and wasn't able to totally escape the fist that grazed his jaw. He immediately replied by breathing out in the face of the other man, his breath exploding on impact, the other 2 close to avoid it. The taller man jumped back to put more distance between them, before fixing him with angry eyes. Mr. 5 threw a few more bombs, but this time didn't aim them all toward his opponent, half of them targeting Usopp that had just ran back into the clearing on Karu's back, the duck running toward the candle with a cord in his beak while Usopp was holding a lighter. They weren't able to escape the explosion in time, and both dropped to the ground. "I won't allow you to save your friends this easily," shouted Mr. The orange-haired man turned to watch the scene. The 3 people trapped in the candle-like structure were now totally covered in wax, and it probably wouldn't be long before none of them were able to breathe. Their friend probably was trying to make the wax melt by putting it on fire. And while he couldn't do that, he had a way to save them from their predicament. He tugged on his gloves to remove them, and with an ear-shattering roar, he suddenly transformed into a dinosaur. His blue eyes closed for a second as his fingers grew into green claws, a strong tail appearing on his back. His mask, leather shirt and pants, as well as his cape grew in size alongside him, his boots disappearing. When he opened his eyes, the part closer to his pupil had become yellow and the farther orange, a small black circle separating them. With his new, bigger size, it wasn't too much work to grab between his strong teeth the top of the candle which was dripping wax everywhere, and throw it far away. He then carefully grabbed one of the statues between his front claws, and applied enough force to make the wax crack. Mr. 5 used his distraction to throw more bombs at him, which he couldn't dodge because of the still defenseless people in front of him. However, his thick skin still protected him from most of the damage, the bomb strong enough to hurt but not wound him. He repeated the process with the two other persons, cracking their wax prison enough for them to be able to move, and let them a few seconds to grab the wax covering their face and free their mouth to breath. "Protect your face," he warned, turning as soon as he saw them complying and bringing his tail sharply in front of them, breaking the wax trapping their feet. The blue-haired woman jumped from the structure immediately, solid pieces of wax falling off her with every move, calling Usopp. "Karoo," as she ran toward the men and the duck that were trying to get up. The swordsman observed him carefully, ignoring the attempts from the redhead to berate him about his wounds, and the dinosaur Zoan could feel that the one in front of him was also a predator. His instincts bristled at the challenge he could see in the green-haired man's eyes, but a particularly big explosion on his side dragged his attention back to the Baroque's work officer, who didn't seem to understand how little his explosions were affecting him. The Zoan ran toward him at full speed and, calling forth his haki, grabbed him in his mouth. The resulting explosion so close to his eyes made him flinch slightly, but the satisfying crunch sound that the body made when his spinal cord was broken by his teeth compensated any pain he could feel. "Can you free the others from the wax?" asked the swordsman, who seemed to have caved and was letting the red-haired woman bandage his damaged legs. "Of course. The fact that the wax hasn't disappeared, however, means that the one responsible is still conscious, so you should all stay wary of attacks," he answered, ignoring the hints of challenge that he could hear in the other man's tone. He made quick work of the wax trapping the black-haired teen, before turning his sight toward the two giants. Dory seemed the most hurt, but he didn't really have wax trapping him, his injury seeming to come from the huge wound on his front, and he would probably be able to free himself without problems once he woke up. The one trapping Broggy, however, were sturdier, and he observed them for a second. There were obvious shackles around his hands and feet, but there was also a layer of wax keeping his body stuck to the floor, and the candle had dripped a fair amount of wax on the top of him. "Do you think you could free yourself if I break the restraints against your arms and feet?" he asked the giant. "Sure." It took a bit of struggle, but they finally managed to free the giant and get him back on his feet. The Zoan then changed form to his human one, and got closer to Dory, watching his slashed chest rise and fall. "He is still alive," he announced, getting the attention of everyone. "The cut was deep, and he bled a lot, but it wasn't deep enough for you to hit any organs. He would probably survive if you have some bandage lying around that can help stench the blood." "Nah, Mr. Dinosaur, are you a doctor?" The question came from the dark-haired teen with a straw hat, and the nickname made him twitch. "Drake," he instantly corrected. "My name's Drake. And I'm not a doctor, but I know my way around flesh wounds, and given how resilient giants are, a hit like that shouldn't kill him unless he was already hurt. But you should probably refrain from battle for a few days," he added, turning to face Broggy. After all, he wouldn't have been hurt in a fair fight. Luffy watched him for a few seconds in silence. The man had saved his crew when Luffy hadn't been able after all. He tended to give nicknames to people, but this one deserved to be called by his name. "Drake, thank you for saving my crew's life," he said, before giving a proper bow, to the shock of his crew mates. Nobody had seen him act like that before, and they certainly didn't think that he would know politeness if it hit him in the face. "It was no problem," answered Drake. "You said crew? You certainly look more like pirates than royal guards, but given the presence of royalty among you, I wasn't sure." At these words, everyone but the giants tensed up. "How did you?" asked Vivi, shocked, while almost everyone took defensive posture around her, only Luffy staying still, his head tilted while he observed the tall man in front of him. Said man seemed a little surprised at their reaction. "I know the face of the leaders of the 173 nations that are affiliated with the world government, and the face of most of the people who escort their leaders to the reverie. Princess Nefertari Vivi attended the reverie since she was a child, of course I would recognize her." "So you're smart?" asked Luffy. Light blue eyes switched to watch him. "I'm informed," he corrected. While he knew he was fairly intelligent, he had nothing on some people that truly were genius. "Join my crew," shouted the captain, to the shock of everyone. "What?" Drake asked, totally dumbfounded, most of the others echoing him. "You can't ask everyone that," shouted Usopp. "I don't even know who you are," said Drake. "And I certainly don't plan to join a pirate crew anytime soon." "Oh, I'm Luffy," answered the teenager happily. "My swordsman is named Zoro, Nami is our navigator, Usopp our liar-sniper. And then there's Vivi," he said, pointing to each person he named. "Her duck's named Karoo. Oh, and I have a chef too, his name is Sanji, but I don't know where he is," he concluded. Drake blinked in the face of his enthusiasm. Well, nice to meet you. But I still don't want to join you. But I want you to join. Whined Luffy. Are you sure? Asked Nami. While they all had relaxed slightly when he didn't seem to want to hurt Vivi despite recognizing her, she had still felt the strength of his teeth when he had freed her, and she didn't want to get into the same position without a layer of wax protecting her. It also showed how much control he had over his strength, since she didn't doubt he could have easily bitten through her. She was saved from Luffy's enthusiastic answer when Dory suddenly sat up, making everyone's eyes widen. It seems I've passed out for a bit. He grumbled, his voice rough. Dory! Exclaimed his fellow giant. The human told me you would survive, but I'm still so happy to see you awake. It's most likely because of our weapons. Said Dory, before showing how Broggy's axe blade had been dulled by time and the repetitive fights. We had been fighting for so long that the blades are no longer sharp. The two giants then proceeded to bandage Dory's wound, bickering most of the time. One Piece. You little ones really helped us out back there. If there's anything we can do to thank you, started Broggy. And you even found the man you were looking for. Added Dory. We did? Asked Luffy, as Vivi turned to face Drake. So you have really lived here for more than a year? She asked, shocked. Do you have a log pose? I have to go back to my country as soon as possible, and we can't wait a year on this island. Drake watched her, using a mix of observation haki and his own instinct to gauge her sincerity. She seemed pretty desperate, and whatever reason made a respected princess of a country such as Alabasta disappear from her country for years, only to reappear in the company of pirates and chased by Baroque's work, was probably worth him giving up on his log pose. He could probably trade it for theirs, even if it would force him to stay for another year on Little Garden. Sure. One of you can follow me back to where I put my stuff, and I'll give you my log pose. He easily agreed. Yosh! Shouted happily Luffy. And then you can join my crew. I'm not Drake's denial was cut off by a shout. Hello, Nami, Vivi, the rest? Thank God you're all safe. Shouted Sanji, arriving running into the place where they were, to the angry muttering of Usopp and Zoro at his casual disregard of the men of the crew. The hell? Is that Mr. 3? He asked once he laid eyes on Dory. How do you know about Mr. 3? Asked Nami. Well, oh, my. Electrifying as always, Nami-san. He said, his eyes strangely taking the shape of hearts for a second. Drake followed his look, and now that he wasn't fully involved in a fight, he could admit that the navigator wasn't wearing much fabric, most of her skin above the hips showing. He turned his head to discreetly wipe his bloody nose. The blonde explained the conversation he just had with Mr. Zero, and the fact that they were now considered dead, to the shock of everyone. Yes, said happily Usopp. We can escape off this island and we're no longer in danger. Oh, yes, I managed to get this thing from them too, said Sanji, showing the eternal pose that he had stolen from the unluckies. Oh, great. Drake here was going to give us his log pose, but your way works too, said Nami with a smile. Drake? Thought Sanji, turning to look at the man that he hadn't noticed until now, too distracted first by the giant, then by Nami's lovely figure. Tall, a red head, muscular. Small lightning bolts shouted out of his eyes as he took in the possible competition to win Nami and Vivi's hearts. He was sure that without him here, the ladies would have been much more thankful for his eternal pose, and he might even have gotten a hug out of it. He saw Zoro out of the corner of his eyes, and decided that he wouldn't focus on this new threat when there was already one on the ship. The other man was an unknown, and would probably stay on this island, far away from the ladies. You haven't forgotten about our hunting contest, have you? He asked the swordsman with a challenging look. Oh, I'm sure I've won. I caught a rhino this big, answered Zoro, spreading his arms out for empathize. A rhino? Said Sanji. Can you even eat that thing? He asked. It's not the best meat that you can catch around here, but it's good enough, answered the redhead, gaining a glare for the interruption. Yeah, Drake, wait until you have tasted Sanji's cooking. He can make anything taste good, exclaimed Luffy, before turning back to the giants. All right, we'll be taking off now, he said, before grabbing Drake's arm and starting to tug him. I'm not coming, exclaimed the Zoan, echoed by an incredulous "he's coming" from Sanji. But isn't it boring here? Asked the captain. You're a good guy, I can tell, and you saved our lives. Plus, we're going to save Vivi's country. The last argument made the tall man hesitate, his clear blue eyes turning to lock themselves on Vivi's. Aren't you pirates? Why would you do that? He asked. Vivi's our friend, the teen exclaimed, a huge smile on his face. He seems nice, thought Drake, and sincere. Are they really doing that only to help their friend? I'm curious about the situation in Alabasta anyway. I could just ditch them if I don't like what they are doing. I've stayed on this island long enough. Sure, why not, he finally said with a sigh. Last I knew, Alabasta was on the verge of a civil war, so I guess you'll want all the help you can get. And how do you know that? Asked Nami, suspicious. Drake stared at her silently for a few seconds. I get the newspaper here. He answered plainly. Well then, boomed Dory, we won't ask you to stay longer. I hope your country will be safe. He said to Vivi. Can you bring me to my side of the island? Asked Drake to Broggy. It will be faster than me walking here. I'll come with you, said immediately Zoro. Drake could understand the concern, after all his recruitment had been rather fast. It couldn't be usual to get new crewmates just because of the captain's whims. We'll regroup at the Mary, decided Nami. Broggy put Zoro and Drake on his shoulder and started walking, the ride to the other side of the island only taking a little over a minute. So you've lived here for a year? Asked Zoro, looking at the entrance to Drake's home. There was a small passage in the side of one of the smaller volcanoes, big enough to let them enter, but Drake had to slightly tilt his head not to touch the ceiling. A year and a little over 2 months, said Drake. The island seemed fitting, given my devil fruit. I didn't know there was devil fruit that allowed you to transform into a dinosaur. But then I didn't know devil fruit existed a month ago. He added. It's an ancient Zoan, explained Drake. Zoan? Asked Zoro. You don't? There are 3 types of devil fruit, he started explaining. The more common one is paramecia. The 2 guys you were fighting were paramecia. Paramecia devil fruits usually enhance the user's body in some way, or allow them to produce some kind of substance. Then there is the Zoan type, that allows the user to transform into some kind of animal. Most are common animals, there are a lot of birds, felines and canine devil fruit out there. The ancient Zoans, like me, can transform into creatures that have disappeared and gone extinct, except for really rare islands like this one. There are also mythical Zoans that allow the user to transform into creatures that never existed, the most famous ones are Phoenix and Dragon. He continued, looking at Zoro from the corner of his eyes to see if he was following. The last category is called Logia, and it allows the user to transform into an element. They are rare, and most of the users are famous and powerful. He concluded. You said that you didn't know they existed before? Yes, all of the crew, except Vivi, come from East Blue, said Zoro, watching as the cavern around them shifted from a cramped pathway to a huge round room. A small bookshelf was overflowing with books, and a desk had been set up next to a bed that seemed barely large enough to suit Drake. I've never seen any mention of devil fruit there. There are some rumors, but most people think they're a myth. He added, surveilling Drake, who started to put his belongings into a backpack. The process was organized, and he could guess that it wasn't the first time that Drake had to leave somewhere abruptly. I know that the world government generally tries to keep the Blues ignorant about the Grand Line, but I didn't know they managed it to that point in the East, answered Drake. What about bounties? They generally have a moniker that indicates it if someone has a devil fruit. We don't get most of those. There. I didn't even know what a shichibukai was, and I read every newspaper I could get my hands on to try to seek intel on Dracula Mihawk. Most of the bounties we see are the ones for pirates that operate in the East Blue. For the few bounties that come from the other seas, I guess that all bounty hunters thought of the moniker as some sort of exaggeration. I certainly did. Said Drake, finishing to put his last notebook in his backpack. The amount to which the world government was able to manipulate the information still managed to surprise him after all this time. To be able to avoid all mention of devil fruits? So much that Zoro, who had just revealed his past as a bounty hunter, didn't know about them. He guessed there was a reason why the East Blue was called the weakest, despite the fact that some of the most famous criminals and marines alike came from here. You a swordsman? Asked Zoro when Drake went to grab his weapons. He didn't have them on him before, since he had been hunting for food in his dinosaur's form when he noticed that the giant's fight had ended faster than usual, and he immediately went to investigate. Zoro was eyeing the sword attached to his right side with interest. Not really. I fight with a sword, and I know I'm not bad at it, but I wouldn't call myself a swordsman. I usually fight with both my axe and sword at the same time, which can be destabilizing for most swordsmen. He offered. If they had to help a princess take back control of her country, there would be fighting, so it didn't make sense for him to try to hide his fighting style. And he knew how most swordsmen wanted to challenge each other, and he'd rather not be pestered every day for a fight. After Drake had made a final swipe of his room to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, he and Zoro started the journey back to the surface, and then toward the Straw Hat's ship once again on Broggy's shoulder. My lizard is clearly bigger, exclaimed the blonde cook as soon as he saw them, earning a disturbed look from Drake. Are you blind? Snarled Zoro, jumping down from Broggy's shoulder to get in the blonde's face. My rhino is clearly the bigger animal. Your dinosaur looks like Drake, said Luffy to Sanji. Is it your brother or something? He asked Drake. That's a Tyrannosaurus. I'm an Allosaurus. And even if he was from the same species, he wouldn't be my brother. I'm human. Did he seriously ask me if it was my brother? Oh, said Luffy, a look of understanding crossing his face. How long are you all going to bicker? Shouted Nami from inside the Mary. Just pack as much meat as possible and let's get away from this island. As you wish, Nami, exclaimed Sanji, while Drake looked at her from the corner of his eyes, secretly glad that she had finally put on a t-shirt and covered up. Just sail straight from here, said Broggy once the meat was packed up and everyone was ready to go. You can exit on the western side of the island, Dory added, having joined them. The western side? Murmured Drake. There is one reason why none of the humans that have reached this island had left it alive, said Broggy as he walked next to their ship. Most people try to leave even without their log post setting, but nobody has ever reached the next island, added Dory. You all have risked your lives so that our pride can remain untarnished, he continued. Thus, in turn, no matter the foe, said Broggy. We must not let your flag of pride be tarnished either, shouted Dory. Trust us, and sail straight ahead. No matter what happens, sail only straight ahead, finished Broggy. Got it, sail straight ahead, said determinedly Luffy. Let us meet again one day in the future, said the giants, both of them grabbing their weapons and lifting them into the air. Look! Up ahead! Shouted panically Nami, as the sea in front of them started to lift. So you've come, Island Devourer. In the name of Elbaf, we vow to clear a path. Go straight ahead, shouted Luffy, his voice drowning Nami's protests. Trust in the giants, said Drake. They said they would clear us a path, and even swore in on their honor. They will clear us a path. Are we really going to sail straight into that monster? Asked Vivi, her hands grabbing onto Drake's jacket as he was the closest. The huge head of the creature in front of them got entirely out of the tower, its huge mouth opening wide to swallow them. Behold the mightiest spear of we, giants of Elbaf. They heard Broggy shout, just as the giant beast's teeth closed upon them. Straight ahead, chanted both Usopp and Luffy. Just as the fish lifted his head to swallow, the giant sent their most powerful attack, and a huge hole was created in the middle of the beast's head, the force of the impact sending the Mary flying. We're flying, shouted Luffy excitedly, watching from his favorite position of the figurehead at the sky that surrounded them, no longer able to see the sea below them. They cut the ocean itself, cried Usopp. So this is the power of Elbaf's warriors. Now go, shouted the giants, their cry making everyone on the Mary look back, just in time to see their weapon break under the pressure of their attacks and of their thousands of fights. Drake went to put his backpack in the men's sleeping room, following Sanji that made him take a quick tour of the ship, and watched as he came back Luffy and Usopp who were both dancing and chanting about the might of the giants. I don't know how they can be this lively, said Nami, Drake's attention focusing back on the navigator that was seated on the floor next to the main mast. I'm exhausted from all that earlier. Vivi, can you keep an eye on the log pose for me? She asked. We can finally go to Alabasta, she said with a smile, but Drake watched her uneasily. His instinct warned him that there was something wrong with the navigator, but apart from her exhaustion, he couldn't see anything wrong with her. I have to return no matter what, confirmed Vivi. I finally have a way to save Alabasta. No need to strain yourself, Vivi, said Sanji, coming toward the ladies with a plate in his hand. Because I'll be by your side, he concluded, noticing from the corner of his eyes that Drake was also watching the ladies. Your shares are in the kitchen, he added, turning to the men in an effort to make them leave him alone with Nami and Vivi. Usopp and Luffy happily went to the kitchen, but Drake kept watching them from his place against the railing, his eyes focusing on Nami. What is it with you? Shouted Sanji, just as Nami collapsed on the floor. He instantly turned back to her, and watched anxiously as Vivi put a hand on her head. Everyone, she shouted. It's an emergency. Nami has an extremely high fever. I could sense that something was wrong with her, but I couldn't see what, said Drake, his brow furrowed, as Sanji lifted Nami bridal style to bring her to the girl's bedroom. It must have been caused by the climate change, started to say Vivi. There is a sickness that hit most sailors crossing the Grand Line, caused by the abnormal weather, she explained. Even the slightest symptoms can lead to death. Isn't there anyone on this ship with some medical knowledge? She asked. The rest of the Straw Hat pointed toward Nami, before Luffy turned toward Drake. Didn't you say you were a doctor? He asked. I said I wasn't a doctor, but that I know my way around injuries. I know nothing about most diseases, he said. We're not even sure about what she caught. There are some vicious bugs on Little Garden, and who knows what disease they carry. I'm protected because of the nature of my Zoan, but anyone on this ship might have been exposed to something dangerous. Her fever is still rising, said Vivi worriedly. Aren't there any doctors in Alabasta? We just need to bring her to a doctor, right? I've never been sick before, said Usopp, and all the other men in the room nodded at that. She has a fever of 40 degrees. The human body temperature isn't supposed to be that high, and it's putting her life at serious risk, exclaimed Vivi. What? Shouted the rest of the Straw Hats. You can't underestimate diseases, added Drake. Nowadays, there are a lot of things that can be treated by any competent doctor, but despite that, there are still some diseases that have managed to wipe out entire islands without anyone finding a cure. This sent them all into a panic, before Vivi had to shout at them to shut up. We have to go find a doctor and save Nami, shouted decidedly Luffy, only for Nami to contradict him. No. There's a newspaper on top of my desk. I didn't want to worry you have it, but 300,000 soldiers of the Royal Armed Forces switched sides and joined the rebels. We need to head straight to Alabasta. I'm sure I just have a little cold, no need to bring me to a doctor, she said with a smile, but the flush on her face betrayed how hot she felt as she left the room. They could hear her talking to Zoro, before a shout brought them all outside. There's going to be strong wind coming from ahead, she explained. You need to lower the sail so we can catch wind from portside. Drake watched in surprise as the other rushed to follow her orders. He hadn't heard of everyone able to predict storms that early on the Grand Line. The navigators of the Emperor's cruise or any notable crew in the New World were able to do it, but they had years to learn how the Grand Line worked, and were used to weather even more chaotic than in this part of the Grand Line. However, Little Garden was the second island of the Grand Line. If she could really predict the weather this early, it spoke of natural talent and was invaluable. You shouldn't push yourself that much, started Sanji, but Nami's vehemence that she was fine stopped him. I have a request to all of you, said Vivi, coming out of the Mary. I know that it's not my place to make such demands, since you've already done so much for me. But with the emerging crisis in my country, I want to go there as soon as possible. She continued, a few murmurs of Vivi coming out of the others. Not even a single moment can be spared. That's why I ask for this ship to head for Alabasta at the fastest speed. Drake tilted his head, watching her closely. While he hadn't yet had a full explanation of the situation, he had only been quickly informed of what Vivi has been doing these last months, and he didn't think that someone that was selfless enough to risk her life by joining a criminal organization that wanted nothing more than her death would let others die in front of her in a quest to go back to her country. This is why we need to find an island with a doctor immediately. We have to see to it that Nami gets better as fast as possible, and then head for Alabasta. That will be the only way this ship can sail at the fastest, right? She continued, and a proud look crossed Luffy's face at her declaration. The need for their navigator to be healthy showed right after, as a huge cyclone appeared just where their ship was headed a few minutes ago. If we had sailed straight, we would have crashed right into it by now, exclaimed Luffy. I've never seen such a navigator, said Vivi, shocked. The ones that have a true talent for navigation are really rare, confirmed Drake. Most pirate crew would kill to have someone like her on board. One Piece. The next day of sailing passed without anything happening except for their rising worry as Nami's state deteriorated, until they reached an area where snow was falling. It probably means that we're nearing an island, explained Drake. Most islands have their own climate that influences the surrounding area. That's why the entrance of the Grand Line is so chaotic. There are a lot of close islands that all influence the area around them with their own climate. So we should look carefully for an island. It can be anywhere around us. It wasn't long before Zoro, who was the official lookout, called them. Only it wasn't because he had seen an island. Guys? He asked with a strange voice. Do you think a person could stand on top of the ocean? Why the hell are you asking that? Said Usopp. Look. How do you explain that? Luffy, Usopp, and Drake, the three that were on the deck looking for an island around them to help Zoro in the fog while Vivi and Sanji were taking care of Nami, turned to look in the direction that Zoro was pointing. What? The two dark-haired teenagers asked, when they could, indeed, see a strangely dressed man standing on the ocean. Quite cold today, isn't it? Asked calmly the stranger. Wait, I've seen him before, exclaimed Drake before anyone could answer. He was totally forgettable, but his king was enough of an a-hole for me to remember his followers. He's one of Wapple's guards, he warned. Wapple? Asked Usopp. As if to answer them, the sea in front of them seemed to lift, just like when they faced the fish at Little Island, and a huge boat appeared from beneath them, the waves rocking the Mary. What is that? Shouted Luffy. Is that thing a ship? Asked Zoro at the same time, as the metal plates surrounding the ship fell down, revealing the ship behind. Surprised? Shouted an obnoxious voice from the ship. Has my submersible ambush ship, Tinkin King, left you speechless? A pirate ship? Asked Usopp, and Drake frowned. Last he knew, Wapol was a tyrant that governed Drum's kingdom, and he wasn't the type to leave his country for anything except the reverie. Men jumped from Wapol's ship to the Mary, and the Straw Hats quickly found themselves surrounded. What's going on out there? Shouted Sanji as he came running out of the ship. He jerked to a stop when he found himself faced by the barrel of a gun. He casually got his matches out, and lit up his cigarette. Well, what's going on? He repeated calmly. We're being ambushed, said Luffy casually. Yeah, I figured, he said, watching the high number of unknowns surrounding them and threatening them all with guns. That makes 5 people in total, said the obnoxious voice that Drake could recognize belonged to Wapol. There can't be only 5 people on this ship. Well, whatever. Let me ask you something, he said, as he started to eat the sword he was holding in his hand. The hell? Exclaimed Luffy, looking disgusted, while Zoro watched him uneasily, his hand coming to rest reassuringly on Watto's hilt. Careful, he is a paramecia, he ate the munch fruit, warned Drake. He is able to eat almost anything and transform it into a weapon. We're heading to Drum Kingdom, Wapol said. Do you have an eternal pose, or even a log pose pointing there? No, started Sanji, before being interrupted by Drake. Why would you even need that? You don't have an eternal pose to your own country? What? Asked Luffy. He is the king of Drum Kingdom, a tyrant really, he explained. Oh, if you're going to say things like that, I'll have to take all of your treasures and your ship, for daring to insult me, Wapol said smugly. He then proceeded to open his mouth wide, a bit on the side of the Mary, tearing a chunk of wood from the ship. Don't let him eat Mary, exclaimed Luffy, and they all put themselves into their combat stance, except Usopp who tried to hide behind the mast. The invaders started to shoot at Luffy, and the Straw Hats that were able to jumped into the fight. Drake didn't let himself be distracted by the gunshots, having been explained a little more about the crew while they were trying to find the nearest island. A rubber paramecia might not seem powerful at first, but it hadn't taken long for him to see how it might be beneficial in a fight. Instead, he rushed toward Wapol, forcing the king to stop eating their ship to turn and eat his hand instead. The fool! Exclaimed the drum soldiers, before shouting, shocked, when Drake suddenly shifted into his hybrid form, the scales covering his arm too strong for Wapol's to bite through. He used his free hand to clock him in the jaw, the metal bending under his hand before Wapol was sent flying toward the sea, his silhouette rapidly disappearing in the snow fog. This is bad. His Majesty was flung into the ocean, shouted the man that was standing on the water earlier. And he can't swim, shouted another one of Wapol's followers, this one just as oddly dressed as the first man. Back to the ship, everyone, he ordered, the soldiers rushing to follow his order. If we don't go rescue him, he'll drown for sure. And for you scum, shouted the first one, his finger pointing toward Drake. We'll have our revenge one day, so remember us. Remember us, echoed the other one. Usopp quickly started the repairs on Mary, Drake sitting next to him to give him the plates of metal he needed as he demanded them, part of him feeling guilty that the ship had taken damages from Wapol despite him knowing how his powers worked. The others went back to their occupation, which was either checking on Nami or looking around for an island. Less than an hour later, the repairs mainly finished, Sanji shouted, "Land ho!" "Whoa, so white!" exclaimed Luffy. So that's what a winter island looks like. I hope there's enough snow to play in, I love snow, it's so white, he continued, ignoring Sanji's warning about avoiding trouble to find a doctor for Nami. They entered a river that continued into the island, looking in awe at the strange form of the mountains around them. So, who's going to look for a doctor and who's staying on the ship? Asked Zoro. I'll go, exclaimed immediately Luffy. Me too, said Sanji, ever ready to help a little in distress. Sure, you guys go, said Usopp. He wasn't used to cold, the climate on his island had been moderate, and while it had often snowed during the winters, there had never been layers of snow like here. I'd like to go with you. I've never been to Drum, and I'm curious about why its king was around playing pirate, without a way to come back, said Drake. Their discussion was interrupted by a shout from the island. Stop right there, pirates. You will turn around immediately, and leave this island at once, shouted a man. He was surrounded by other people carrying weapons and pointing them at the ship. Wait, we've come here for a doctor, said Luffy. We have a sick person on board, added Vivi. Those lies won't work on us, pirate scum. This is our country, and we won't let any pirates ruin it. Now leave, or we will make you leave. Talk about bad first impressions, said Sanji, clearly not impressed. Don't talk back on us, shouted one of the trigger-happy villagers, before trying to shoot Sanji, who barely avoided being hit by the bullet. Now you're making me angry, Sanji said, his dark glare making the villager panic and causing him to shoot one again. Sanji, no! Shouted Vivi, jumping in front of him to prevent him from attacking the villagers, and putting herself into the path of the bullet. It hit her shoulder, sending her sprawling on the ground. Vivi! Shouted Luffy, and everyone on board prepared themselves to avenge their hurt friend. How dare you! He shouted. The villagers all pointed their gun at the pirate, but before anyone could act, Vivi threw herself once again between the crew and the villagers. Wait, Luffy! You can't fight them! She protested, her eyes wide. The bullet barely grazed me, don't worry. She took a step closer to him, her unharmed arm coming to rest lightly against his chest to prevent him from moving forward in his attack. She whirled around, facing the armed civilians that were watching them, their posture hostile. Please, I beg of you, we promise we won't set foot on your country, we just need you to call a doctor. She let herself fall to her knees and bowed low, her head touching the ground. Our friend is ill, please, we need your help. Vivi, whispered Luffy. It's your duty as a captain to take care of your crew, said Vivi harshly. You can't help Nami right now by fighting anyone. Luffy watched for a few seconds, before turning to face the villagers, an unusually serious expression on his face. Sorry, he said calmly, dropping to his knees right next to Vivi and bowing until his head touched the floor. We're only asking for a doctor. Please, save our friend. The villagers watched, unable to decide how to act now that the pirates weren't hostile. Drake also watched, pleased at the development. His instinct had told him to trust the captain, and he had learned to listen to his instinct since the last year spent on Little Island had reconnected him with his more primal side. Seeing him willing to put his pride aside for the safety of his crew? Well, let's just say that he didn't know that many people willing to put their men before themselves. We'll lead you to our town, said one of the villagers the closest to the ship. Follow me. Let me give you one warning beforehand though. There is only one doctor in our country, and she happens to be a witch. One Piece. So, what is this country called? Asked awkwardly Vivi, trying to start a conversation with their guide that had introduced himself as Dalton. Most of the crew had decided to come, Luffy, Sanji, and Drake to bring Nami to the doctor, Vivi to serve as a diplomat between the crew and the villagers as well as to get her arm looked at Dalton's house. Usopp came with them at Sanji's insistence that Vivi shouldn't be left alone in a strange village, leaving Zoro and Karu to keep watch on the ship. It doesn't have a name yet, answered Dalton. How is that possible? Asked Vivi, surprised. Drake stayed silent. He was quite sure that Dalton had been one of Wapol's guards, even if the man hadn't brought much attention to himself and had been quite discreet the time he had seen him at the reverie. Given what they had seen earlier, he could hazard a guess that the habitants had overthrown Wapol and taken back the control of their country. It would also explain their fear of pirates, given Wapol's new occupation. The previous name no longer fit us. We hadn't had the time to choose a new one. Does this country have any professional soldiers? Asked Vivi. They had seen a few people holding weapons, but they were all clearly civilians. No, they're all normal civilians. It made Drake wonder how the previous king could have lost, given that all the soldiers had been on his side. He had quite the army on his ship, and he couldn't have been evicted from his country easily. Here we are, this is my house. You can put your friend on the bed over there, offered Dalton. I'll go heat up the room, the cold can't be good for her. It took him a few minutes to get a fire going, the others fussing over Nami in the meantime. I feel that I've seen you before somewhere? Did we meet? He asked Vivi after staring at her for a few seconds. Drake almost snorted at that. Drum and Alabasta were close enough that they should be aware of each other's government, in case a conflict happened. Although, given the difference of climate between the two countries, one being on a winter island and the other a summer island, he didn't think they had much interest in invading each other. Dalton had acted as the main commander of Drum Kingdom's military force, if he remembered correctly, so he must have paid special attention to other world leaders, but the last reverie had happened 2 years ago, and Vivi had still been a child, not involved in politics like the leaders were. It wasn't surprising that he couldn't exactly remember her. You must be imagining things, I've never met you before, said panically Vivi, before trying to redirect the conversation. More importantly, could you please tell us more about this doctor? Nami's fever has been rising steadily for 3 days, and we don't know the cause of her disease nor how to treat it. Why did you call her a witch? It doesn't matter if the doctor is a witch if she can cure Nami, exclaimed Sanji. Can you tell us where she lives? You can see mountains from the windows. Started Dalton. They are called the Rockies. There is a castle at the top of the tallest one, and Dr. Kureha, the only doctor in this entire country, lives in that very castle. What? Of all the places to be, muttered Sanji. Well, better call her, this is an emergency. As much as I'd like to, there is no way to contact her. What? And she calls herself a doctor? What the hell is this woman? What do the people of this country do when they're sick or injured? Asked Sanji. She comes down from the mountain whenever she feels like it. Explained Dalton. She finds patients, treats them, and then she takes anything she wants from their homes as payment. He added, to Usopp's indignation. In any case, I'm afraid that the only thing you can do is wait until she comes down. How can there be only one doctor in an entire country? Asked Sanji angrily, before turning to face Luffy, who went to wake up Nami. Hey, Nami. Listen, we can't get a doctor unless we go up a mountain. He explained. So we'll go hiking. Are you crazy? Asked Sanji. Just what are you trying to put her through? It'll be fine, I'll be carrying her. Said Luffy calmly. You'll have to be careful then. Said Drake, cutting through Vivi and Sanji's protest. You can't afford to fall, and you will not be able to fight or even move too roughly lest she gets even more hurt. Her body is very weak right now. I'll leave it to you then, Luffy. Said Nami in a pant. She was clearly not getting better, and Drake wondered if she wasn't already delirious. She wasn't healthy enough to consent to this plan, but if they didn't do anything then she would definitely die. It showed though that even in her state, her trust in her crewmates was absolute. All right, I'll be coming along too, said Sanji determinedly, Drake nodding his assent. The preparations for their journey were quickly done, Vivi strapping Nami tightly to Luffy's back. Usopp and I will stay behind, we would only drag you down if we came along. She said. If you're serious about this, you should at least climb from the other side. The route on this side is full of lapins, a type of violent and carnivorous rabbit. You won't be able to escape alive. Warned Dalton. Don't worry about it. There are bigger predators than rabbits out there. Drake said with a toothy smile. The trio then started running toward the mountain, leaving behind the town and the rest of their crew. They advanced quickly, not impeded by the snow, Drake listening with a small, private smile as Luffy and Sanji bantered. He hadn't had contact with anyone other than the giants for more than a year, and even then they barely interacted with each other. He had missed this, being around other human beings. They ignored the small creature that tried to attack them, at least until Sanji kicked it and sent it flying. What's up with that rabbit? Asked Luffy, bewildered, earning shrugs from the others. The snow was rapidly becoming thicker under their feet, and the wind picked up. They suddenly could see figures through the snow before them. What are these things? Asked Sanji. They're white and big, so they gotta be polar bears. Answered Luffy. Whatever it is, it's definitely a predator. Said Drake, his instinct telling him that the beast in front of them wasn't prey. Get back. He said sharply, his haki warning him of the incoming attack just as the beast jumped above them, its sharp claw slicing the snow where they were standing just a second before. These must be the lapin that Dalton was talking about. Said Sanji. There's so many of them. He shouted, as the blizzard thinned up just enough to reveal rows upon rows of lapins. Luffy, you have to avoid fighting. Said Drake. Even if you don't feel anything when you give a hit, Nami isn't made of rubber and she will feel the aftershock. Got it. I swear not to fight. Said Luffy seriously, his teeth clenched. Just dodge, okay? Dodge and run away. We will keep them away from you with Drake, move forward as smoothly as you can. Advised Sanji, kicking a lapin that was getting too close to Luffy. He managed to kick it away, but the beast didn't fly as far as he wanted. Damn it, I can't make them back up enough. He complained as a dozen lapin jumped through the air, attacking them all at once. I'll cover you, you both run. Shouted Drake, before he shifted to his full Allosaurus form. Sanji looked at him in shock for a second, as he hadn't seen him use his devil fruit before. They had talked about it, but he hadn't shifted on the Mary, his form too big for the small boat. He then turned around and followed Luffy, both of them running away. Most of the lapin crashed into Drake's body as he put himself between them and his crewmates, his tail and teeth catching most of the ones that had moved to avoid him, only a couple getting past him. Sanji managed to kick them away without difficulties, and Drake turned sharply on himself, his tail sending flying the lapins that were trying to attack him. He transformed back into his human form as soon as they were all pushed back, and ran to get back to his crewmates' level and assist them in case the lapins managed to catch up. One piece. The lapin didn't just manage to catch up, but to get ahead of them. They watched worriedly the small army in front of them, some showing clear foot or claw marks indicating that they had already faced Drake of Sanji before. "What are they doing?" asked Drake as they started to jump without advancing. Sanji understood half a second before Drake, his face becoming totally white in shock. "It can't be," he whispered. "Are they trying to start?" said the Zoan, just as shocked. "What is it, Sanji, Drake?" asked Luffy. "Run!" shouted Sanji. "They are trying to trigger an avalanche." The snow that the Lappan had displaced finally lost its fight against gravity, and a huge wave of snow started running down the side of the mountain, the 4 pirates right in its path. "What do we do?" shouted Luffy as they started to run, his eyes wide as he looked at the avalanche behind them. "I don't know. But whatever we do we must protect Nami," answered Sanji. "Don't run straight down the mountain," shouted Drake. "We won't be able to outrun it, we need to try to get out of its path." Sanji's eyes were desperately looking everywhere, trying to find somewhere safe. He knew that outrunning an avalanche wasn't possible, but they might be able to hide from it. "There's a cliff up there, it might be high enough," he shouted, pointing toward a small cliff ahead of them. "We can't be sure, and we don't have the time to try," said Drake, feeling the rumble of the avalanche just behind him and the snow start to hit the back of his legs. "Hold on!" shouted Luffy, both of his arms extending, one to grip the highest tree that he could see, the other passing in front of Sanji and Drake, letting the both of them grab onto it and sending all them hurling toward the tree. Sanji and Drake released his arm at the last second, just in time to grab the tree without crashing into him and Nami. "It won't last long," said Sanji. The smaller trees around them were getting unrooted by the avalanche. The one they were grabbing managed to resist for a few more seconds, before it too was unrooted. Fortunately, it meant that the most destructive force of the avalanche, its front, was already ahead of them, and they managed to hold onto the tree as it rested on top of the snow wave. "We're going down!" cried Luffy as they started to down the slope. It barely took them a few seconds to travel dozens of meters. "We're going to crash," said Sanji worriedly. The avalanche was hurling them toward a large rock, tall enough to be seen atop the snow, and they had no way to change their path away from it. The impact would be harsh, and while it wouldn't kill the 3 of them, there was no way he was getting Nami jostled. Sanji and Drake shared a look of understanding. Getting on the rock would be their best way to stay safe while waiting for the avalanche to run out, but Luffy couldn't be the one that grabbed onto it, because it would be harsh on Nami's body. They needed to get him on top of the rock, which meant they would need to stop their momentum in a way that wouldn't involve Luffy. Drake shifted into his full form and grabbed Luffy around the torso, making sure that his claws didn't come too close to Nami. Worse came to worse, they would pierce Luffy's skin if he clenched his transformed hand too tight, but it wouldn't hurt much the teenager. "We're getting on the rock," explained Sanji as Drake jumped up, rising just high enough for Sanji to put his leg between him and the tree. Just as he landed on the leg, Sanji sent a powerful kick up in the air. Drake stopped moving forward, the kick sending him flying with just enough angle that he wouldn't fall back into the snow. He managed to grab Sanji with his tail at the last second, and angled his body to fall toward the rock. He barely missed it with his free claw. He opened his mouth, his teeth scraping the stone as their longer reach allowed him to slow down his fall. Luffy immediately reached for the rock, managing to grab it just as Drake released his torso and fell back into the avalanche, his teeth making a screeching sound as he tried to hold on for as long as possible. He fell back first into the snow, swinging his tail forward and curling his body around Sanji in an attempt to protect him from harm. "Sanji! Drake!" shouted desperately Luffy, watching them disappear in the snow before he could do anything to grab them. His fingers flexed against the rock, and he forced himself to climb it up. He needed to take Nami somewhere safe, and the avalanche was slowing down around him, so she should be fine there. He didn't want to leave her alone, but he wasn't going to abandon his friends here, and the layer of snow left behind by the avalanche was tall enough that he couldn't jump down if he kept her strapped to his back. He loosened the binds attaching her to his back and put her gently against the rock. Her face was flushed, both from the cold outside and her own body temperature that was too high, and he didn't want her health degrading now that his body heat wasn't warming her. He removed his coat and draped it over Nami's body, before putting his straw hat on her belly, with her hand on the top to make sure that it wouldn't fly away. That way, if she woke up she would know that they hadn't left her behind. He jumped on the snow below him, immediately noticing that he had underestimated its height. The snow almost reached his shoulders, but he forced himself to move through it, willing his body not to feel the cold. "Sanji, Drake!" he shouted, hoping that they would answer, his head snapping from side to side trying to see them. He moved diagonally down the mountain for a few minutes, not wanting to miss them because he was going straight. He knew he couldn't let Nami alone for too long, but he wasn't willing to leave behind either of his crewmates. Snow suddenly moved somewhere on his right, and he could hear a faint Luffy coming from there. Sanji, Drake, I'm here. He repeated, trying to pinpoint exactly where the other two were. He finally saw a dark blue cloth, and tugged on it, freeing both Sanji and Drake from the snow. Are you okay? I tried to shield him from most of the damage, but I took a hard hit and lost consciousness for a few seconds. I reverted to my human form toward the end. Drake explained, looking over Sanji. Hey, Sanji, can you hear me? He asked, slowly turning his body around. He has been hit on the head too, probably is unconscious, he said, his hand lightly touching Sanji's head where blood was cowering his hair. Are you good enough to walk? Asked Luffy. I can lift Sanji, but I don't think I will be able to carry the both of you and keep Nami safe on my back. He explained. Don't worry about me, I'm resilient. Answered Drake. I can take Sanji on my back, and give him to you if we need to fight again. He got to his feet and tried to remove his leather coat, grimacing when his left arm protested the movement. Here, let me, said Luffy, helping him remove it without having to move his arm toward his back. You're hurt there? It's okay. He slowly moved his arm, checking his range of movement. As long as I don't have to move it too far back, it doesn't hurt too much. Luffy helped him tie the sleeves of his coat around his chest to secure Sanji on his back. You won't be too cold? You're not wearing a shirt, asked Luffy. I'll be fine. Luffy frowned slightly at that, not convinced, but decided to drop the topic. We got down quite a bit. He sighed, looking at the mountain ahead of them as he walked back to where he had left Nami. They started walking again, more slowly this time, toward the mountain, when suddenly a shout attracted their attention. Look, Lord Wapol! Shouted someone from behind them. Luffy and Drake looked at each other, understanding passing between them. Drake's hand went to his coat, loosening the knot enough for Luffy to be able to take Sanji from him without problems. You have insulted me one too many times, said Wapol from the top of his white walkie, his two acolytes sitting next to them. Get out of my way, ordered sharply Luffy as he grabbed Sanji from Drake. The Zoan didn't wait for the trio to attack them, grabbing his four-bladed axe as well as his sword and bringing them down sharply on the white walkie, making sure they wouldn't be able to follow Luffy. They fell down into the snow and Drake barely let them the time to understand what had happened before he jumped on top of Wapol and bashed his newly reconstructed jaw with his axe. The two weirdly dressed men that followed Wapol quickly moved to get their king away from Drake, and the Zoan went back to Luffy's side, taking back Sanji from him. They both progressed through the snow, their strength slowly waning, the cold getting to them after they sacrificed their coat to help keep their charge warm and safe. The snowstorm around them had picked up, and they couldn't see more than a few meters ahead. They were both surprised when they suddenly encountered the side of the strange mountain where the castle was located. I can't even see the top, whispered Luffy. Where others would have been desperate, Drake could only hear the conviction in his voice, as the young man ditched his sandals and tried to find a solid grip on the rock. Do you want my gloves? Offered Drake. I'll use my hybrid form that gives me claws instead of fingers to climb up, so they won't serve me. It would protect your hands. They'll be too big for me, objected Luffy. I can't risk falling down. Drake tore the tip of the fingers off the glove with his teeth, before offering them once again to the captain. There. You won't lose any sensitivity that way, and your hands will be at least a little protected. Luffy accepted them with a smile and a thank you, before they both started the climb. Despite the gloves, the cold was biting. He quickly lost all feeling in his fingertips, but continued to climb without complaining. He quickly glanced back toward Drake, but his crewmate's hands were covered in scales and he didn't seem to have a problem finding a grip on the mountain. They climbed in silence for about 10 minutes, Drake growing more and more worried as he heard his captain's lungs start to make a small whistling sound at each breath, until he could no longer keep quiet. I can grab Nami from you for a minute if you need to rest, he offered. It isn't safe, panted Luffy. We can't risk her falling. I can do it, he added determinedly. Drake accepted it with a worried frown. He didn't want to imply that his captain was too weak for this, which he would be doing if he insisted. And Luffy hadn't been wrong, detaching Nami from his back was too risky. Still, he didn't want to imagine the pain the teenager was in. Since he had removed his jacket to tie Sanji, his upper body was uncovered, but scales covered most of his arms in this form, and they protected him both from the cold and from the harsh grip he had to keep on the mountain. He could still feel the bite of the cold on his torso and through the scales, even if Sanji's body at his back protected him from the worst of the wind. He could see how cold Luffy's fingers were, his gloves barely offering his hands protection and his fingers had already turned blue. The climb would have been easier if he had been able to use armament hockey, but the hit to the head he had taken earlier had rattled him more than he wanted to admit and prevented him from focusing enough to use it. Luckily his shoulder wasn't bothering him too much, and he managed to climb without having to raise his left elbow higher than shoulder level most of the time. However, he wasn't sure that he would be able to maintain his hybrid form long enough for them to reach the top of the mountain. His head was hurting more by the minute, and preventing his scales from disappearing took a surprising amount of focus. It had been why he had attacked Wapple quickly and without transforming into his full form. He didn't want to faint again and force Luffy to carry the three of them. From what he had seen of his captain's determination, he would do it or die trying. They went back to climbing, what felt like hours passing in silence, the only sound around them the howl of the wind and their hard breaths. Luffy almost slipped a few times but always managed to get his grip back before Drake had the time to react. His fingers were torn and he was leaving small droplets of blood behind each time he moved his hands. Drake was just happy that his claws hadn't failed him yet. They were climbing mechanically, their eyes only focused on trying to find another protuberance to cling to. Which was why it took Drake a few seconds to understand what he had seen when the snow thinned for a second. I think I can see the top. Luffy turned his head to look at him, blinking for few seconds before what Drake said finally registered. His eyes turned back to look at the top, and he took a deep breath, before starting to climb with renewed fervor. When Drake felt soft snow beneath his claws, he almost cried in relief. He barely managed to lift his weight one last time and let himself fall face first on the ground, his head turned to the side to check that Luffy managed to reach the top too. Luffy somehow landed on his knees next to him, and didn't immediately fall down. "We're here," whispered Luffy, the barest hint of a smile appearing on his tired face. A shadow suddenly fell upon them, and he saw a creature standing over them. "A doctor," Luffy said, his gaze locking onto the creature's eyes. "Please, my friends need a doctor," he added, before his strength failed him and he fell on the ground. Drake slowly came awake, his body staying naturally still until he could get his bearing. He cracked open an eye, and looked at the stone ceiling above him. Loud snores coming from his right finally made him remember the situation they were in, and he turned his head, watching Luffy and Sanji sleeping peacefully on beds next to him. "We found the doctor then," he thought to himself. He couldn't see Nami in the room, and slowly made his haki come back online, expending it until he could feel everyone in the castle. Nami's presence still felt slightly weak, but it was way better than what he could feel from her before, and meant that the doctor had been successful in helping her. Speaking of doctors, he could feel two other presence in the castle. One was clearly human, and while he wouldn't call it strong, it was still stronger than everyone on this island except Dalton. The other presence felt strange. He couldn't really call it human, but it was definitely more than animal. It reminded him of the awakened Zoan that had lost their human form, a strange mix between animal and human. Movement from Sanji's bed attracted his attention, and he saw the blonde slowly sit up. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "I'm fine," answered automatically Sanji. "What happened? What's the last thing you remember?" he countered. "You and me both getting caught up in the avalanche. I got hit and shifted back to my human form," explained Drake. "You got hit on the head and lost consciousness. Luffy and I managed to get both you and Nami up the mountain and to a doctor." "Nami? Do you know how she is?" asked Sanji panically. "I can sense her, she's fine. Definitely better than before, we did well getting her to a doctor," reassured Drake. A strange creature then entered their room, and cried out in surprise when he saw them both awake. It ran back to the corridor outside the room, hiding strangely behind the door, most of its body still visible. "We can still see you," said Sanji. The creature's eyes opened wide in shock, before it hit again, this time the right way. "What are you?" asked Drake. "Are you a Zoan?" "Shut up human," it shouted. "How are you both feeling?" it added more calmly. Sanji's eyes opened wide hearing it talks. "Have you eaten a devil fruit?" "I definitely feel better, are you the one that treated us?" It slowly approached them, seeing that they weren't reacting violently to its presence. "Yes, I treated you. You both had minor frostbite, and took nasty hits to the head. Your friends were in the worst condition though," it said, ignoring the rest of the questions, and approaching Drake to flex his finger and see if they were still working normally. "I can smell that you're a user," said Drake. "You also can, right? You're some kind of reindeer, you must have a sensitive nose." The reindeer watched him for a few seconds, before nodding. "My name's Tony Chopper. I'm a reindeer that ate the human fruit. What kind of Zoan are you? I've never met an animal that smelled like you." "I'm a dinosaur, an Allosaurus," explained Drake. Chopper's eyes widened at that, a look of wonder and excitement appearing on his face. "That's so cool," he shouted. Drake felt a smile tug at his face. "Did you also treat the girl that was with us?" he asked. "I helped Doctorine, the doctor that lives here, treat her," She was really sick, he said shyly. But now she's cured. That's good, thank you, said Sanji. Further conversation was made impossible by Luffy, who suddenly sat up, a shout of "meat" escaping him. His face turned to look at Chopper, and drool appeared at the corner of his lips. "Meat," he repeated, shooting out of his bed and approaching the reindeer, that suddenly started to run away, Luffy following him running out of the room. "This guy," sighed Sanji, patting his clothes and getting his pack of smokes out. Drake just nodded, before checking with his haki that nobody was near. Luffy and Chopper were running further away from them, and Nami and the other person, probably the doctorine Chopper had talked about, were in the same room away from them. "So," he started, his attention focusing back on Sanji. "You were quick to identify the avalanche," he said, watching the slightest hint of tension appear on Sanji's shoulder. "You understood what the Lappans were doing just as fast." Sanji countered, neither his face nor his voice giving away how tense he was. His posture had relaxed almost immediately, and he was sitting casually on his bed, a huff of smoke coming out of his cigarette. "Sure, but I've already seen avalanches. I'm from the North Blue after all," said Drake. And bingo. The tension returned, Sanji clearly understanding where he was going. "Zoro told me that your crew formed in the east," he revealed, crossing his arms behind his head and leaning on the headboard of his bed, showing through his posture that he wasn't threatening the blonde. "Yet, I didn't think anything of it at first, but those eyebrows are pretty distinctive, especially for someone that lived in the north," he trailed off, watching Sanji closely. "What do you want?" said Sanji coldly, no longer bothering to act casual. "It depends. I'm starting to like Luffy, and I certainly respect him as a captain. It's worrying to think that one of the core members of the crew might just be infiltrating it," he answered, his cold blue eyes meeting Sanji's gray one. "I'm not," said Sanji, and his anger was genuine, Drake could feel. "I don't have anything to do with the rest of my family. I ran away from them when I was a child, and I plan never to have anything to do with them again," he explained. "Do you really?" "I've been living in the East for more than 10 years, said Sanji. "You can ask the rest of the crew, we've met at the restaurant I had been working for all those years. I'm not one of them." The way he had spat out the last word removed any doubt from Drake's mind that the cook was lying to him. You couldn't fake this kind of hatred, and he knew very well what it was to hate your family. Given Vinsmoke Judge's reputation? It wasn't a surprise that his son hated him. Although, from what he could remember, Sanji must have siblings. He didn't really pay attention to the Vinsmoke family, since Germa 66 wasn't officially a kingdom and didn't have a place at the Reverie. It was good to know that he no longer had contacts with his family, because the Vinsmokes had a reputation for playing dirty. He didn't have any doubt that he and Luffy would win a fight against them if it came to it, but they wouldn't fight fair. They would poison the crew, push people they trusted into backstabbing them. To know that Sanji wasn't about to attract their attention was relieving. He let himself slide down a little against the bed, his posture relaxing even more, and Sanji sighed quietly when he saw that Drake no longer was attacking him. "So, did you read Sora Warrior of the Sea?" asked Drake, a small smile on his lips. Sanji huffed a breath. "Sure. I reached the East Blue before the end of the first part of the series, and you can't imagine how much I struggled to get the last chapters," he said in a long-suffering tone. "And nobody in the East was interested in it, so I had no one to complain to about how much bullshit was Sora sacrificing himself by jumping into the sea to dash." A crash interrupted their conversation, Luffy coming flying inside the room, a definitely bigger Chopper following him. "I am not your food," the reindeer shouted. "It talked," shouted back Luffy, stars in his eyes. "I've been talking the whole time," shouted Chopper. Drake sighed, seeing the two start to argue. "Luffy, please, don't try to eat the man that healed us." "You did?" asked Luffy. "Wow, you're a talking tanuki with a blue nose and you're a doctor. Join my crew," he shouted. "I'm a reindeer," answered Chopper, before turning around and seeing Nami in the hallway putting her head through the door to look at them. "Hey, you're supposed to rest," he said. "But I'm cold," complained Nami with a pout. "Hey boys," she said with a blinding smile, causing Sanji and Drake to blush. Chopper went to admonish her about being up, but he suddenly froze, his nose twitching. "This smell. Wapol is here," he shouted, running out of the room. The Straw Hats all looked at each other, before the men jumped to their feet. "Nami, stay here," ordered Luffy. They followed the path that Chopper had taken, the reindeer having been fast enough that they could no longer see him. They reached the entrance of the castle in time to see one of Wapol's followers point a bow at Chopper. Luffy frowned at seeing his blue-nosed Tanuki doctor being threatened, especially by the men who had hurt Mary and had tried to prevent him from climbing up the mountain to save Nami. I haven't had the opportunity to hit you the last 2 times. He said sharply, ping his arm back. And I'm tired of you messing with my friends. Gum gum bullet. He shouted as his fist smashed right between Wopple's eyes. Wopples almost flew over the edge of the mountain, his follower catching him at the last second. You ate my ship, and you tried to stop us from reaching a doctor? I won't let you get away with everything you've done to us. How dare you hurt Lord Wopple, the righteous king of Drum Kingdom? How dare you fight against the king? Shouted his 2 followers at the same time. Him, a king? Scoffed Drake. He's more of a disgrace. I don't care who you are. Added Luffy. I just know that I hate you. Aya! Shouted angrily Wopple. You really made me mad. I will eat you all. He started to open his mouth wide, the indent from Drake's axe still visible on his jaw despite it having been fixed sometime between their last meeting and now. You want to fight him? Drake asked Luffy, who nodded. Then we'll take care of his 2 followers. You should get back inside to get a jacket before you catch a cold, we will have them beat by then. He said, as Chopper shifted into his larger form. I'm Kuromarimo, and this is Chess. Introduced one of Wopple's followers. As if they cared. And we'll be getting back our king's castle on your corpses. Kuromarimo static. He shouted as he sent a ball hurtling toward them. Sanji used one of his legs to stop it, which, really, was a bad move since he had no idea what the ball could be. It proved to be a bad idea when he couldn't remove it from his leg. Kuromarimo started to send more of those static ball toward them, Drake avoiding them while Sanji and Chopper got hit. Just stick them on the walls. Said Drake, watching unamusedly Sanji and Chopper try to stick the ball on each other. His haki warned him about another wave of projectiles coming toward his 2 distracted comrades. Are you planning to do anything about these guys, or should we wait for Luffy to come back and do everything? Sanji immediately got rid of the static ball by using the closest wall and twisted to avoid those that Kuromarimo was sending toward him. He ran toward Chess and in one powerful kick sent him right into Wopple's open mouth, the king trying to eat Chopper from behind while the reindeer was distracted attacking Kuromarimo. The impact was strong enough that he skidded a few meters against the ground, and Kuromarimo gaped at seeing his king get moved that easily. Chopper used his distracted state to grab him, and followed Sanji's example by sending him flying into Wopple's still open mouth as well, though it was more like lobbing him since the king had fallen on his back. You just allowed me to use my most powerful attack. Shouted Wopple as he struggled to get back on his feet. I just created the strongest fighter of Drum Kingdom. Chessmarimo. They're just seated one on top of the other. Sweat dropped Sanji. I don't even want to know what they are trying to do. Said Drake. The newly named Chessmarimo charged at them, and Drake shifted into his Allosaurus form. It was getting tiring to deal with them, it was cold outside, and he'd rather be free to watch Luffy defeat the False King rather than have to deal with those 2 weaklings. His teeth closed on them both at the same time, and in what was starting to become his most used move in fights, he clamped his jaw shut. Luffy might have called dibs on Wopple, but nobody could prevent him from ending this fight right now. The taste of blood filled his mouth, and he jerked his head from side to side a few times to ensure that they wouldn't get up. Their multiple layers of clothes were protecting them a little, but his teeth were sharp enough to break through them. Still, he'd rather not kill anyone, so he wouldn't clench his jaw to break their spine like he had done to Mr. 5, because it would risk his teeth sinking too deep into their body and hitting something vital. This way, they would only die if they tried to move and bled out. And I just defeated your strongest fighter. What does that say about my strength? He taunted Wopple. You're lucky we're waiting for Luffy to show up, or we would have found out which one of us can bite the strongest. He added with a bloody grin. I'm back. Shouted Luffy as he came back out of the castle, wearing Nami's jacket. Drake changed back into his human form and pointed toward Wopple. He's all yours. Great. Answered Luffy with a grin. This won't take long at all. He said, sending both his arms behind him. Gum Gum Bazooka. He shouted, his arms coming back at incredible speed, hitting Wopple right in the middle of his chest, sending him flying. However, this time there was no one to prevent him from passing over the edge of the mountain, and he flew away, disappearing in the sky. You might have sent him far enough that he fell into the water. Noted Drake, impressed. He had already seen Luffy's determination and endurance, but this showed that he possessed a real strength behind his attacks. The captain was definitely strong enough to hurt him despite his scales if they decided to seriously spar one day. Dark then turned his attention to the mountainside. He had felt sometime during the fight, if it could even be called a fight, that there were people approaching but they were far enough that he hadn't cared too much. Now though, they were close enough that he could recognize presences he had gotten used to in the last days. Oi, Luffy, the others are coming up. He warned. Really? How can you tell? Asked Luffy. It's something called hockey. I will start teaching you all once we get back to the ship, but it takes time to learn, so you will not have unlocked it by the time we reach Alabasta. He warned. One of the different types allows me to sense the presence of other people, so I can tell that people are coming from over there, and I recognize the crew. He explained. Oh, yeah, I can see some weird cabin coming toward us. Agreed Luffy after having walked to the edge of the mountain. They all waited until the cabin reached them, Luffy jumping on Zoro as soon as he got out of the cabin. Zoro! He shouted happily. Usopp, Vivi. What was that thing that you used to get here? That was a lift. Started to explain Vivi. Did you manage to find a doctor? Is Nami okay? Yes, everyone's fine. Said Luffy with a smile. We saw Nami not too long ago. Added Sanji. She was walking and looked better. Wapol attacked our town and said he would get up here, did you see him? Asked Dalton warily. Oh sure, we totally kicked his butt. Sent him flying toward the sea. Explained Luffy. And the other two? Asked Dalton. They're over there. Said Drake. They should be alive if they receive treatment, but you can let them bleed to death if that's what you want. Dalton looked conflicted at that, looking at the blood surrounding Chess and Kuromarimo. They'll probably leave the country to look after Wapol. He finally decided. The 20 doctors are still in the town down there, we can bring those two to them. Oh, we got a new crew member. Luffy shouted, turning to look for Chopper. He's a reindeer that can talk, and he's a doctor too. And he got a nice hat. He added happily. Is that him? Asked Zoro, pointing toward the small reindeer hiding behind a tree. Yup. Luffy said, ignoring the panic of the villagers around them. Come on Chopper, I want you to meet the crew. He said, grabbing a frightened Usopp with one hand and starting to walk toward Chopper, Zoro and Vivi following behind. Hi. Said Vivi, crouching next to him. So you're a doctor? Are you the one that treated Nami? Chopper nodded shyly at that, and Vivi gave him a beaming smile. Then thank you. Shut up. Shouted Chopper, making everyone except Luffy, who only blinked, flinch in surprise. Your thanks don't make me happy at all. He then added, his words contrasting with the happy dance he was making. You really don't know how to take a compliment. Commented Usopp. And I can't join your crew. Said Chopper, turning toward Luffy. I'm a reindeer, and I can talk, and I have a blue nose. I'm not human, I'm a monster. He added angrily. And a monster can't be friends with humans. Then it's good none of us really are human, right? Said Luffy with a smile. I'm rubber, Drake can transform into a dinosaur, Zoro was called a demon in East Blue, Nami is really scary. All of us are monsters in our own way, so you're fitting right in. He explained calmly. I think you're really cool, so come with us. He shouted. Chopper just watched him, tear in his eyes, before nodding. Okay, he said shyly. One Piece. Understandably, when they went back inside to tell Nami that they were leaving and that Chopper was their new crew member, Dr. Kureha, who was in the process of yelling at Nami because she was out of her bed, became suddenly angrier. Drake had to avoid a sloppily thrown knife, which indicated that Kureha wasn't really trying to kill him, but was still making her displeasure rather clear. I don't think so. She snapped. As I already told this young woman, she is my patient, and I won't let her leave until I'm sure that she is better, which will take a week. You still haven't paid for my services, and now you're telling me that you are going to steal my assistant. I won't let you. She said angrily. Your patient? Asked Drake, a sly smile appearing on his face. It's funny, that Chopper just recently told us that he was the one that treated Nami. Are you saying that he lied to us? Kureha frowned at him, sensing the manipulation coming but not wanting to disparage her assistant like that. He is the one that treated her, but she will still need to have a follow-up dash. And Chopper will be able to observe her and keep track of her health once they are both on our ship. He interrupted. And since you just admitted that he is the one that treated her, shouldn't we discuss the matter of payment with him, instead of with you? Kureha went to cut in, but he talked over her. After all, he seems like someone intelligent enough to make his own choices, and he chose to leave with us, shouldn't you acknowledge his decision and support him? He saw that Kureha still looked angry, and his voice softened. I'm just trying to take care of him, I don't want him to leave here thinking you disapprove. Because he will be leaving with us, and you won't be able to do anything to stop us. Kureha frowned, but admitted defeat. You better take care of him then. She threatened. He is still young, and needs someone to look after him. She warned. Drake smiled at that, seeing that despite her harsh behavior, she cared about her charge. You have seen how far this crew was willing to go for its member. He remarked. We will do our best to keep him safe, but he has made his choice to join us, and it won't be an easy life. But I think that he knows that, and he is still willing to come with us. Kureha sighed, leaving the room and ignoring Nami that was trying to sneak out of the room. The two Straw Hats shared a look, before Nami winked at him. "You're sneaky," she noticed, her tone approving. I'm just good at making civilians do something even when they don't want to." "One Piece. You have everything you need?" asked Usopp, looking at Chopper and the two small bags he was carrying with him. Nodded Chopper. "I don't need more clothes than my stretching pants, and I took everything I will need to be a doctor," he announced, beaming at Usopp. "Then we're all good to go back into the village," said Dalton, leading them toward the cabin. The descent was far shorter than the climb, and it took almost no time for them to get the ship ready to go. "Are you okay?" asked Drake softly, seeing Chopper throw a long glance toward the mountain where the castle resided. He nodded decidedly, but he still had a small frown on his face. "I just wish she would have come out of the castle to say goodbye," he explained in a small voice. "But I'm still happy to join your crew," he exclaimed, this time with a smile. "She definitely cares about you," said Drake. "But she seems like the type of person who has a hard time showing it," he added. Just as he went to get into the kitchen to see if Sanji needed help with the party that Luffy had been requesting, he heard a muffled sound coming from the island. He and Chopper turned, and were greeted by the sight of a flare rising from the castle high into the air, only to explode and release a pink smoke, creating the illusion of a blooming sakura around the mountain. A smile almost broke on Drake's face at that, and he entered the kitchen, leaving a teary-eyed Chopper to enjoy the sight. They hadn't left Drum for long when Luffy turned toward Drake, remembering part of a conversation they had earlier. "So, Drake, you told me you would tell us about hockey?" "Hockey?" repeated Zoro, the others coming closer to listen to the conversation. "It's something that you should all learn to do, as it will give you an edge when fighting." Drake started to explain. "There are 3 types of hockey, but only 2 can be learned. The first one is observation hockey. It allows you to feel the presence of others. It is usually used in a fight to be able to anticipate the attack of your enemies, but it also allows its user to be able to feel where other people are. I was able to tell that you were coming up the mountain before seeing you," he explained. "Anticipate attacks?" asked Sanji. "I guess a demonstration is in order," said Drake, sitting up. "Come on Sanji, try to kick me." Sanji looked at him a few seconds hesitantly, but instead of asking him if he was sure, he directed a weak kick toward his shoulders. Drake barely shifted his body and avoided it easily. "Come on, you can kick harder than that," he gawked, Sanji answering with a barrage of kicks that Drake once again avoided without his feet ever moving from their position on the floor. Zoro snorted, amused. While he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to do better than Sanji given the ease with which Drake moved around the blows, it was still satisfying to see the chef get frustrated at his opponent. "Have something to say?" he asked angrily, turning toward the swordsman. "Calm down, you two," said Drake before Zoro could rile Sanji up further. "You said there was another type we could learn?" asked Nami, helping him prevent a fight from breaking out between the two. "The second type is called armament hockey," Drake explained, sending a grateful look at Nami. "It allows you to create a sort of armor around part of your body to protect it from damages. It also allows you to get past devil fruit defense." "What do you mean?" asked Usopp. "Luffy, gives me your arm," ordered Drake, holding his hand out. "Given that your body is made of rubber, you can't be armed by punches. But if I use hockey, then," he lightly punched Luffy's arm, just strong enough that it would have stretched under the impact normally. However, they could all see that his arm didn't bend, and Luffy gave a surprised flinch when it hurt. Some people have devil fruits that makes it hard for them to get hurt, but knowing armament allows you to bypass those. There aren't a lot of people that know about it in these parts of the Grand Line, so if you manage to learn it before we reach the second part, then it will definitely give you an edge over most opponents. As to normal armament, Zoro, try to cut me," he ordered, taking one of his gloves out. The swordsman didn't hesitate and sprung up to his feet, before drawing Yubashiri out and trying to cut him. Drake raised his now bare hand, and grabbed the sword before it could touch his head. A black sheen had covered it, and when he released the blade, they all could see that he took no damage. "Useful," noted Zoro as he sethed Yubashiri. He could feel Kotetsu wanting to try its sharpness against Drake, but he mentally admonished him as he sat back down. "I will teach you how to unlock it, but it will take time before you make any visible progress," finally explained Drake. "And everyone can learn to do that?" asked Nami. While she wasn't planning to fight anyone, they were going into a country in the middle of the Civil War, and knowing Luffy they would attract trouble at every island they stopped at. A way to avoid taking damage would be a great help in ensuring their survival. Everyone can learn the basics, but only some people manage to unlock the more advanced techniques. Most people have one type that they are better at, however, so even by doing the same training not everyone will unlock it at the same time. He explained. I can show you the exercise to do for armament this afternoon, and then alternate between the two each day until we reach Alabasta. He offered, earning nods from the rest of the crew. If we're talking about useful things right now, Vivi, what can you tell us about Baroque's work? Chopper and Drake don't know what is really going on. Asked Nami. Drake could see Luffy's attention starting to wander, and he lightly tapped the back of his head. Focus. He admonished him. So you know who you will have to fight. It would be bad if you were to fight someone, only to find out that he is just a minor Baroque's work member, wouldn't it? Luffy instantly snapped his attention back toward Vivi, drawing chuckles out of the rest of the crew. Baroque's work is an organization that is trying to take over my country, Alabasta, by creating a rebellion over the lack of available water. Started to explain Vivi to an attentive Chopper. I infiltrated it 2 years ago to find out who was at its head, and I found out that it's the Shichibukai crocodile that is leading it. Shichibukai? Asked Chopper, while Drake's eyes opened wide. He hadn't known that Crocodile was involved, as the man seemed to use Alabasta as a way to have a foothold in the Grand Line and didn't seem to care that much about the country outside of protecting it from rookie pirate crews. It's a pirate sanctioned by the world government. He explained succinctly. There are only 7 of them, and they are all quite strong. His organization is split into different levels. Under him are his strongest fighter, all split into pairs. The Mr. 1 to Mr. 5 pair are the officer agents. They have control over an army of 200 people called the Billions. Then, the Mr. 6 to Mr. 12 pair are the frontier agents, and have control over 1,800 agents called the Millions. The lower your number, the stronger you are. The frontier agents aren't really strong. Noted Zoro. I faced a few of them at Whiskey Peak and I defeated, 5 of them by myself. While Crocodile himself isn't the strongest Shichibukai, he is the most powerful fighter you could find this close to the entrance of the Grand Line. Said Drake with a frown. It's probably one of the reasons he targeted Alabasta. Even the Marines around here are weaker than him. And the climate will give him an advantage. What do you mean? Asked Luffy. While he wanted to face a strong guy like Crocodile, he needed to beat him to save Vivi's country, and if Crocodile belonged in the same group as Dracula Mihawk, he would need every advantage to beat him. He is a sand Logia. It means that his body can literally become sand. Alabasta is a desert country, so we will have to try and fight him as far away from the sand as possible. It also means that normal attacks won't hurt him. He informed Luffy. He won't be able to transform into sand if we douse him with water, but it will be hard to do given the situation in Alabasta. So either you find a huge source of water when you go fight him, or I will have to help you fight. I'm not letting anyone fight my battles for me. Said Luffy, frowning unhappily. Luffy, you don't understand what it is to fight a Logia. Imagine someone whose whole fighting ability is based on punching people fighting you. They wouldn't be able to win unless they find a new way to fight. It's the same here, you won't be able to land a hit unless he is rendered solid, and I know of only 2 ways of doing that. It would have been like me fighting Buggy. Observed Zoro. While he could understand. Luffy's want to fight on his own without help. If he knew that he would be at a disadvantage, that meant he wouldn't even be able to hit his opponent. There was no shame in getting help in that case. He knew he was lucky that every crew they had faced had either involved a swordsman, or he had been forced to decimate a high number of low-level grunts, but if he had to fight a sniper or someone that made swords useless like Buggy, and there was another person on the crew that could fight with him, he wouldn't refuse their help. Is there a way for me to learn armament hockey before the fight? I don't think I will find water in the desert. Asked Luffy. It would take most people at least a month to learn enough hockey to activate it in life or death situations, and we have days at most. Answered regrettably Drake. I don't want to take your fight from you. I understand that it's your right as a captain to face Crocodile, but I want to ensure his defeat more than anything. I will gladly step down if you find a way to fight him alone. He conceded. Luffy finally nodded, happy at the compromise. Having a crew meant he didn't have to do anything alone, but he still wanted to fight his own fights, to grow stronger with each opponent he faced. One Piece. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper were all fishing, a lump on their head from their attempt at stealing from Sanji's kitchen. While they had managed to avoid the chef, there was no misleading Drake's observation hockey, and he had no shame in denouncing them as having come into the kitchen during the night. Since they had eaten most of the food and Drake wasn't letting hunger be a reason to skip hockey training, they were all hungry and cranky, Sanji throwing angry looks toward their back every few minutes. Come on. Let's see what we still have in stock for the rest of our journey. Said Drake, putting a reassuring hand on Sanji's shoulder and leading him into the pantry. A few minutes into their attempt to determine how to divide the little food they had to feed them for a day and a half without anyone growing too hungry, they heard a commotion outside. Drake stopped moving, his head pegged to the side as he listened to the new voice that had joined the familiar ones of the crew. "Should we go?" asked Sanji distractedly. "They feel strong, but not threatening. Everyone else is outside, we will hear if anything happens and we are needed." They could hear Luffy, Usopp and Chopper happily laughing outside for a few minutes before Usopp's shout of "Mr. 2" reached their ears. They watched each other in surprise for a second before running outside, only to see a ship getting away from them and everyone looking at Vivi with incredulous faces. "What happened?" asked Sanji. "Mr. 2 was on the ship. Vivi had his exact description but didn't match him with it," explained Nami. "I never saw him before," repeated Vivi. "He's not really discreet," countered Usopp. "You don't see Okama's dress to look like a swan every day. He didn't seem to know who we were, so he showed us his devil fruit," added Zoro with a smirk. "When he touches someone's face, he is able to morph his features to match theirs. But now that we know about his ability, we can take countermeasures." "What are you thinking of?" asked Nami. "He only copied our body. We should keep an object, something distinctive that we can show each other if we're in doubt." "Why not a mark?" offered Nami after thinking about it for a second. "We make a mark somewhere hidden on our body." "Are we sure he won't be able to copy it?" asked Drake. "He didn't have Nami's tattoo," answered Usopp. Sanji's head snapped up at that, looking at Nami's shirt that was hiding half of her arms. "How do you know that?" he asked. "One piece." Chopper looked at his left arm, where a bandage was hiding a dark X as a way to make sure that they could trust each other. "Are you okay?" asked Usopp, seeing the strange look on their newest crew member. "I'm just not sure about how much I will be able to help," he said, suddenly feeling insecure as the danger of what they were going to do registered in his mind, and the distant and unknown enemy suddenly took a face and was able to reach them on their ship. "You just need to do the best you can to help," said reassuredly Usopp. "Not everyone can be as strong as Luffy or the others, but as long as you do your best, then it will be okay. Even taking out the weaker fighters is important to make sure that the other can focus on the more powerful ones. And furthermore, you're a doctor," added Drake, having overheard the conversation. "Even if you're not able to defeat someone, you will be able to patch everyone up, and that's just as important as fighting. But I saw your 3 forms, and your larger one seems to be rather strong, so I'm sure you will be able to help." "Oh, I haven't shown any of you," said Chopper, blinking in shock. "I developed a medicine that allows me to access up to 7 different transformations." He took a small sphere out of his backpack. "I called it a rumble ball. When I eat one, I can transform for 3 minutes into 4 more forms than my usual." Drake just looked blankly at him for a few seconds. I never heard of anything like that," he finally said. "That's truly genius," he added quietly, triggering a happy dance from the small doctor and a volley of insults. "There's a lot of limitations on it, and I can't take them often, but it's definitely useful," explained bashfully Chopper. "I don't think that even Dr. Vegapunk, who is one of the smartest men alive and the one that discovered much of what we know about devil fruit powers, has thought about granting a Zoan more forms." "Wow," said Usopp, amazed. "Would that work for Drake too?" "The idea behind it, yes, but I would need to tailor it to him for it to work. If the dosage is wrong, it can be disastrous," explained Chopper. "I'd rather not test it," said Drake with a tight smile. "I had a hard time getting control over my devil fruit when I got it. I'd rather not transform partly into a dinosaur and lose control." "Yeah, I had an accident once, because of the rumble ball," said Chopper, suddenly oddly subdued. "Losing control of your devil fruit can be really bad." Usopp and Drake glanced at each other and decided not to question the now uncomfortable doctor further. "Well, I'm going to ask Nami how long until we reach land," said Usopp awkwardly before leaving, Drake following him with a small pat to Chopper's head. "I can't wait," shouted Luffy excitedly as they entered the river. Leading to Nanohana, his eyes scanning over the part of the town they could already see. "Restaurant, restaurant," he chanted happily, drool falling from the corner of his mouth. "You wouldn't have been so hungry if you hadn't eaten everything we had," said Sanji, still angry about it. "We'll have to restock," said Drake. "And to buy clothes adapted for traveling in the desert. And to find a restaurant for Luffy," he added, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth at his captain's enthusiasm. "We won't stay long in the Mary after this. We just need to stay near the coast until we reach Aramaru, and it won't take more than half a day. Then I don't know how long it will take until we can go back to the Mary," explained Vivi. "I can deal with restocking on food alone then," said Sanji. and Vivi and I will go looking for clothes," said Nami. "What are you going to do?" she asked, turning toward the rest of the boys. "Go explore, see if I can find anything interesting to tinker with," said Usopp. "I think I'm going to explore too, see if there is anything new I can learn about medicine here," answered Chopper. "I'll follow you then," said Drake. "Unless you want to do something out there? I can keep guard on the ship," he asked, turning toward Zoro, earning a negative shake of his head. "And I'm going to get food," shouted Luffy, grabbing onto the rails of the Mary and rocketing himself toward the city before anyone could say anything. "He's hopeless," sighed Nami. Chopper, Drake, and Usopp left in the same direction, quickly splitting from first Nami and Vivi, and then losing Sanji at a food stall. Drake was happy to follow the small reindeer in Nanohana's bookshop. The reindeer found a few books talking about plants specific from Alabasta, some of them talking especially about their usage in medicine. It took them less than an hour to see everything the market had to offer, and they reunited with Usopp halfway through their tour. They waited at the edge of the market where they had separated and were joined a few minutes later by Sanji, Vivi, and Nami, all three holding various bags. "Did any of you see Luffy?" asked Nami as soon as they got close enough to hear. "No, but there's noise coming from there," said Drake, pointing toward a large street next to them. Soon, they could all hear shouts and the sound of people running. Luffy suddenly came running into their street, a man with a marine uniform and floating above the ground following him. "Is that?" asked Drake, shocked as he recognized the power the marine used. "Everyone!" shouted Luffy, barreling toward them. "Don't come near us!" shouted back most of the crew, Drake still too shocked at seeing Smoker floating toward them. His brain restarted and he instantly turned away, ducking his face to hide it behind the fur of his coat. Suddenly a flash of fire flew toward Smoker, stopping him in his tracks. "We need to run!" exclaimed Sanji, prompting them all into action. It took them a few minutes to get back to the ship, and Drake's mind was reeling the entire time. He and Smoker had been friends, Smoker being a few years older than him, but the fact that he started in East Blue and his attitude had slowed his rise through the ranks, while Drake had been a shooting start despite his past hindering him. Last he knew, he had been sent back into the East Blue, and had decided to stay in Logtown to prevent pirates from crossing Reverse Mountain. He certainly wasn't expecting to meet him on the Grand Line. As they reached the ship, Vivi shouted to Karu to get out. "What happened?" asked Zoro, watching them all being slightly out of breath, while Vivi was talking to Karu and giving him a piece of paper. "Smoker was here," explained Sanji. Zoro's eyebrows rose at that. "Who is he?" asked Chopper. "A marine from the East Blue," explained Sanji. "He tried to capture Luffy once, but we managed to escape. He had a reputation for being in the East for years, so we weren't expecting him here." "What was the fire that stopped him?" asked Usopp as they all climbed up the ship. "That's my brother," exclaimed happily Luffy. Everyone fell down at that, shocked. "I didn't know he ate a devil fruit, I haven't seen him in ages." "You have a brother?" yelled Nami and Usopp at the same time. "I don't even want to know what kind of monster he has to be Luffy's brother," muttered Zoro. Luffy was nodding, his smile even bigger than usual. "Oh, yeah, Ace is super strong. I never won a fight against him even when I had my devil fruit and he didn't have one." "Ace?" repeated Drake. He had been too distracted by Smoker to pay attention to anything else, but someone named Ace having fire powers, he could only think of one person. Someone landed on the railing behind Luffy, confirming Drake's ideas. "Long time no see, Luffy," said the stranger with a blinding smile. "Ace!" exclaimed Luffy. "Your brother is Fire Fist Ace?" choked out Drake. He could feel part of the crew reacts in shock behind him. "Second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates?" said Sanji, his cigarette falling out of his mouth. Luffy just ped his head to the side. "Whitebeard? How haven't you heard of Whitebeard?" shouted Nami. "He is the strongest pirate of the Grand Line," explained Ace. He hadn't expected Luffy to know Whitebeard, his brother tended to be rather uninformed. "He is the man that I will make the Pirate King," he said with a smirk. "Then I will have to fight you both," answered Luffy, unconcerned by the challenging tone. "He would be happy for you to join his crew, so I'm extending an offer to all of you," Ace said, his gaze swiping over the rest of the straw hats. "No thanks," answered flippantly Luffy. Nami facebombed at him rejecting an offer from one of the Yonko so easily. "I didn't expect anything else," answered Ace, not bothered by the immediate refusal. "So," he started, his eyes returning on the crew that was watching him. "This is your crew. I must thank you for looking after my brother," he said with a formal bow. They all scrambled to bow back to him. "It's no problem, really," said Nami awkwardly. I wanted to see you, Luffy, but I must get going," said Ace, before fetching something from the back pocket of his shorts and holding it out for Luffy. "Take this. It will allow us to reunite one day." Luffy took it, looking at it oddly. "A piece of paper?" he questioned. "Don't want it?" said Ace teasingly. "No, I'll take it," answered Luffy, his hand closing over it to make sure Ace couldn't take it back. "You said you must be going, do you have something to do here?" asked Sanji. "I'm looking for a man, going by the name Blackbeard," answered Ace, his face suddenly serious. "He betrayed Whitebeard and killed one of the commanders. He was part of my division, and I must catch him and bring him back so he can be punished." The Straw Hats watched him seriously, Drake hissing through his teeth. "Killing someone that was in your crew, that trusted you to have their back?" He hated people like this, who really had no honor and followed no code. Ace looked undisturbed at the sudden more serious atmosphere his words had created, and gave them a two-finger salute before jumping from the Mary into his own vessel which he powered by his own fire powers. "What was that he gave you?" asked Nami when Ace had disappeared on the horizon, the crew surrounding Luffy to look at the gift. "It's a Vivre card," recognized Drake. "What's that?" "That is something really rare, and can be powerful if it falls into the wrong hands," he started to explain. "Hold it in the palm of your hand." They all watched as the piece of paper started to twitch in Luffy's hand. "It moved!" exclaimed Luffy, surprised. "It moves in Ace's direction. You'll just need to follow it to find him again. It can't be destroyed by conventional means, but if it ever starts to burn, it means that Ace's life is in danger. The smaller the piece becomes, the closer he is to death. If he gets better, the piece will become full again," he explained. "Useful," said Zoro. "We need to go before the Marines catch us," suddenly remembered Nami, and they all went to get the ship ready to sail. "What's the plan for now?" asked Drake. "We need to get to Yuba. We can't access it with the Mary, so we will need to stop at Aramaru, then cross the desert for about a day until we reach Yuba." "Is that where Crocodile is?" asked Sanji. "No, that's the main base for the rebel army," explained Vivi. "I need to get there and talk to its leader, to convince them that they are being manipulated and that my father isn't the one responsible for what's happening." "You can't believe that you will succeed," said Zoro, incredulous. "Don't talk to Vivi like that, shitty swordsman," started to say Sanji, only to get cut off by Drake. "Vivi, you can't argue with an army of 700,000 people to stop fighting. You can't negotiate with people that are so angry at the government that they start rebelling." "How could you know?" she asked angrily. Drake clenched his jaw, but didn't answer. He had seen it as a Marine, how violent the people could become, and how once they were part of a mob they would all rile each other up until they no longer were able to listen to reason. "I know the leaders of the rebel army," said Vivi. "We are childhood friends, and if I tell him that my family isn't responsible for this, he will listen to me," she said forcefully. "And will the rest of the rebellion listen to him? If he just tells them to stop fighting, that the king isn't the bad guy here, but can't give proof to this? It's not reasonable," argued Drake. "I need to at least try," she shouted. "I won't let my people kill each other if I can prevent it." "We'll do what you think is best," interrupted Luffy. Drake huffed, but kept quiet. She was losing time, valuable time that they could spend looking for Crocodile and making sure to stop him before he could do anything else. They barely stopped at Aramaru, the town deserted and covered in sand. Vivi had explained that it had once been famous for its vegetation, but because of the lack of rain it had slowly died out. The fact that soldiers carrying dance powder had been found out had angered people, and most of the town had left to join the newly created rebellion. They left Aramaru after a small pause, and started walking once again in the desert. The heat from the day was hitting them all strongly, Chopper and Usopp being the most affected, or at least the ones complaining the most. But with Vivi leading the way, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Drake following her pace without complaint, the rest of the crew was forced to walk quickly lest they get left behind. This was why despite the heat, they managed to reach Yuba in a couple of hours. Yuba seemed to be in an even worse state than Aramaru. Or at least, from what they could see. A sandstorm was raging in the town, and even from their vantage position at the top of one of the surrounding dune, they could barely see the house from behind the sand. "It's huge," said Nami, her eyes wide. "We need to get somewhere safe," said Vivi. "We can't risk getting caught in it if it moves toward us." However, the sandstorm seemed to stay over the town, and they kept watching it safely from behind the dunes. "There's something strange about it," said Nami. While she had never seen a sandstorm before, she was sure that it was going in the opposite direction of the wind. Drake extended his haki and frowned. "It's not natural. I can feel a presence in it." "Crocodile?" asked fearfully Usopp. Probably. He can control sand, so he is probably able to create sandstorms. Answered Sanji. He could destroy entire towns with his power. Remarked Zoro. Drake pointed toward Yuba. The sandstorm was starting to slow down, and they finally could see the town appear from behind the winds. It was in a similar state to Aramaru, a lot of houses destroyed and the rest overrun with sand. This is exactly what he is doing here. We need to find the people living here, said Vivi, before starting to run down the dune. Are there even people there? Asked Zoro as they all followed her. I can only sense one person, answered Drake quietly. Sanji grimaced next to them. If the rebels already left the town to clash with the army. That's no good, said Chopper. One Piece. Just like they sadly expected, the town was alone safe for one old man who had introduced himself as Toto. The old man had recognized Vivi quickly, and they seemed to know each other, although their connection hadn't been made clear. Vivi still was shocked to hear that the rebels had left the town. The constant sandstorms were too destructive for them to stay here, explained Toto. The Straw Hats looked at each other, all thinking the same thing. If Crocodile had been responsible for the sandstorm they had seen when reaching Yuba, it wasn't a stretch to think that he was also responsible for the previous ones. Which meant that he had pushed the rebel army to leave Yuba and was going to try to force the confrontation with the king's soldiers. Where did they go? Asked anxiously. Vivi. Their new base is next Nanohana. Toto answered. Nanohana, shouted Nami. But we were here just a day ago. We need to get back there, said Vivi desperately. We can't go now, the sun is about to set, reasoned Nami. Let's spend the night here, and then go back into the desert tomorrow. Luffy had a pensive face on, but followed his crew in one of the empty houses without saying anything. The next day, however, when Vivi tried to make them leave Yuba to go back to Nanohana, he sat cross-legged on the floor, crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Vivi determinedly. I'm not moving. What? Asked Nami, shocked, as they all turned to watch him. I said I'm not moving. I don't want to go back to Nanohana. What are you talking about? We need to stop the rebellion, said Vivi, coming to stand in front of him. Do you truly believe everything will be okay if we reach them? I have to at least try, she shouted back. You have? Vivi, you're not alone in this. If talking to one guy was all it took to prevent this war, you wouldn't need our help. Vivi swallowed nervously at that. Crocodile planned this for years, it won't be this easy. The only way to stop this is to beat him up so he can no longer manipulate everything. He continued. Vivi, even if you manage to convince the revolutionaries' leader, Crocodile just needs to find another person to act as a leader in his stead. Said Drake, not saying that he didn't believe that she could convince him. He might be a childhood friend, but to lead a rebel army as big as this one, you couldn't let feelings get in the way. If he still has access to the dance powder, he only needs to use it a few times and the people will grow angry again. Continued quietly Nami. We're here for you, Vivi, said Luffy, his eyes locking with hers. Use us. Vivi nodded, tears in her eyes. Okay, she whispered. If you want to defeat him, then we need to go to Rain Base. One Piece. Oh, Nami, I finally ended what you asked of me, said Usopp as they neared Rain Base. What's that? Asked Chopper, as Usopp grabbed 3 blue pipes from his bag and handed them out to Nami. That's a new weapon. I called it the Clima-Tact. You can reunite the 3 parts to be used as a staff, or you can use them separately. I wrote a notice on how it works. You should try it now, advised Drake, before you get into a real fight. Nami looked up, surprised, before she turned toward Usopp. Sure, said the sniper. Most of it is just tricks, but given your knowledge of weather I thought you could do something with it. You can create small, cold ball when you do this, he started to explain, Nami nodding alongside his explanation. It took him the remaining part of their travel to Rain Base to explain every functionality he had designed, and when they reached the town he barely gave them the time to breathe before exclaiming that he would bring them water, Luffy following him with a shout. Is it really a good idea to let these two do this? Asked Nami. You were too involved in your discussion with Usopp to hear it, but Luffy wouldn't shut up about being thirsty for the last half an hour, said Sanji, shrugging. They should be able to go drink and bring us something. I trust at least Usopp not to get distracted. They're coming back, informed Chopper, his nose twitching as he felt their familiar scent get near, ported by the wind. Drake unconsciously focused his observation haki on them, only to flinch in surprise as he felt another presence. He said heartfully. They're bringing Luffy and Usopp suddenly appeared in the street next to them, followed by Smoker and a group of Marines. Smoker, finished lamely Drake. Scatter, shouted Luffy. Nami and Vivi started running toward Crocodile's casino, Luffy and Usopp following her. While Sanji, Chopper, Drake, and Zoro went in the opposite position. While most of the Marines tried to follow them since they seemed to be the bigger group, Drake was happy to see that Smoker had chosen Luffy's group instead of his own. They easily evaded their pursuers, but they suddenly fell upon a group of civilians that attacked them. "Baroque's work!" shouted Sanji as he saw their marks. Less than a minute later, they looked down at their unconscious adversary. Sanji has put his hands in his pockets in the middle of the fight, while Drake has only got his sword out, his axe staying firmly at his side. "Wasn't Zoro with us?" asked Chopper. "Chopper, he managed to get lost half a dozen times while we were traveling to Yuba. You shouldn't be surprised at this point," said Sanji. "I found a den mushi," said Drake, crouching above one of the unconscious Baroque's Works members and showing them the sleeping snail. "You think they have Crocodile's number?" asked Sanji. "Why would you want to call him?" asked Chopper. "I already faked our death once before," explained Sanji. "He probably knows now that we're still alive, since we met Mr. 2. The rest of the crew went to his casino. They might already be facing him," said Drake, ignoring Chopper's gasp of surprise. "Do you have a plan?" "We can fake my death to draw him out," started to say Sanji, thinking out loud. "We'll act like one of the millions managed to defeat me, and try to lure Crocodile outside. If Luffy and the others haven't found him yet, they'll probably meet him on his way. I don't think they're fighting now, there's too little chaos," he answered. Smart," said Drake, before he looked at Chopper. "You could play Sanji's role since you're able to transform. Get his attention on your larger form, run away, and once you're safe enough, get into your smaller form to evade him." Chopper nodded, and Sanji took the baby Denden from Drake's hand. "Hello?" he said in the receptor. "Can you hear me? You're one of the millions, right?" asked a woman's voice, and Drake hit the back of Sanji's head to force him to refocus when his eyes started to turn into hearths. "I've never used a baby Den mushi before," he said to distract her from her question. "What happened?" asked a man's voice, and Sanji's head snapped up to look at Drake, a triumphant look on his face as he recognized Crocodile's voice. "Oh, I've heard that voice before," he said with a sheet-eating grin. "Welcome, sir, this is the Shitty Restaurant." "Shitty Restaurant," repeated Crocodile, before making a small noise as he remembered. "Nice, you remember me." They heard a small, muffled sound coming from the den, but couldn't identify what it was. "Who the hell are you?" asked Crocodile angrily. "Me? His eyes suddenly avoided Drake's. "Mr. Prince," he said. One of Drake's eyebrows rose at that. He wouldn't have thought that Sanji would have referenced his birth this casually. "I see. And where are you, Mr. Prince?" asked Crocodile. "Oh, I can't tell you. You'll come to kill me if I do, won't you?" said Sanji, trying to bait him outside. "I don't think you'll be able to, even if you find me, Mr. Zero," he said tauntingly. "Mr. Prince." The voice of Luffy suddenly came out of the baby den, and they looked at each other in shock. "We've been captured, we don't have much time left." That sounds like my crew," he said with a calm he didn't feel. "Well, I will need to dash," he cut off as Drake dropped a body next to him, and gave a small cry. "Tough bstrd," muttered Drake as he took over the baby den mushi, gesturing at Sanji to start running away toward the casino. "What should I do with him, sir?" he asked. "One piece." Smoker's head snapped up as he heard the new voice on the Denver. He knew this voice, but it couldn't be. "Where are you?" asked sharply Crocodile. "I'm at the front gate of the casino called Rain Dinners, in Rainbase, sir," said the voice, and Smoker gritted his teeth. It definitely was Drake's voice, but he couldn't believe that the man would have joined a Shichibukai's crew, given his stance against them before he left. However, he would never have thought that Drake would leave the Marines either, and look at what had happened. Crocodile and his partner left the room without a backward glance, and Luffy ordered Vivi to leave too and to try and get help. She started to run back into the casino, before running right into Drake. "Drake!" she gasped, relieved. "Luffy and the others are dash." "We've heard," interrupted Sanji. "Show us where they are," said Drake. Vivi grabbed Sanji's hand and started to run toward where Luffy and the other had been trapped in a cage, explaining what had happened while they got separated. "Drake! Sanji!" Nami and Usopp shouted happily when they saw them on the top of the stairs. Drake met Smoker's gaze for a second, the two glaring at each other before he looked toward Nami. "Do you know where the key is?" he asked her. Crocodile threw it into the water and one of the bananadiles ate it. She despaired. "Third one on the right," grunted Smoker. The water that was rising in the room was high enough to prevent him from making a full transformation, but he could still call forward part of his Allosaurus, and Drake shifted his eyes, the glacial blue becoming a mix of yellow and orange. The bananadiles in front of him stopped in their attempt to attack him, frozen, as they felt a bigger predator, some part of their brain that had been unused since the dinosaurs disappeared waking up. He cornered the one he wanted, a bloodthirsty grin making the others run away back under the water. The cornered reptile opened his mouth wide in a desperate attempt to protect itself, and Drake used this opportunity to stab the inside of his mouth with his sword. The bananadile reared back, and Drake swung his axe on its now uncovered belly. It threw up what he had eaten, not only a small key that Drake snatched as it flew past him, but also a white ball that cracked open to reveal Mr. They all frowned when they saw him, but Drake ignored his relieved shout of being alive to try the key in the cage lock. "Bstrd," he muttered. "It's not the right key." "What?" shouted Luffy. "But he only threw one key down there," said Usopp. "He never planned on you getting out of here alive," said Drake. He then threw a surreptitious glance at Mr. 3 who was trying to escape discreetly. "Mr. 3, right?" he asked, the man freezing in fear at the sound of his name. "Aren't you able to create the key to this cage using your wax powers?" Mr. 3, clearly remembering how he had lost against Drake, even with the help of Mr. 5, nodded tightly. "Come here," said Drake with a tilt of his head, his hand resting innocently on the hilt of his sword. He opened the door of the cage, and they all looked around desperately. The water that was dripping into the room had now reached Luffy's knee, and the wall wouldn't stand for long against the pressure outside. "We need to get out before the wall breaks," said Usopp, just as the wall broke and water erupted into the room. "Zoro, get Smoker," shouted Luffy as he got swept up by the strong water current. Nami grabbed onto him before he could get too far away from her, just as Sanji started to swim toward Drake. He grabbed the Zoan by the back of his coat, getting a better grip on him by clinging to him with one arm around his middle. Zoro, who had a grip on a catatonic Smoker, pointed up, and they all started to swim toward the glass ceiling that had broken under the pressure. They reached the outside, Vivi having joined Nami in helping her to drag Luffy up. The devil fruit users quickly regained consciousness, coughing up water. "Drake," said Smoker, his eyes blazing with fury as he watched his former friend and marine turned traitor. "Smoker," Drake acknowledged, before turning toward the rest of the Straw Hats. "Chopper is acting as a distraction for Crocodile, but it won't last long. Don't you dare ignore me, you traitor," shouted Smoker, walking toward Drake and pushing him harshly. "Once you start to open your eyes and look at the FING world around you, I'll talk to you. Don't you dare act like you care about traitors after your last years of service," said Drake coldly. "What is that supposed to mean?" asked Smoker before Drake could turn back to ignore him in favor of talking to his crew. "You stayed I don't know how many years in Logue Town, preventing weak pirates that wouldn't last a week in the Grand Line from entering, while other pirates were running havoc in the east," he answered. "The first time you left is when Luffy managed to escape from you, so you clearly care more about reputation than doing your duty. Don't act so high and mighty when you're just as guilty as the higher-up of ignoring the corruption running rampant in the Marines." Smoker had taken an angry red color, but before he could answer a battalion of Marines ran toward them. "You going to fight us?" asked Drake, his glare locked onto Smoker. They stayed like this a few seconds, ignoring the shout of the Marines and of Nami and Usopp that were urging Drake to run. "You saved my life," finally said Smoker, his eyes leaving Drake's to look at Zoro. "I'm letting you go, just this once." He tried to look toward Drake, but the Zoan was already walking away from him. "One piece. Everyone!" shouted a small chopper, jumping high into the air to grab onto Zoro's face. "You're safe," said Sanji, relieved. He had trusted their doctor to evade Crocodile, but it hadn't sat well with him to know how risky it was. "What do we do now? Do we try looking for Crocodile once again?" asked Drake. "We need to get to Alyabarna," revealed Vivi. "The rebel army is going there, and he said that the royal army would answer. I asked my father not to fight in the letter I wrote, but given Mr. Two powers, he could have overrode it," she said with a frown. "How far away is it?" asked Nami. "Probably a day," answered Vivi, biting her nails in distress. "We're going to get too late to prevent the start of the fight, but Crocodile is going to go there, so we will find a way to stop the fight after it had started," she said determinedly. "I made a friend," revealed Chopper. "While I was at the border of the city, I found a moving crab. I can ask him to take us to Alyabarna." "A moving crab?" asked Zoro. "They're really fast, it would take him only a few hours to do the journey," explained Vivi. They quickly located Chopper's friend once they reached the border of Rain Base and went to leave the city on its back. "Duck!" shouted suddenly Drake, one of his hands shooting out to grab onto Vivi and tackling her on the back of the crab, a golden hook appearing where she was just a second before. Crocodile! Shouted Luffy, grabbing the hook as it went to attack Vivi once again. Sanji! Said Drake as he pushed Vivi onto his arms, one haki-covered hand stopping the sand around them from becoming solid around Vivi. Keep her safe. The sand around them was picking up, a sandstorm in the making, and soon the moving crab would no longer be able to move. They couldn't risk being scattered by a sandstorm and Vivi being taken away from them. Drake! Said Luffy with a tilt of his head before he jumped off the crab's back, one hand still holding onto Crocodile's hook. We'll reunite in Alyabarna. Ordered Drake, jumping after Luffy before anyone could protest. No! Luffy, Drake! Shouted Vivi, Sanji's arm around her middle, the only thing preventing her from going after them. We need to get back to them. Said Nami, turning toward Chopper that was holding the reins of the crab. No, we're still going to Alyabarna. Said Zoro. We can't let Dash, started Nami. We won't be able to help. Interrupted Sanji. It's their fight. We need to stop the rebel and royal armies before they can clash. Luffy and Drake were standing, the moving crab quickly disappearing behind their back. In front of them were Crocodile and his partner, Miss All Sunday. Former Rear Admiral X Drake. Said Miss All Sunday, Luffy twitching in surprise at that, even though his gaze never left Crocodile. I wouldn't have thought that someone with a 90 million berry bounty would work with a small crew like this. Nico Robin. Answered Drake. You would know all about working with people with smaller bounties than yours, wouldn't you? 79 million is a respectable amount, especially for someone that young. What do you think you are doing here? Asked Crocodile, bored with the display. We're going to kick your butt. Answered Luffy, cracking his knuckles. For everything you did to Vivi. What I did to her? Repeated Crocodile with a laugh. I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just a businessman, keeping this country afloat in those hard times caused by the Nefertari family. He said with a smirk. Is that what it is called these days? Asked Drake. I don't care what you're saying. Vivi's suffering because of you. She tries so hard to keep her people from fighting, and she won't succeed until I beat you up. Said Luffy seriously. Well, you're lucky I'm busy. Said Crocodile, throwing an hourglass on the ground. I won't have the time to play with you sadly, I'll have to kill you in 3 minutes. Nico Robin. He turned slightly to see his partner from the corner of his eyes, ignoring her frown at being called her real name twice in a day. Go forward, I'll join you soon. Gum Gum Pistol. Shouted Luffy as soon as Robin left, her fist passing through the side of Crocodile's head. The Shichibukai transformed his body into sand, flying toward Luffy. Drake, that had been ignored until then, used this opportunity to fling his haki-covered axe toward Crocodile. It hit him in the torso, sending him flying a few meters away. Rear Admiral, huh? He said, glaring at Drake and cleaning a drop of blood from the corner of his mouth. Sables! He shouted, the start of a sandstorm forming into his hand, quickly gaining volume. I won't let you. Shouted Luffy, his hand passing through Crocodile's arm in an attempt to prevent him from forming his attack. Crocodile had to send the sandstorm before it could truly form toward Drake, slowing him in his attack. He then sent a blade of sand toward Luffy, his hook clashing with Drake's axe as he split himself in two to avoid a swing of his sword. You're annoying. The Shichibukai grunted, his right hand shooting toward Drake's body. The Zoan jumped back, his instinct warning him of the danger even if he couldn't see what kind of attack coming. Crocodile then grimaced as his head was split in two by one of Luffy's fist. He turned around, Luffy barely avoiding the golden hook that would have pierced his heart, only cutting through his shirt. It turned out to be a mistake when Drake used this as an opportunity to grab onto him, preventing him from turning into sand, as Luffy used his position low on the ground to kick him in the middle. Crocodile grunted, his right hand once again trying to touch Drake, but this time the Zoan didn't let him deter him. He shifted into his full Allosaurus form, his tail surrounding Crocodile, one of his claws catching Crocodile's hand before he could be touched. He knew that by increasing his size, he was making himself vulnerable to whatever attack Crocodile wanted to do by touching him, but he needed to immobilize him long enough for Luffy to do his damages. His captain didn't waste time, sending his arms far behind him and slamming them forward into Crocodile. The impact sent Drake stumbling back, surprised at the strength behind it, and he lost the concentration required to keep his haki on both his tail and claws. Crocodile didn't hesitate, and despite the pain he was in, he instantly shifted into sand. You're pissing me off. He grunted, a scowl on his face as he saw that the until now forgotten hourglass that had already run its course. I'll have to end this now. Desert Girasol. He shouted, a blade of sand appearing out of his right hand before he stabbed it into the ground. Started to say Luffy, as the sand under him started to collapse on itself, dragging both him and Drake into the ground, while Crocodile was floating above them, his body half transformed. The Shichibukai started to laugh as he watched them both being dragged into the quicksand, Drake shifting back into his human form in an attempt to slow his descent down. Sheet! Swore Luffy, his arm stretching in an attempt to grab onto something above them, Crocodile laughing as one hand passed through his body, watching them both disappear under the sand. Less than a minute later, the quicksand had transformed back into normal sand, and Crocodile was the only thing moving in the desert. One Piece. Drake gulped for breath as his head finally reached air. He had stopped moving as soon as he had transformed back into his human form in an attempt to stop his burial. Shifting back into his Allosaurus form once the sand had stopped moving around him had allowed him to move the sand above him, even if his back was still hurting from the weight he had to carry. As he had shifted once again to his human form to start moving up, he had felt something supporting his weight and helping him move. He watched around him, seeing a figure standing a few meters from them just as Luffy got out of the sand next to him and started coughing his lungs out. "Why did you help us?" he asked as he recognized Nico Robin. Or at least, he was pretty sure it was Nico Robin. The lack of air was making black spots appear in his vision, and the sun was directly behind her, showing only her slim silhouette and her hat. "Tell me, Monkey D. Luffy," she said, ignoring Drake. "What do you know of the will of the D?" Luffy blinked at her uncomprehendingly, and she sighed. "Never mind," she said, looking up at the person approaching them on the back of a bananadile. "You!" shouted the newcomer, jumping off the back of the bananadile and pointing his sword toward Robin. "What did you do to Princess Vivi?" "You're in no state to fight," Robin noted coldly. "You should take care of them." She pointed toward the tired Drake and Luffy. "They're the ones responsible for bringing your princess back into this country," she informed him, jumping on the back of one of Crocodile's bananadile. "Did you really bring Princess Vivi back?" asked the stranger. Luffy nodded. "Then I must thank you. My name is Pell, I'm one of the head guards." "I'm Drake, this is Luffy," Drake said, pointing toward the ground where Luffy was still resting, too tired to move. "We need to get to Alyabarna as fast as possible." His gaze landed on the piteous-looking Luffy. "And find something to eat, as well as a barrel of water if possible." "Meat," agreed Luffy. Pell nodded at them. "There is a small town on the road toward Alyabarna, we will find what you need there." One Piece. Vivi was scrambling to reach the floor with her feet, Crocodile dangling her above the edge of the palace by her neck. She was trying to grab onto his arm, but as he opened his hand, his arm transformed into sand, preventing her from saving herself from the fall. She could hear his laugh as she fell, her eyes closing to prevent more tears from falling. She had failed. Crocodile was here, Luffy and Drake dead and buried somewhere in the desert, her people were still fighting, and despite the rest of the Straw Hats acting as a distraction to give her this opportunity to save them all, she had still failed. A shout of "Crocodile" made her open her eyes. She struggled to focus through the tears, but she could see a flying form getting closer. "Luffy!" she shouted happily as she recognized him and Drake sitting on Pell's back. Luffy jumped after her, hugging her close with one arm, the other stretching toward Pell, catching Drake's outstretched hand. "Luffy!" she sobbed again once she was on Pell's back. "The palace? A bomb is going to destroy the palace," she informed them, watching Drake's eyes widen in shock. "And I can't stop the fighting. Trust us," Luffy said confidently as they reached the ground at the same time that the rest of the crew arrived at the bottom of the palace. "This time we're going to win against him." With a small tilt of his head, he indicated to Drake to grab onto him. His hands extended and he grabbed onto the edge of the building above them, and he flew both him and Drake toward the rooftop. "I should have made sure you were dead," said Crocodile with a sneer. "It would take more than a little sand to stop us," said Drake tauntingly, stepping in front of Luffy for a second. "Neither of us are easy to kill." "You made Vivi cry," said Luffy, getting out of behind Drake. "I'm going to make you pay for this," he shouted, jumping toward Crocodile. The Shichibukai barely gave him attention, his eyes keeping track of Drake's every move, not wanting to get trapped again. It proved to be a mistake when Luffy's fist smashed into his head instead of passing through it. He grunted under the impact, flying for a few meters before he righted himself. His eyes narrowed. Straw Hat hadn't been able to hit him the last time, and it has only been hours. "Water," he noted. It certainly explained the barrel on his back. Water wasn't a real problem, but he needed to be careful not to get caught by surprise. Taking out one of the two fighters against him would ensure his victory, and they didn't seem to be aware of his ability to absorb water. He would only need one touch and those nuisances would no longer be a problem. Drake stayed behind, watching Luffy fight. He wasn't planning to get involved until Luffy lost his water and no longer could fight alone. A shout of "Desert Spada" from Crocodile made him jump back as a sand blade destroyed the floor where he was standing just seconds before. His haki sharpened to keep track of Crocodile's moves as he turned his head to look toward where Robin was standing, a man he could recognize as Nefertari Cobra stuck to the wall by daggers stabbed into his clothes. The sand blades had missed them by a few meters, but Crocodile's power was far too destructive to risk fighting him next to bystanders. He moved to put himself between them and Crocodile, ready to call his armament forward as soon as he felt Nico Robin try to attack him, not trusting her to stay out of this fight. Luffy attacked Crocodile once. Again, but the Shichibukai avoided the attack, and put his right hand on Luffy's arm. "You think water is my weakness? As if I wouldn't take steps to protect myself from something this obvious." He taunted as he started to dry Luffy's arm. Luffy cried out in pain, his eyes wide as he looked at his mummified arm. He drank water from his barrels for a few seconds, relieved to see his arm getting back to normal. It still felt strange, like his skin was too tight, and he shivered. He dunked water on it and the feeling disappeared. His eyes narrowed. Crocodile might be able to dry the water around him, but he doubted he was able to dry himself, which gave him an idea. If it worked, it would make the fight easier, and if it didn't, he still had Drake as a backup. "Try to protect yourself from that," he shouted, jumping toward Crocodile, his fist ped back as if he planned to attack him once again. Crocodile moved his hand toward him, ready to dry him up, and wasn't expecting him to suddenly rotate his body to avoid the hand and to throw his water barrel. Crocodile spluttered as he got drenched in water, his slick black hair falling into his face. "You bass dash," he started to say, but a bazooka from Luffy silenced him and sent him flying further away. Luffy ran after him, Drake following behind him, not wanting to get too far away just in case. His attention focused on the fight. Drake was taken by surprise when he felt two hands appear on his shoulder to put him in a chokehold. His reflexes alone prevented him from being choked, his armament haki activating just as they tightened on his throat. Robin froze, shocked as black appeared on her hands. She tried to move them, but they were stuck crossed against her chest, just as the pair she had made appear on Drake were frozen. He turned his head to look at her, her hands feeling the powerful muscles of his neck strain against her. "Not a good idea, that," he informed her. She struggled to move her arms as to break the connection between them, but couldn't, and was forced to dismiss her additional arms by sheer willpower, something she hadn't done in years. As soon as they disappeared in a flutter of petals, she could move her arms again. She clutched her hidden dagger in her hands and backed toward the king. Drake didn't move toward her, and as soon as she felt far enough from him to have the time to move if he attacked, she let her dagger go, crossing once again her arms, only this time to make two arms appear on each side of Nefertari Cobra, grabbing the dagger stabbed into his shoulder and removing them to hold them against his throat in a threat not to move. "I'm not staying here to watch them fight," she said coldly. "I won't let you go to wreak havoc somewhere else," countered Drake. "And I'm certainly not letting you get away with the king as a hostage." They were distracted from their argument when the floor under them trembled, and they all looked toward where Crocodile and Luffy were trading blows, only to see Crocodile crouching, his right hand flat against the floor, as the ground around him transformed into sand, the vegetation drying up further and further away from him, showing the progress of his attack. Luffy had to jump over the edge of the building to get far away enough not to get hurt by the attack, one of his sandals having already disappeared, and Drake jumped toward Crocodile, Robin already forgotten, in an attempt to stop his attack before it would force Luffy to dive from the building. He swung his axe toward him, forcing Crocodile to jump back to avoid it, and a glance assured him that Luffy was still grabbing onto the edge of the building. He could see that while Crocodile was still partly drenched in water, he had removed his coat and was already drying up thanks to the heat. Luffy's advantage wouldn't last long, and when the teenager landed back next to him on the rooftop, he could see that Crocodile had given out as many hits as he had taken, a large gash probably caused by Crocodile's hook steadily dripping blood onto the ground. While Crocodile had been hurt by Luffy's blunt force and the damage was internal, the only proof of it the blood staining the corner of his mouth, the Shichibukai was a Grand Line veteran, and they couldn't afford to underestimate his stamina. "Luffy, let me help," he half-asked, half-ordered, his hands clutching his weapon while he waited for permission from his captain. A backward glance showed that Nico Robin had disappeared while he was distracted, taking Cobra back with her. "I'll be more useful here than on the sidelines." "Let's go," acquiesced Luffy, both of them jumping toward Crocodile at the same time. Crocodile easily parried Drake's sword with his hook, ducked to avoid Luffy's leg coming from the side, and tried to touch Drake with his hand as the Zoan couldn't move back without dropping his sword. Drake twisted his body, not able to move properly because of Luffy's body still at his side, and Crocodile managed to grab onto his leather coat. He snapped his arm back harshly, Drake losing his footing and almost falling on him, which would have freed his hook enough to pierce his heart through his back had Luffy not dragged him back at the last second to avoid what would have been certain death. You pathetic rookies think that by using water you're robbing me of my chances to win, but I don't need to avoid getting hit to kill you both. Crocodile taunted, a smirk on his face as he grabbed onto where his hook was linked to the larger round base, twisting it slightly and detaching it. He threw it away, revealing a smaller hook inside. It was silver, with a purple hue when hit directly by the sunlight, and was full of holes. With that, I'll only need one hit to kill you, Crocodile informed them, moving his left arm to show them purple poison coming out of it. And you didn't even manage to keep yourself from being hit when you were alone. He taunted Luffy, before his gaze stopped on Drake. Surrounding yourself with arrogant fools who thinks that knowing the basis of hockey will be enough to fight me won't help you survive. Crocodile jumped toward them, a blade of sand forming into his right hand. He sent it toward Drake, forcing him to take a step back, attempting to hit Luffy with his hook at the same time. The two Straw Hats evaded his attacks and launched their counterattack. While Drake couldn't use his Allosaurus form, as it increased his size too much and he didn't want to make it easier for Crocodile to pierce him with his hook, his hybrid form only had advantages. He wasn't sure how his scales would interact with poison, but it was still better than naked skin. Despite Crocodile's taunts, he was confident in his armament hockey, but he still knew that if the fight dragged on for too long, or if he was taken by surprise, he could be vulnerable. Luffy seemed not to care about his own protection, nearing Crocodile without any attempt to shield himself. Not that there was much he could do, but he had started his attack before Drake, not letting the Zoan get in between him and Crocodile's poisonous hook. Crocodile avoided the fist by mere centimeters, but couldn't dodge the knee that lodged itself in his guts. He coughed up blood, bent in half under the strength of the impact, and Drake used this opportunity to grab his back with one hand, his claws piercing his gloves and sinking deep in the Shichibukai's skin. He used his grip to drag him back until Luffy was out of his hook range, and tried to stab him with his sword. Crocodile, however, had recuperated enough to grab onto his coming wrist with his right hand as the sword started to cut through his skin, attempting to dry him. It took Drake half a second to call forward his haki, and the only thing preventing his arm from being completely dried up in that time was the fact that scales were covering his skin, offering an additional layer that Crocodile had to dry. He shouted in pain as the grip on his wrist tightened, his armament haki barely enough to prevent his arm from being further dried up. He quickly lost strength in his hand, his sword falling uselessly on the ground. However, this byplay had given enough time for Luffy to prepare his next attack, and Drake still had his grip on Crocodile's back. The Shichibukai had no way to avoid the multiples fist coming his way, and Luffy's cry of "Gum Gum Gatling" was the last thing he heard before losing consciousness. The two still standing fighters panted a few seconds, before Drake dropped on his knees next to Crocodile's unconscious body. Well, that hurt. Drake grimaced as he looked at the strange form of his arm. His scales had lost their brilliant green color and had become a dull gray, and they seemed too big on his shriveled up arm. "We need to find water somewhere. What do we do with him?" asked Luffy as he looked at Crocodile, unconscious at his feet. "We can't risk him waking up and we need to go rescue the hostage guy." "The king?" asked Drake, surprised at the way Luffy had described him. "If we find a pond or something, we can tie Crocodile up and drop him in it, it will prevent him from escaping. Nico Robin probably went into the palace garden, it's the only place she could have reached without us noticing." He grabbed his sword from the ground, awkwardly putting it back into the place at his side with the wrong hand. Luffy grabbed the back of Crocodile's shirt, and started to drag him on the ground in the direction of the royal garden, Drake trailing after him, cradling his arm close to his chest. "Finally!" groaned Drake as he dipped his arm into a small pond of water. Luffy dropped Crocodile next to him. "I have normal HNDCFFS," said Drake, holding them out. "Why do you have that on you?" asked Luffy as he bound Crocodile's arm behind his back. "Because I can't have sea stone ones." Luffy nodded at that as if it made sense. "Do you know where they went?" "Miss Sunday and the king?" he asked. "All Sunday," corrected Drake absent-mindedly as he flexed his fingers, glad that they were back to normal. "The huge hole with stairs in the ground seems to be a good place to start searching." "What even is this place?" asked Luffy, looking around him as they descended the stairs. "It seems old," agreed Drake. "The Nefertari family has been reigning over this country for hundreds of years, who know what kind of secrets they are hiding beneath the palace. Nico Robin is an archaeologist, it's no wonder she's interested in it." "Archie what?" "Archaeologist. She is interested in the lives of people that lived a long time ago," explained Drake. They walked in silence for a few minutes, before voices reached them. Is this all this country is hiding? Asked Robin. Drake and Luffy stopped walking, staying behind a pillar that hid them mostly from view, as Robin rested her hand on a large rock engraved with strange writing. Were you looking for something else? Asked Drake, as he resumed walking into the middle of the room, Luffy on his heels. Robin kept silent, her posture defensive even if she kept her arms at her side. Drake started walking around the room, getting between her and the king, looking at the huge stone in the middle. Is that what the archaeologists of O'Hara were looking for? He knew that they were destroyed because they had gained knowledge that was forbidden by the world government, and given Robin's bounty at such a young age, it wasn't a stretch to think she possessed this knowledge too. I'm looking after the Rio Poneglyph. She revealed after a few seconds. It's the poneglyph that tells the true history of the world, and reveals what happened during the Void Century. Void Century? Asked Luffy, that had moved closer to her once he saw that she wasn't trying to flee. A century that started 900 years ago and ended 800 years ago. The world government had deleted every piece of information about it, but these stones are the only remnant of it. I'm the only one that is able to read them. And what is this one saying? Asked Drake. Robin's face became stonier. Only the history of this country. Drake could see on the king's face, and they all had forgotten that he was in the room with them for a moment, that it definitely didn't tell the history of Alabasta, but whatever it was, if Crocodile had been after it, it couldn't be anything good. What do you want to do? Drake asked, turning toward Luffy. She worked with Crocodile to throw this country into a civil war. So, you beat Crocodile. She said. Are you aware of his plan to destroy the palace? A bomb, right? Asked Luffy. I'm willing to tell you where it is hidden if you let me go. She bartered with a sly smile. Sure. Said Luffy after a few seconds. His arm extended and he grabbed her by the shoulder. Let's get you to somewhere safe while we stop the rebellion. Said Drake, coming to stand behind the now released Cobra. As they went back outside, they saw a guard standing nonplussed above Crocodile's still unconscious body. King Cobra! He exclaimed once he saw them. Shaka! Answered the king, a relieved smile on his face. I was worried about how hurt you were. I'm fine. What are we doing about him? He asked, pointing toward Crocodile. Do you have sea stone cuffs? Asked Drake. Shaka's face answered for him. Crocodile's weak in the water, and unable to shift into sand. If you don't have access to sea stone, the best way to contain him is to keep him here. The Marines will probably have cuffs for him. He informed them. And what about her? Shaka asked, looking toward Robin. She's helping us now. Said Luffy. His arm extended until it looped a few times around Robin's middle, and with the other he grabbed the side of a building, starting to stretch his arm to rocket himself toward the middle of the battlefield. Drake, let's go. I'll tell you if I can feel where the crew is once we're closer to the streets. There's too many people fighting there for me to pick them out. Drake answered, grabbing onto Luffy with an arm, the other resting on his shoulder next to Robin in case she tried anything. You should aim for the clock tower. Said Robin calmly, not looking too worried about the prospect of being rocketed toward the street. Her composure didn't even break when Luffy stopped resisting the pull of his extended arm and with a shout of gum gum rocket sent them all flying toward the clock tower. They landed at the bottom, a grunt of pain following their arrival. Luffy! Exclaimed Nami, watching as the three stood up, a heavily bandaged Usopp having brokered their fall. What is she doing here? She then asked as she saw Robin standing next to them, Drake keeping a grip on her shoulder. It's fine, she's helping us. Explained Luffy, Nami turning a worried gaze toward Drake, who only nodded in confirmation. Vivi frowned, but kept silent. Nami-san. Vivi! Shouted a voice, and they all looked up to see Sanji leaning at a window, a few floors above the ground. Sanji-kun! Shouted back Nami, relieved. What are you doing there? Asked Usopp. Ah, everyone. I've been looking for you guys. Said Zoro before Sanji could answer. It's no good, they can't get inside the tower from where they are. Grimaced Vivi. Even if they reach the top, they won't be able to do anything. Informed them Robin. The Mr. 7 and Miss Father's Day pair is up there ready to fire the bomb toward the palace, but there is a timer on it in case they fail to shoot it. Even if you stop them before 16h30, the bomb will explode a minute later. What? Shouted everyone on the ground in shock. Do you know how to disable it? Asked Vivi. No, I don't, and I don't think anyone knows, not even Crocodile. His goal is to destroy this country, so he never planned a failsafe for stopping this. We have less than 2 minutes before it explodes. Said Vivi panically as she looked at the clock above them. We need to get the bomb away from the people fighting. Said Drake, his brain working overdrive to find a way to save everyone in that time frame. I just need to send it into the desert, right? asked Luffy, his eyes focused on the moving hands. What are you planning? Asked Nami. You need to send it in the desert, far enough that you won't get hit by the blast. Answered Drake, tense as he guessed what Luffy wanted to do. The bomb is hidden just behind the clock. They plan to open it in the last second before shooting it toward the palace. Informed them Robin. Luffy started to say Usopp, as the captain sent his arm, grabbing the edge of the floor where Zoro was standing. Gum gum, he muttered, as he backed a few steps. Rocket! He shouted, shooting past Sanji, then past Zoro, until he was aligned with the huge clock. He grabbed one of the hands and pulled himself by his arm, crashing into the clock and landing on top of the unsuspecting Mr. What? Shouted Miss Father's Day, her frog-shaped gun still pointing toward the ceiling, too shocked to aim toward Luffy. He looked at the huge bomb in front of him that was easily as tall as him. Miss Father's Day finally came out of her shock, but didn't have the time to react before Luffy grabbed her shoulder, his other arm grabbing Mr. 7, and threw them both out of the tower through the clock, creating 2 new holes in it. Okay, let's get that out of here. He said to himself, one hand grabbing a handle coming out of the bomb and carefully dragging it out of the cannon until it was resting on his knee, then he let it down gently on the ground. He opened the latch and pushed the clock out of the way, creating an opening big enough for the bomb. I need to get enough speed to get away, and fast. He looked at the ground, where he could see his crew waiting at the bottom of the tower, and the people of Alabasta fighting further away. Nami is going to kill me for this. One hand extended to grab the top of the tower, the other getting a firm grip on the handle of the bomb, and he dragged it just on the edge of the opening, jumping as far away from the tower as he could manage, sending it and himself hurling toward the ground. He could hear the cry of his friend under him, and when he reached the last floor of the clock tower, his arm muscles strained, slowing his fall down. A few meters above the ground, he finally lost all his speed, and got snapped back up. The angle allowed him to get past the tower, and instead of only going up, he flew toward the desert. A glance toward the timer showed that he had less than 30 seconds left before it exploded. The weight started to drag him down, and he waited a few more seconds before dropping the bomb into the desert. He knew that it was far enough from the city to destroy anything, but he still needed to get himself out of the exploding range. He tried to keep a mental count, but before it could reach 0, the bomb hit the ground and exploded. He was far enough not to get caught in the immediate range, but the force of the explosion blasted him, sending him flying further away from the city. Drake closed his eyes for a second as the sound of the explosion reached them. Next to him, everyone was watching the sky, waiting for Luffy to reappear. He focused his observation haki, trying to find Luffy's presence despite it probably being several hundred meters away. I can feel someone alive in the desert. He revealed after a few seconds of intense concentration. Luffy? Asked Chopper. I think so. He answered. We still need to stop the fighting. He said, distracting them from the fact that he wasn't sure that it was really Luffy, even if he didn't think it was someone else, and focusing them on what they were here to do. Nobody stopped. Said Vivi, looking around desperately. We need to get you somewhere visible, so you can try to calm them. Said Nami, looking around. The best way would probably to get on top of a building and get their attention. Said Zoro as got out of the clock tower. Let's go too, keep Vivi-chan safe in case Baroque's work minions are still out to get her. Said Sanji. Drake grabbed Robin's shoulder, making sure that she couldn't run off. Sanji looked back toward them, ready to protest, but Drake's glare stopped him. One Piece. Chopper inhaled a few times, his nose twitching. What is it? Asked Usopp as he looked down toward him. I think it will start raining soon. What? Shouted Vivi, Nami, and Usopp at the same time, the rest watching him in surprise. At the same time, they reached the top of the stairs and got to the rooftop of one of the buildings circling the main place where everyone was fighting. They all looked up to see gray clouds quickly gathering above them. That's unnatural. Noted Nami, feeling the lack of wind around them. Couldn't someone have gotten their hand on dance powder? Asked Sanji, turning toward Robin. Crocodile was keeping most of it for himself, but there is a ship carrying dance powder around. She informed them. He used it to create rain in the sea away from Alabasta to prevent natural rain from forming in the country. Why would someone use it now? Asked Vivi, looking up. The cloud above them finally broke, rain falling down on the battlefield. A strange hush fell over the fighters, all shocked and looking up toward the rain, before cries of joy resonated through the place. That's your chance. Said Usopp, his eyes wide as the war finally stopped for a few seconds. Everyone! Shouted Vivi, her voice clearly heard by all of the people in front of them that turned their head to look at her. Please, everyone, stop fighting. She shouted. Murmurs of shock as people recognized their missing princess rose through the crowd. Both the royal army and the rebel army have been deceived, so please, stop fighting. Before she could continue, a shot ran through the crowd, the bullet cut by Zoro before it could hit Vivi. An organization called Baroque's work has infiltrated our country. She informed the crowd as some started to raise their weapon again, most turning toward the rebel that had tried to shoot her. They are trying to divide us, and have members in both armies to ignite the fight. She explained. Princess Vivi tells the truth. A new voice rose in the field, everyone turning once again, only to see Koza standing heavily bandaged, a rebel helping him walk. I've seen with my own eyes the traitors to this country wanting to pit us against each other. Rebel army, drop your weapons, we no longer need to fight. He said, his voice steady despite the pain he was in. There was a scuffle in the middle of the place as someone disguised as a royal guard rose his weapon toward Koza, but both the rebels and the guard around him jumped on him, preventing him from shooting Koza. Royal army! Shouted Shaka as he reached the place, the kind standing next to him. Lower your weapons, but be careful of everyone in our rank wanting to reignite this fight. He ordered. There's no need to fight any longer. Explained Cobra. The true perpetrator behind this had already been beaten, and the rain will come back to our country. Let's stand again peacefully next to each other, and help rebuild what has been destroyed. The Straw Hats watched with smiles on their faces as the crowd below them calmed down and dropped their weapons, Vivi raising her hands toward her mouths to keep herself from crying too loudly, tears in her eyes. Come down. Offered Sanji, gently guiding her toward the stairs. As soon as she was sure that the fight between the royal army and the revolutionaries of Alabasta had truly stopped, Vivi ran down the stairs of the building she was in, leaving the Straw Hats behind as she jumped in her father's arms. Koza put one hand on her shoulder, and she grabbed him in a hug as well. So, it's over, said Usopp, a relieved sigh leaving his lips as he watched a mix of guards and rebels standing side by side to keep their leaders safe. He staggered, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up to him, and only managed not to faceplant by leaning against the wall. They all fell down to their knees, Drake the only one staying up, and it was only due to the fact that someone needed to keep an eye on Robin. Now we just have to wait for Luffy to come started to say Chopper from his position on the ground, lying on his back in his smaller form, only to get interrupted by a shout of everyone. They all turned their head, smiles appearing on their faces as they watched Luffy walk toward them without any additional injuries. "I'm so relieved you're fine," mumbled Usopp as he closed his eyes. Everyone was here, everyone was safe, and the sheer relief coursing through them after this ordeal was enough to make them all crash. In a matter of seconds, they all fell unconscious. Luffy crashed against one of the walls as he stumbled. "Everything's okay?" he asked tiredly, drinking in the sight of his nakamas. He hadn't had the same to pay attention to them before because of the bomb, but he could see that while they all looked hurt, none of it seemed to be grave. "We're all fine," reassured him Drake with a smile. "It's over." "Good." He sighed, slowly gliding against the wall until he landed on the floor, fast asleep as well. "What do you plan to do now?" asked Robin, unable to tear her eyes away from the sight of the crew sleeping, so vulnerable, mere meters from her. Drake looked quite tired as well, understandable after such a fight, after such a win against Crocodile. She knew that if she wanted to, she would be able to snap the neck of most of them before he could react. The fact that all of them felt safe enough to fall asleep was astounding. Most of them didn't even know why she had changed sides, didn't have any proof that she wasn't a danger to them, and yet they let themselves be vulnerable, trusting the word of their captain. "Find somewhere safe to sleep and heal," answered Drake, his gaze falling on Vivi on the other side of the place. She caught his eyes, and he gestured at her to come. When he saw Robin's unsatisfied, maybe even frustrated look, he sighed. "What we're going to do to you? I have no idea, Luffy's the one who makes the decisions. You helped us despite having no reason to, you warned us about the timer which gave us enough time to act without any casualties. He's not going to hurt you or let you get hurt. At the very least, he's going to let you go on your way, we might even help you escape the Marines," he informed her. He hadn't missed the presence approaching them, a mass of confusion, uncertainty, fear, but determination as well. "Straw Hat Luffy," said to Shiji as she stopped next to them, looking at the unconscious body at her feet. Drake turned to face her fully, Robin keeping her to the corner of her eyes. She looked like she'd been hurt, but not too badly. Given the hateful glance she and the few Marines accompanying her threw at Robin, he could guess who was the culprit. Her hand rested on the hilt of her sword, her fingers twitching a few times, but she didn't draw it. Drake still shifted his stance a little, wearier. Temperaments were still running high, and he was ready to fight if he saw the smallest sign of aggression toward his crew. She seemed to hesitate, threw a confused look toward Luffy, then another one toward Drake, before she sighed, and turned on her heels. We're going to take the remaining Baroque's work agents. She ordered. Starting by her? What about the pirates? Asked the Marines. We're taking care of the rest of Baroque work. If they're still here when we come back, then we'll arrest them as well. That's an order. She snapped when they looked ready to protest. What is going on here? Interrupted Vivi before she could face insubordination. Those people have helped us stop the rebellion as well as Crocodile's plot. They are under the protection of the Nefertari family. She said, her tone firm, warning them that they wouldn't like the consequences of trying to argue any further. The Marines looked unhappy at that, but while they had been willing to protest an order from their direct superior, and Drake didn't want to know what it meant, that they were so willing to disregard Toshiji's order, whether it was a reflection of her inability to lead her men or just the inherent sexism that existed in the Marines, no one would dare oppose royalty. Obeying any order coming from a noble had been the first thing ingrained in them, since their first day in the Marine. If you play nice, you might even get to capture Crocodile, now that we defeated him. Added Drake. It wouldn't hurt to remind them that they had been the ones to put a stop to Crocodile's plot, to one of the Shichibukai, someone who was supposed to work for the world government. Someone who had threatened Alabasta. Alabasta had a special status within the royalties of the world. The Nefertari family should have been Tenryubito, a fact that no one here was able to ignore, and it hadn't been the Marines that had acted in a time of need. Crocodile had had the right idea of hiding in the first half of the Grand Line, but had the Marines done their job correctly, it wouldn't have taken much for them to ask for headquarters for an officer or two, even just to take care of the rebellion. The Marines bristled at the reminder, but before they could take offense, Cobra interrupted. I will let one of the royal guards know to guide you to where Crocodile is. He said firmly, before turning toward one of the guards following him. Let's get them all to safety. He ordered with a wave of his hand encompassing the sleeping Straw Hats. One Piece. Long time no see, Luffy. Smiled Nami as their captain finally showed signs of waking up. Long time no see? He repeated, still blinking the sleep from his eyes. You've been almost for a little over a day and a half. Explained Usopp. What? That's like 8 meals. Said Luffy, shocked. How many meals a day is that? Asked Nami. How is everyone? Asked Luffy, tilting his head to peer around the room, ignoring her question. Zoro's already back training. Started to explain Nami. Sanji is talking with the cooks of the castle, Chopper with the doctors. Drake is keeping an eye on Robin in the next room. Vivi kept getting upset each time she came here and saw her, so they're trying to keep out of her sight. Robin? Asked Luffy, slightly surprised that she was still there. But he had seen her with the rest of the crew, before he crashed from exhaustion. Drake didn't let the Marines or the Royal Army get their hands on her. He told us that you were the one that should decide what to do with her. She's nice. I want her to join us. He told them brightly. What? Shouted together Nami and Usopp, just as Zoro entered the room, a screaming Chopper following him. What happened? Asked the swordsman as he wiped the sweat covering his naked torso with a towel. And I told you not to move so much when you— Oh, Luffy, you're awake. Exclaimed Chopper as he noticed him, his rant forgotten. Zoro, Chopper. Smiled Luffy, glad to see them. He wants Nico Robin to join the crew. Explained Nami. Really? Asked Chopper, his eyes growing wide. Zoro frowned, his eyes locking onto Luffy's as he watched him seriously for a few seconds. If that's what you want, Captain. He finally said. How can you be so accepting? Shouted Usopp. I'm sure he has his reasons. He answered, shrugging. We can't prevent him from doing what he wants. We'll just have to make sure that his trust is not betrayed. He said, giving them all a hard glance, conveying that he included them all in his order. Vivi won't like that. Whispered Nami. I need to eat. And to tell Robin the news. And to eat. Sanji. Meat. Luffy shouted, jumping to his feet and getting out of the room, not caring now that no one was protesting Robin's recruitment. Put a shirt on before going into a royal palace. Sighed Usopp, watching Luffy's retreating back with exasperation. He turned his head to look at Zoro's naked torso, and amended, at least, he still has his bandages on, I guess. Zoro. Your bandages. Shouted Chopper as he remembered the swordsman. Did I hear Luffy shouting? Asked Vivi as she came into the room. He just got up. Answered Chopper as he jumped on a struggling Zoro with a roll of bandage. Where did he go? I wanted to thank him for everything he did. Either to see Robin or Sanji. Answered Zoro, watching Vivi's lips tightening in anger. When you see him again, tell him that the chefs will prepare a dinner to celebrate his awakening. She said tightly before leaving. One Piece. Well, that went better than I thought it would. Sighed Drake. Asked Luffy. The meal. Didn't you feel how tense everyone was at the start? No, why? He asked curiously. How? Could anyone be tense when there was food to eat? Princess San wasn't happy with me being here, answered Robin calmly. And most of the crew was watching me suspiciously too, but it seems like your natural happiness and carefree attitude relaxed everyone. Sure, everyone was enjoying themselves at the end, said Luffy happily. He had just eaten with his friend and Nakamas, he had a good fight recently. The only it could have been better was if they had had their meal aboard the Mary. Please everyone, wait, shouted someone behind them, and they all turned around curiously to see a guard running after them. The royal family wants to offer you the opportunity to take a bath in the palace's best bath. Sure, said Luffy, shrugging. It wasn't long before they were all half naked, covered only by towels and looking in awe at the bath around them. The crew's women, which now included Nami and Robin, had followed Vivi to go into another section of the room. Usopp and Luffy quickly ran off to get into the bath first, while the rest of the crew, the King Cobra and a still-alive Igaram followed at a more sedate pace. Igaram, said Sanji with a sly smile on his face, his arm coming to rest on the other's shoulder. Where is the woman's bath? As if I would tell you. Princess Vivi is there, he shouted. It's over that wall, answered Cobra, pointing toward one side of the room. Your Majesty, shouted Igaram in shock. Let's go, said Sanji, hearts already in his eyes as he started to run toward the wall, the king and Usopp following him. Igaram started to run after him, and Chopper and Luffy soon followed the fun, even if they didn't understand what was going on. Zoro sighed from his position on the floor, looking at the empty space before him where Chopper was sitting getting his back washed just seconds before. They don't have any shame, said Drake as he sat next to Zoro. You're not going with them? Asked Zoro. I'm not interested in women, answered Drake frankly. And it's not proper to do that, he added, a small tint of red covering his cheeks. What about you? I'm only interested in swords, answered Zoro. I mean, interested in training and fighting with swords to become the world's greatest swordsman, he added after a second of silence. The shout of the others as they fell on the ground luckily prevented them from trying to continue this conversation. I don't even want to know what Nami did, sighed Drake. He had no doubt in his mind that she had no shame. Which, agreed Zoro, just low enough not to be heard by Sanji who was coming back with the others. One Piece. There's someone on the Den Mushi that asked for you, said a guard as the crew was lazing around in their room. Vivi, having finally relaxed enough around Robin at one point during their bath, was staying with them. Asked Luffy. He said he was a friend. A friend? He repeated. It might be a trap, said Zoro. Let's just listen to him, decided Luffy. Sanji, who was the closest to the Den Mushi, answered it, only to hang up almost immediately when he recognized Mr. Two's voice saying, hello, and laughing. The Den started to ring again almost immediately, but this time Luffy answered, seeing that Sanji was refusing to do so. Hello? Who's this? I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. I'm Mr. Wait, don't call me that, the Marines are listening. You're the one who said it, whispered Zoro. What do you want? Asked Luffy. I stole your ship. Say Mr. Two far too happily. What? You bstrd. Wait, we're friends, right? What do you think would have happened had I left your ship there? The Marines would have gotten it, answered Drake after a second of silence. Didn't they let us go? Asked Nami. The government will want to hide what really happened. They won't trust Smoker to capture us quietly, especially not if they know I'm here, so they will send someone else, he explained. Exactly, shouted Mr. I took your ship to the Sandora River. You can reach it from Alyabarna through the desert, so the Marines won't be able to stop you if you leave discreetly. He informed them, quite happy with his little plan. We'll need to make a move tonight, said Drake. Depending on who they called to catch us, they might be willing to make a move against the Nefertari family for hiding us, and we don't know how long they'll wait. The Nefertari weren't quite Tenryubito, so it was still technically illegal for them to hide pirates. We'll get there in a few hours then, thanks Mr. Two, shouted Luffy as he hung up. One Piece. So you're leaving, whispered Vivi as she sat, watching the crew getting ready to leave in secret. They all froze for a second, turning to look at her. Vivi started to say Nami before trailing off. I would have loved for you to stay longer, Vivi said, a small but sincere smile on her face. But I understand why you have to go now. I'm glad I've met you. You could come with us, you know, offered Luffy quietly, but Vivi shook her head. I need to be here for my country. They finally have the chance to rebuild, I can't let them face this alone. Luffy nodded after a second of seriously watching her face, surprising slightly the others by not insisting, but he could understand that Vivi had a reason not to leave. Nami glanced down. While she wanted Vivi to stay, she couldn't keep her away from her obligations. She knew all too well what it meant. She could have run away from Arlong. With her knowledge of the East Blue, she would have been able to find an island far away from him, but she had stayed for Nojiko, for the other villages. "You're still one of us," Luffy decided forcefully, showing them his arm. The black X on it barely faded from the bath. Vivi nodded, and bit her lips to keep the tears from spilling. "We'll miss you," said Nami, and part of the crew went to hug the princess and say goodbye, Robin, Drake and Zoro staying back. Robin looked, maybe not uncomfortable per se, but she was definitely avoiding looking at the scene in front of her. Zoro and Drake, not used to showing affection openly, crossed their arms and waited for the others to say their goodbyes. "I'll guide you to the duck squad," said Vivi a few minutes and teary farewells later. "Please escape safely. One Piece. My friends, you're all here," shouted an overexcited Mr. 2 from the railing of the Mary. They all ignored him as they started to get the provisions that Vivi had offered them on the ship. "Miss All Sunday," he exclaimed, shocked as he recognized one of his former coworkers. "Mr. 2, she said calmly, her usual mysterious smile on her face, though a little more sincere than usual when facing a member of Baroque's work. She didn't have anything against him, even if the Okama was rather strange, not like she despised some of the other Baroque work's top agents. She was best suited for spying and assassination, as was Bon Clay when he took his job seriously, and she didn't like the ones that specialized in torture, like Miss Doublefingers. "Did you see the Marines?" asked Drake as he carried a box of food onto the ship. "Ah, yes. You're lucky I was there, really. They just arrived as the night fell. Who knows how long it would have taken them to get your ship. It took me a few hours to get it to safety here, and then to find the palace's Den number, so they're probably surrounding the whole country by now," he explained. "Is your crew near?" asked Drake. "They're hiding closer to the entrance of the river." "Luffy," Drake called, turning toward the Mary where the crew was loading their last provisions. "The Marines are probably waiting for us to reappear on the sea. We'll have to fight our way out quickly before they gather all of their ships to where we are. The good thing is that they hadn't had the time to really plan against our escape." "That's fine. We'll clear a way for the Mary to escape no matter what. Nami, will we be able to be quicker than them? I don't want Mary to be hurt." Nami looked at the sky for a second, feeling the wind around her. "The wind is in our favor. We will be able to get behind their lines quickly if they're facing us, but if they gave us chase it won't be enough to escape. Their ships are faster than ours," she added, with a quick look at Drake to see if he agreed. "So we'll have to destroy them too much for them to give us chase," said Luffy with a smile. "Let's see what we are facing before doing anything," said Nami. One Piece. "Well, here goes my hope that we could have gone past them undetected," sighed Nami as she watched the marine ships starting to move near them. Drake frowned as he watched the vessels behind them stay away. They shouldn't have had the time yet to prepare their ambush, and they were able to go quicker than that, so why weren't they already attacking? "DMN it," he exclaimed when he saw other ships starting to get quicker until they were aligned with the Mary, and the ones in front of them quickly approaching. "What is it?" asked Chopper fearfully. "That's Hina, Black Cage Hina," he shouted, loud enough for Mr. 2 crew to hear them. He could see the two Baroque's work agents recognize the name. "The ships will surround us and trap us between them to prevent our escape. And they're not using regular cannonballs, but spears that will pierce the hull," he warned. A few seconds later, the first spear flew toward them, Sanji jumping high and kicking it off course. "We won't be able to attack, it will take everything to keep the spears from reaching us," Sanji said. "They are too sharp for Luffy to send back with a gum-gum balloon, we will need to punch them away." "Okay. Everyone that can, protect the Mary," ordered Luffy. "Nami, can we escape before they trap us? They're already in formation, it won't take long for them to cut us off entirely. We need to create an opening," she answered nervously. "Me, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji will have to protect the Mary. Once all the marine ships start shooting, the spears will come from 8 directions at the same time," explained Drake. "Robin, can you help us divert the spears?" He didn't know the limitations of her powers. "No, but I can help create an opening, I'll be able to attack the Marines directly on their ships once they get closer." "Okay. Usopp, start shooting at them. If you and Robin manage to sink one of the ships, it will create an opening." "Should we split?" asked Mr. 2 from his ship next to them. "Robin, try to sink another ship than Usopp," Luffy ordered, the sniper having already run toward the cannons. "We create 2 openings, and then split up, so they won't know who to focus on." We won't be able to protect both ships at the same time," observed Zoro as he cut through another spear. "I go with Bon Clay," decided Luffy. "I'll help him protect his ship. You, Drake, and Sanji protect the Mary," he said before jumping toward the other vessel. Drake used his axe to send flying a spear, but he could see that they wouldn't have long before it got too much. "Chopper, go downstairs. If one of the spears pierces the hull, you get it out and you fill the hole before water can get in it." The reindeer nodded, before shifting into heavy point and running toward the stairs. "I hope Usopp managed dash," started to say Sanji as he kicked one of the spears, another flying a few centimeters past his head and burying itself into the Mary before they could react. As if to answer him, a cannonball flew from the Mary toward the ship at the front, hitting one of them. It must have damaged something important since the ship immediately started to veer to the right, crashing into one of its neighbors. "Good job, Usopp," shouted Zoro. Yeah, of course, as if I was expecting anything else," shouted back Usopp. "They'll soon be in my reach," said Robin as she crossed her arms. "If I remember right, the helm should be right here." The eyes she had used to spy disappeared, quickly replaced by arms that incapacitated the two Marines near the helm. She then spawned a few other arms, and turned the helm completely to the right. The other Marines on board started to react as they got closer and closer to one of the other vessels, but before they could reach the navigation room, Robin snapped her arms back. Her strength, multiplied far behind what she could normally achieve, was enough to rip off the helm out of its support. "Luffy!" shouted Zoro. "Time to split, now." The captain knocked out a few more spears coming toward Mr. Two's ship as it started to sail toward the opening created by Robin, before rocketing himself back into the Mary. "We'll make it?" he asked Nami. "Yes, the current is just right, we should." They all watched, on their guard, as they managed to slip into the opening created by Usopp's shot, the Marine ship blocked behind them by the destruction and the debris in the water. "We did it!" shouted happily Nami as they started to put distance between them and the Marines. "Do you need help downstairs?" asked Usopp as he went down the stairs. A couple of spears had pierced the hull, but Chopper had done a good job filling the hole before too much damage could be done. "I'll prepare a meal since we're safe," declared Sanji as he lit his smoke. "Robin-san, what do you like?" he asked. "I hope Bonchan escaped," murmured Luffy. "We created enough chaos for him to slip out," said Zoro as he turned his back to Sanji, deciding to ignore his antics for now. He had seen how charming Robin could be when she wanted, as even Vivi had relaxed in her presence, and the cook had no chance to resist her. But he would protect his crew from whatever danger they faced, even if the danger was one of them for now. "So," said Drake a few hours later. The night was starting to fall, and they hadn't seen any Marines through the day. Now, after dinner, they were all relaxed, and the most likely to go with what he wanted to do. Since we all had separate fights and, given the number of injuries, they were all pretty hard, I think we should do a recap of what happened in Alabasta. At the bland looks he could see on some of their faces, he explained more. "So everyone knows how we beat our enemy. We might have to face in the future enemies with similar powers, for example, and having an idea on how to defeat them could help us fight. It's also a way for everyone to know what we are able to do. If we have to fight alongside someone, having a clear idea of how strong they are is a must." Sure, why not?" agreed Sanji, and after trading a few looks, the rest of the crew nodded as well. "I'll start, I guess," said Drake. "So, me and Luffy fought against Crocodile. He is a Sand Logia, and was able to bury us in the desert during our first fight, but Robin helped us get out. I mostly tried armament hockey then, and it worked before he was able to escape. Then we met again at the palace. Luffy tried to use water, but Crocodile is able to absorb water with his right hand. He still managed to drench him, and then we worked together to beat him up. He had a poisoned hook, but I was able to keep it away from us with my sword," he explained. The fight was hard since he had a lot of stamina and he kept fighting despite all the hits he took, but once he was wet and we knew to avoid direct contact with his hand and his hook, it went okay. He turned toward Luffy to see if he had anything else to add, but Luffy just nodded at his words. Hearing about the other fights would be interesting. He didn't really care about the strategy or whatever, but it would be nice to know how his crew had defeated everyone. He was already proud of them, even without knowing the details. "Well, I had to fight Mr. One," said Zoro. "He was a devil fruit user, a paramecia, and able to transform his body into steel. He was uninjured by most of my attacks, but once I managed to focus enough and learn to cut steel, he went down in one hit," he said simply. "I had his partner, Miss Doublefinger," continued Nami. "She was also a paramecia, and could transform every part of her body into spikes. I can create illusions thanks to the Climatact, but they don't stay long. I still managed to evade most of her attacks, and then I used the Climatact to shock her a few times and win. I guess someone using observation haki would have been able to see through my illusions. She asked Drake. Robin twitched slightly at the second mention of haki, as she didn't know what it was, but didn't want to interrupt. She would have to ask Nami later. The navigator liked her since she had offered a few jewels before their meal at the palace. If they can afford to focus on you, yes. But if someone else is being the main fighter, and you stay back and try to land attacks when you can, they might not be able to spare the attention from their fight to try to find where you are. He explained. Good thinking. He praised. Nami-san is so clever, swooned Sanji. I fought Mr. He has a fighting style similar to mine, using mostly kicks, and we were pretty much evenly matched. He tried to use his devil fruit a few times, but he needs to touch his hand to his face to change his appearance, and he can't attack when he's like that. He said, leaving silent the fact that Mr. 2 had tricked him by using Nami's face. It was mostly a fight to see who was the quickest and had the most powerful kicks. He said, shrugging. Me and Chopper went against Mr. 4 and his partner, Miss Merry Christmas. Said Usopp. Part of him wanted to embellish what had happened, but he didn't want to lie, since the fight had been hard, and he and Chopper had won fair and square against powerful opponents. She had a Zoan, and was able to turn into a mole. Mr. 4 didn't have any devil fruit, but he was really strong. They also had a gun that had eaten a dog Zoan. At that, the crew except for Chopper and Robin, who knew that he was telling the truth, Luffy that didn't think for a second that Usopp could be lying, and Drake that had heard about objects eating devil fruits, rose their eyebrows. I swear. It was f***ing weird. I don't even know how that could have happened, but Chopper saw it too. Chopper nodded, and they all turned more incredulous than disbelieving. I've heard of it happening before, but I've never seen it myself. It's fairly recent research, done by the Marines, to transform weapons into animals using devil fruits. Anyway, they worked together. She dug holes under our feet to trap us so he could hit us with his bat. We managed to trick them so he would hit her instead of us. Once he was alone it was easier to beat him. They weren't very smart, mostly physically strong. It is good to know that you're able to win a fight against stronger opponents by being clever. Said Drake encouragingly. Chopper, anything to add? Hesitated the small reindeer. I'll have to train to go underground like that, but if my antlers keep growing I think I could be able to dig into the ground? I'm not sure though. That's something you'll have to explore. Said Drake, smiling softly at the small reindeer. Every fight we do make us stronger, and having new ideas like that is always good. We'll have to try that next time we land on an island. Said Usopp. See if I can create some sort of smoke bombs that would be usable through them without hampering you. He took on a pensive face. So, Robin. Said Drake as he turned toward her. She rose an eyebrow in a light show of surprise. I didn't fight any Baroque's work agent. She said with a teasing smile. No, but having an idea of what you are able to do would be a great help in a fight. I have an idea of what your devil fruit is able of, but I didn't think you could crash a warship like that for example. Drake explained. I hate the Hana no Mi. I'm able to bloom various body parts around me. She said, holding out her arm and making others appear at the elbow, to Luffy's awe. Chopper and Usopp looked slightly odd as well, but they were still a little afraid of her, despite the meal they had shared together at the palace. If we're talking about powers, what is this haki that you mentioned? She asked, distracting them from asking any more questions. It's basically the manifestation of your will. We'll train in the next few days, so I'll give you a more detailed explanation, but it's the reason why you were unable to use your powers on me. Drake said. Drake said that you helped them after their fight with Crocodile. And you told us about the bomb. Said Zoro, sitting up from his slouched position against the back of his chair and coming to rest his elbows against the table. You were his partner, and you betrayed him very easily. Don't talk to Robin-chan like that started to protest Sanji. No, I want to know too. Interrupted Nami. I'm no stranger to betrayal, but you don't go against someone as powerful as Crocodile if you're not sure that you will come out at the top. Sure, she liked Robin, she had gotten precious jewels from her, and having Vivi on board had habituated her to not being the only woman on the ship. But it also had habituated her to Vivi, and the princess had struggled too much because of Crocodile for Nami to accept Robin so easily. I've never been interested in taking over Alabasta. Explained Robin. I'm an archaeologist and a historian at heart, and I wanted to gain access to a poneglyph, which is one of the only remnants of the part of our history known as the Void Century. It had been hidden by the royal family since they became the ruler of Alabasta, and following Crocodile was the only way to gain access to it that I could see. He thought that the poneglyph would give him access to a powerful weapon, and he wouldn't have hesitated to kill me had I deciphered it for him. And, did you find what you were looking for? Asked Usopp. No, said Robin, a little more coldly than she would have liked. I found the poneglyph, but it didn't talk about history. She elaborated. None of them missed the implication of what it had really held. Talking about betrayal, said Nami, her sharp gaze focusing on Drake's. Smoker said something interesting when we met at Rainbase. Drake sighed, while Robin looked with interest at the byplay, not knowing what it was about. He had been expecting the questions, even before they met Smoker, since there weren't a lot of people in this part of the sea that knew about hockey and even less that were able to use it. His encounter with Smoker had just accelerated the questions. I've worked for a few years with Smoker. He started to explain, his gaze fixed on the wall while he tried to think of the best way to explain everything. His eyes snapped to the side, and he focused on Nami. While I was in the Marines. He added. So, you're no longer one of them? Asked Usopp hesitantly. Given how they had met him, it wasn't really a question. I left a little over 2 years ago. What was your rank? Asked Sanji. Rear Admiral. Answered Drake, earning a few looks of surprise. It was the highest-ranking Marines that they had met since the start of their journey. Is that high? Asked Chopper, seeing their reactions. There's only the Vice Admirals and the Admirals that have a higher rank. Explained Sanji. You don't seem surprised. Noted Zoro as he watched Robin's reactions. I keep myself aware of everything pertaining to the world governments. His leaving was quite public and he earned himself quite the starting bounty. Said Robin. Drake shot her a betrayed look. He didn't want to talk about his bounty. He hadn't really cared at first, and the few times he had entertained the idea of becoming a pirate, he had thought that he would be his own captain, so the higher the bounty the better. Now that he was only a crew member, having a bounty 3 times higher than Luffy's didn't sit right by him. Luffy would get quite the raise for taking down Crocodile, but he would get one too since he had officially joined a pirate crew, so he wasn't sure who would end with the highest sum. He just hoped that the Marines wouldn't insult them all by calling him the captain, but they might do it to try to hide the truth. Him joining a new crew was bound to raise questions. How high? Asked Zoro. 90 million. He admitted. I made a very public exit. He developed at their shocked look. I learned as many dirty secrets I could about the world government before leaving, and made sure that they couldn't keep this quiet. They don't like to lose face like that, and I could cause serious problems for them if I decide to reveal everything I've learned. Why did you leave? Asked Nami. Everyone seemed interested at that, even more than they were about his bounty. Luffy was expressionless, but it was his default reaction when he was serious about something. He didn't like knowing about his crewmates' past, because it didn't matter to him. But since Drake was willing to tell them, and they weren't going behind his back to get the answers, he wouldn't put a stop to it. The more you raise through the rank, the more power you get, and the more you learn about previous instances when the higher-up used those powers to destroy countless lives. I was also getting closer to the rank when you have to interact with Tenryubitos, and I saw how despicable they really were. The rest of the crew traded look at that. They had heard about the Tenryubitos, that they were the founders of the world government or something like that, but didn't see how the way they acted could lead to someone leaving the Marines. I don't particularly like the Marines, but, fumbled Nami. The higher the rank, the more people are aware of what you're doing, right? Are there really that many corrupted officers? Corrupt? Oh. No, I'm not talking about corruption here. Answered Drake. I'm talking about the government destroying entire islands and killing hundreds, thousands of people at the same time, with the full approval of everyone in the chain of command. A shocked silence followed his words. Even Zoro was too surprised to pay attention to Robin and see how tense she had become. Do they really do that? Asked Usopp, Sanji lighting a new cigarette behind him to calm his nerves at the difficult conversation. My only interactions with the Marines were? This guy from the Baratai who wanted to sink Mary, the one that took bribes from Arlong, and Smoker. Even if 2 of them were assholes, they didn't seem to be the type to kill countless civilians. The one with Arlong didn't seem to care if anyone died, but... Nami nodded at that. Nezumi had been a corrupt BSTRD, and Nojiko had been shot because of him, but he hadn't been the one to kill all the habitants of Gosa village, even though he had turned a blind eye to Arlong doing it. Drake had an ugly laugh at that. You want me to tell you every massacre the government is responsible for in chronological order, or alphabetical? He took a long breath to calm himself. It wasn't their fault that they didn't know how ugly the world government could be. Most citizens, even in paradise, were unaware. The people living in the New World, who were subjected to the whim of the Yonkos, were a lot more aware that they couldn't expect help from the government, the opposite even. A rookie crew, fresh from the East Blue, hadn't seen any of the horrors that plagued most of the islands where the Marines were involved. On the top of my head, I can give you an example for every of the 4 blue. He added, more calmly. And then inwardly winced. He couldn't remember anything other than O'Hara for the West Blue, and it wasn't his story to tell. What type of massacre are we talking about? Asked Nami in a small voice. She didn't want to know, but felt that she should. Chopper had climbed on Zoro's lap and the swordsman was distractingly hugging him with one arm, his fingers drumming nervously on the white hilt of Wado Ikemanji. Chronological it is. He muttered, before taking a deep breath. 22 years ago, after the death of Gold Roger and the start of the golden age of piracy, the world government tried to find and kill everyone that had any kind of connection to the late pirate king. They couldn't capture most of his crew since they had escaped before his death. But a few months after he died, they heard rumors that Roger did a few travels to Batarilla, an island in the South Blue. Someone had the idea that he could have a woman on this island, and so the Marines were sent there, to make sure that he didn't have a wife, but most of all to make sure that he didn't have a kid. And that if a child existed, to make sure that they didn't stay alive for long. Chopper already had tears in his eyes, and the rest were tense, expecting the worst of the situation. Expecting to hear about the single murder of a child. The thing is, there were a lot of inhabitants on this island. Continued Drake. A lot of women, PRGNNT women or women that recently had a kid. Some were married, or at least had a fixed partner and could show that the child was his, but everyone that couldn't give proof that their young child, or even their still unborn baby, didn't have Roger as a father, was killed. Their child was killed too. Chopper broke into sobs at that, Zoro pressing his small body into his side in an attempt to comfort him. Both Nami and Usopp were shocked, tears in their eyes, and while Zoro and Sanji didn't show their emotions as much, their anger was clearly visible. Robin wasn't reacting in any visible way, but a muted form of grief showed in her eyes. The worst reaction came from Luffy. The captain looked stricken. His eyes were shining with unshed tears, and he was tense, his clenched fist shaking in rage. They stayed a year there to make sure that no child of Roger could be born. He concluded. He knew the exact number of children that died on Batarilla. He had gone there when he had started to doubt the government, had seen the entire fields of tombs. An entire generation, wiped out. 20 years ago, in the West Blue. He continued without letting them the chance to react. He wanted them to know, to understand that the world government actions weren't caused by panic because it was a problem related to Roger, but that destroying countless lives was their automatic reaction to anything they feared or disliked. There was an island, O'Hara, where people tried to gather as much knowledge as possible. He saw Robin twitch slightly in the corner of his eyes. They learned something that the government wanted to keep secret. To ensure that they wouldn't share it with the world, they destroyed the island entirely with something called a buster call, killing everyone on it. And it isn't the first nor the last time a buster call was used to destroy an island, though it was the one which caused the higher number of victims. He kept the story short, not wanting to share too much without Robin's approval but still wanting to tell them about all the people that lost their lives, once again because of fear. But the Marines don't need to use weapons like that to kill everyone on an island. He continued, ignoring Chopper's distressed whine as he didn't stop talking. There was an island in the North Blue, Flevence, that was known as one of the most beautiful islands in the world. The main city, called the White City, was built entirely from a mineral called amber lead. Flevence became rich because they were mining the amber lead and selling it, as well as using it everywhere. However, the amber lead was toxic. At that, Chopper turned his head slightly to look back toward him, the doctor in him not wanting to miss anything even if he knew that it would end horribly. It infected the first generation of miners, and they transmitted the poison to their children that were also infected by mining and using it everywhere. With each generation, the people were becoming sicker and sicker and their lifespan shortened, until the poisoning became strong enough to start to kill people. Everyone started to show symptoms at the same time, the youngest children dying before they could reach 10. The thing is, the government knew. Nami gasped at that. When they started to mine, centuries ago, the royalty of Flevence and the world government discovered that it was toxic. But the amber lead was beautiful, and the royal family of Flevence was rich, so they kept it hidden. When the doctors of Flevence, who were some of the best in the world, started to study amber lead poisoning, the world government decided that they couldn't risk anyone surviving and people discovering that they knew and did nothing to protect them. So they spread the word that the amber lead disease was contagious to ensure that nobody would want to save the diseased, and they sent the Marines to Flevence, under the cover of helping the people. They told the children that they would be sent to a hospital to regroup them, and used the fact that the habitants trusted them and were grateful for their help, and then they killed everyone on the island. Drake started to protest Nami. Want to know what they did to the East Blue? I don't know if any of you ever heard of Dawn Island and the Fire Dash. Shut up! Shouted Luffy, his fist slamming on the table and breaking it in half. Stop talking. He ordered in a calmer voice. Drake finally took stock of the people around him. Chopper had hidden his face against Zoro's torso, and both of the swordsman's arms were holding him tight against him, one of his hands resting lightly against the small doctor's head. He was visibly upset, his other hand clenched into a fist on Watto's hilt. He looked like he was 2 seconds away from jumping to his feet to try to fight an invisible enemy. Sanji's head was inclined toward the floor, turned slightly toward the wall so most of his face was hidden by his hair. He had at one point put a new cigarette in his mouth and was nervously flicking his lighter, not managing to make it work. Usopp had lost all the blood on his face and looked on the verge of hyperventilating, tears running down his face. Nami wasn't much better, and was clutching Usopp's arm so tightly that it had to hurt. She was also openly crying, but seemed torn between anger and sadness. Luffy was looking at Drake with eyes older than his age. No emotion could be found on his face, there wasn't even any trace of anger left. Sorry. Apologized Drake. It wasn't like him to lose himself in his fury enough to miss how everyone had reacted to his words. I didn't want to dash, he stopped himself before he could lie. He had wanted them to know, and to be upset, and to understand why he had left the Marines. I only wanted you to know that I really left the Marines, and that there is no way I would ever betray you and join them again. If you ever make me cry like that you will find yourself in my debt. Threatened weakly Nami, and Drake smiled gently, taking it for the sign that he was forgiven that it was. So that's why you were hiding in Little Garden. Said Zoro. After I learned of all of those tragedies, I talked with a friend and decided to look for anything that could help destroy the world government. I had to run when I got found out, and it took me around 6 months to reach Little Garden from Marineford. I knew nobody sane would set foot here. He explained. You're one of us now. We will keep you safe from anyone that wants to stop you. Declared Luffy forcefully. Thanks Luffy. Said Drake sincerely. He looked down at the ruined table at their feet. I'll have to fix that, since it's kind of my fault it's ruined. I'll get you a hammer and nails. Offered Usopp as he jumped to his feet, trying to get the situation back to normal and to take a breath of fresh air to calm himself. Robin watched the rest of the crew slowly trying to act as though nothing perspective-changing had happened. She had seen firsthand what the government was capable of doing, but knowing that there were other disasters that were as big as the destruction of O'Hara was? Maybe not surprising, but she hadn't wanted to think about grand-scale destruction, and the worst that she had seen since O'Hara was the massacres done by Cypher Paul. It was still dozens of people at the same time, but not entire cities, entire islands. Luffy's will to fight was admirable, and it looked like Drake's past was as dangerous for them as her own, but she still knew that she would be the one to bring ruin to this crew. She just hoped that they were strong enough to survive her. It had been 2 days since they had left Alabasta. The crew was starting to get used to Robin's quiet presence, and most liked her well enough. Zoro was the one the most recalcitrant to accept her, but she had been the reason why they had had enough time to prevent the bomb from exploding in the middle of Alyabarna, and he was willing to give her a chance until he was proved otherwise. He was still keeping an eye on her and tended to nap in places where he could see most of the crew. They were currently in the middle of training their observation haki and had been for a little under an hour. Most were trying to meditate, since having an idea of what yourself felt like would help them all get better at sensing others. Only Luffy wasn't, as they had quickly seen that he didn't have the concentration for it, and Drake was doing the tried-and-true method of blindfolding him and hitting him until he learned to dodge. He would be doing the same to the others in a few minutes, starting with Zoro since he was the one most used to meditation and didn't really need it, even if being in a focused mindset was always useful. The others would benefit more from a longer meditation time. He wasn't expecting much progress, just like the armament training the day before hadn't had any visible result. He wasn't expecting them to make any progress, really, not until they got involved in a real fight where unlocking their haki was necessary, but now that they knew of its existence, the adrenaline would unlock the ability for them. Zoro, you're next. He informed him. Luffy took the blndfld off with a pout. Knowing that he could learn haki but not managing to do it was making him think back to when he was trying to figure out how his devil fruit worked. He knew he wasn't bad at fighting, and once he had started to control his rubber ability he had progressed in heaps and bounds, but right now he was in the phase where he could see what was supposed to happen, but couldn't do it, and it was frustrating. He gave the blndfld to his green-haired friend, walked toward Sanji and started to poke his face. Sanji. Nah, Sanji. Sanji? The cook's eyebrows twitched in annoyance, and he slapped Luffy's hand away. What? He grunted, hoping that the teen would leave him alone to focus. Sanji, meet? He asked hopefully. Make a full sentence, shitty captain. Complained Sanji as he resigned himself to not being left alone until he started working on lunch. Sanji, I'm hungry, can I get meat? Wait until lunch. And stop bothering us, we're trying to meditate. Usopp and Nami had frustrated expressions on their face, Chopper had opened one eye to look at them, and Robin had a small smile on her face as she listened to them bicker. Zoro was too busy trying to dodge the small hit from Drake. With no success, to listen to what they were talking about. However, given how focused he was on his body, he was the first to feel something small hit the top of his head. Is it raining? He asked. Nami opened her eyes at that. What? No, the wind didn't change and the sky is clear. She stopped abruptly as she raised her head to look at the sky. The choked sound she let out made the others open their eyes and look up as well. What the dash? A huge galleon was falling on them. It was easily twice as big as the Mary and was quickly falling, its shadow growing bigger the closer the galleon got to them. Get us out of here! Shrieked Nami. Chopper, we need to go starboard. Chopper immediately transformed into Heavy Point and ran toward the rudder. The rest of the men jumped down the ship to reach the paddle and started to row as fast as they could, helped by Robin spawning a dozen arms. Nami grabbed one of the ropes that were attached to the smaller sail, the only one that she could hope to move by herself. She managed to turn it enough to catch the slight wind coming from the left, and they managed to avoid the falling ship. It fell only a few meters away from them, the huge wave created from the impact rocking the Mary for almost a minute. That was close. Sighed Sanji as they rushed back on the deck to see the galleon sink right next to them. Where the hell did it come from? Shouted Usopp. So scary, whined Chopper as he jumped in Zoro's arms. How far are we from the next island? I don't want to stay on the sea anymore. We shouldn't have deviated from our course too much, no. They all looked up when Nami shouted, but the sky was clear this time. What dash? The log pose. The log pose is broken. What? Look, said Nami, holding out her arm in despair. It's pointing up. What? They repeated, bewildered, getting closer to Nami to get a look at the log pose. It was indeed pointing toward the sky. Nami turned her hand around, and the needle moved around to keep pointing in the same direction. I've heard rumors of this, said Robin. That there are islands in the sky, somewhere above the clouds. Islands in the sky? What are you talking about? Asked Nami. You should know not to doubt your log pose, answered Robin with a teasing smile. The Grand Line is a strange sea, where logic doesn't apply. The only thing you can trust is your log pose. But how would an island even be above clouds? We would see it from below, protested Nami. The galleon that just fell must have come from somewhere, objected Robin. Before the two women could argue further to Sanji's frustration, he didn't know who to agree with, and delight, maybe they would start to physically fight. Drake interrupted them. Sky islands are definitely real, he informed them. Really? Asked Luffy with stars in his eyes. I've never been to one myself, but I know that a few Marines had been up there, mostly by chance. They wanted to send more people, since the ones who went up came back with new technology that would make the warships faster, but getting on a sky island was deemed too dangerous, and the world government didn't want to bother sending Marines somewhere that isn't affiliated with them. But how could an island be above the clouds? Wondered Nami. I honestly have no idea, admitted Drake. Maybe we could try to find a clue on the galleon, offered Robin. Like this map? Asked Luffy. Sure, maps are always useful, answered distractedly Nami. Great, because the ship has already sunk and I don't think we could find anything else. Oh no, started to say Nami as she turned around to look at the galleon, only to see Luffy holding out an ancient map, the word Skypiea written in a corner. Where did you find that? She asked. On the ship? I told you I had a map, said Luffy, blinking in surprise at Nami's reaction. We went to explore, developed Usopp while turning his boots upside down to get rid of the water. Skypiea. Read Chopper from his position on Zoro's shoulder. Is that really a map of a sky island? He asked in wonder. The name certainly fits, answered Sanji. Should we dive? Try to find something else in the ship, offered Zoro. You wouldn't be able to find the surface and probably drown, said dismissively Sanji, before stopping and looking back toward Zoro. Sure, let's go then. What was that? Started to growl Zoro. Nobody is taking a dive in the waters of the Grand Line, interrupted Drake, sighing at their idiocy. You won't be able to survive for 10 minutes before getting eaten by a sea king. What should we do now? I could try to get us to the closest island, but our log pose is now useless to get there, and we have no idea how to reach a sky island. Started to fret Nami. This guy here might want to help, said Luffy, and they all turned to watch a huge ship getting closer to them. "Oh mister!" shouted Luffy, waving his arm widely. "Wow, you look like a monkey," he observed. "Luffy!" hissed Usopp and Nami in sync. "Oh, you really think so? I guess, if you say it, it must be true." "Hey," laughed awkwardly the man that kinda looked like a monkey, rubbing the back of his head in an embarrassed gesture. "Who are you?" ached Luffy. "I'm Masira, the Salvage King. I'm the best salvager in the sea. Did you see a galleon fall around here? You didn't touch it, did you?" he asked, his face suddenly serious. No, we didn't touch anything," lied quickly Nami, hiding the map being her back. "It almost fell on us. Do you know where a ship like this could come from?" Masira leaned on the railing of his ship. "There are islands in the sky," he revealed in a serious voice. "Yeah, I heard. Is it usual for ships to fall from them?" This one looked quite old. "Wait, you're believing me?" Sure," said Nami. "The weather on the Grand Line is stranger than everything I could dream of, so it isn't impossible that there could exist clouds strong enough for people to stand on," she mused. She might not have believed it so easily if Robin had been the only one to talk about it, but Drake had shown them that he knew far more about the Grand Line than the rest of the crew, and now that they had a reason for his knowledge she saw no reason not to trust him. Plus, she had had at least 1 minute to think about the existence of such islands, more than enough time to get used to the idea. "Most people around here don't believe in the existence of the Sky Islands. If you're interested, you need to talk to Mont Blanc Cricket. Could you lead us to him? Our log pose is locked pointing up toward the sky, but we have no idea how to get there. Give me a few minutes to salvage this ship, and then I'll take you to where he lives," offered Masira. "Mont Blanc," repeated Sanji as soon as Masira turned back to his ship. "I feel like I've heard this name before." "Really?" asked Robin, interested. "Now that you say that," Drake frowned. "I'm pretty sure it was in a book. Mont Blanc. Something. Mont Blanc Noland," remembered Sanji, hitting his fist against his palm. "Who was that?" asked Chopper curiously. "It's a tale, in the North Blue," started to explain Sanji. "Wait, North Blue? Aren't you from the East?" interrupted Nami. "I was born in the North Blue," explained Sanji. "But I was raised in the East. Anyway, he is the main character of this story, called Liar Noland," he quickly said, not wanting to let them have the time to ask more questions about his childhood. "It's a cautionary tale, I guess, for children. Noland was an adventurer, and he always came back from the sea with unbelievable tales of what he had seen. One day, he came back from one of his travels that took months and went to see the king. He told him that he found a city of gold on the island he was on, and wanted the king to send him back with a fleet so he could bring all the gold back. The king agreed, and the fleet went on a hard journey. But when they reached the island, there wasn't any gold. Everyone thought that Noland had been lying about it, and so the king ordered his execution. But he kept saying that the island had been here, and even before his death he insisted that the island must have sunk, and that's why all the gold disappeared." "That was sad," said Chopper with a small frown. "To keep saying that even when faced with death," murmured Usopp, impressed. "We're good to go," announced Masira as he leaned on the closest railing to the Mary. "It won't take very long, so just follow us and dash." He stopped as the night suddenly fell on them. They all looked up, expecting to see the clouds leading to the usual Grand Line storms. However, towering above them, was 5 figures. They looked like warriors, each holding a spear in their hands. The most striking thing about them, however, was their size. They looked like they were a few kilometers tall. Panicked shouts exploded from the Mary and Masira's ship. "Run!" shouted Luffy, but before they could once again jump down in the ship to start rowing, a shout of "Wait!" coming from Drake stopped them. "They're not real!" exclaimed Drake once he saw he had everyone's attention. "My hockey can't feel them, and I have a range big enough that I should be able to. Whatever this is, there is no one here." "But," protested Luffy, his eyes wide as he watched the figures above them. One of them put his weapon back, like it was getting ready to strike them, and they all took a step back, even Drake. He was sure that there wasn't anyone here, but it didn't make the sight any less intimidating. However, they no longer had the time to run. They watched with bated breath as the spears started to go down toward them when suddenly the figures all vanished. "What was that?" said Zoro in a shocked tone. "So scary," cried out Nami and Usopp as they clung to each other. Chopper fell on his back on the ground, one of his hoofs grabbing onto Zoro's boot for comfort. "My guess would be some sort of devil fruit power dealing in illusions," offered Drake. "But it definitely wasn't real." "Whatever. I don't want to stay here." Nami turned toward Masira's ship and put her hand on her hips. "Get us out of her and to this cricket guy as soon as you can," she ordered. "One Piece." "So, where exactly does Cricket live?" asked Nami. They had been traveling next to Masira's ship for about a dozen minutes, and they had finally gotten over their shock of the previous events. Enough, at least, to start asking questions to Masira. On the west side of Jaya. That's the only island on this part of the sea, so your log post should have taken you there. Answered Masira. Jaya? Repeated Drake. You've heard of it? Asked Luffy. There's a port town, pretty much lawless, and despite the Marines' attempt at regaining control, they never managed to do it for long. It's one of the numerous islands that is situated too far from the nearest Marine bases for them to launch any kind of successful assault. Most of the pirates dealing in the black market have some sort of hold there, since it's close enough to multiple routes to make it strategically placed for anyone interested in this half of the Grand Line. So it's dangerous? Asked Zoro with a glint in his eyes. Not in a way you'd like. Answered Drake. They're more likely to harass Nami and Robin than you with your 3 swords. I still haven't seen how much Luffy's bounty increased, but they won't go after him either. We're not going to see anyone important there, only the unimportant underlings that aren't strong enough to go to the New World. He warned, to the disappointment of the straw-hatted teen. Luffy quickly rebounded at the reminder of his bounty. I hope I got a huge increase. Maybe some of us got a wanted poster as well. Said hopefully Sanji. One Piece. We're getting near Jaya. Warned them Masira. A few minutes later they started to discern the island, and it wasn't long before they were able to see a tall structure near the edge. Is that a castle? Asked Sanji. Looks like it. Hummed Robin. Usopp put a spyglass to his eyes. There's something weird with it. He noted. That's because it's not a real castle. Explained Masira. What do you mean? Asked Robin. Cricket's house is at the edge of the island. The house looks like it had been cut in half, it's why we think that part of the island sunk into the sea. He put a castle cardboard decades ago to fill the hole in the house. And here I thought that for once we would meet someone rich, sighed Nami. We just left the Princess of Alabasta. Said Zoro dryly. That's not the same. Vivi is a friend, I can't exactly ask her for money. Protested Nami. TCH. And yet you gave me a debt. Which? He muttered, earning a sharp glare from Nami. Sanji was too busy swooning around Robin to notice the interaction. One Piece. I didn't expect the house to be that small. Said Chopper, as they went to the other side of the castle cardboard. It's barely big enough for one person. Added Usopp. Really? Asked Luffy. The house looked fine to him. The bandits that had raised him had a bigger house, but there were always dozens of people in it. And once he was alone, his treehouse had felt too big. I can't really say, I spend most of my life on the Baratai. Answered Sanji. Not quite a lie, but before the Baratai he had spent months in a cell, and before that he lived in a castle. He didn't really know what was the normal size for a house. I lived in a castle with Doctorine. Offered Chopper. Before that the only house I spent time in was Dr. Hiliolek's. I was bigger than this, but not by much. They all turned to look at Zoro, curious to hear about his life before the Straw Hat since no one knew anything about him, except for his status as a bounty hunter. I was in a dojo. He answered simply. Some of you saw Bellamer's house. It was bigger, but we were 3 to live in it. Said Nami. I had kind of a big house where I worked before, due to my position. Said Drake, aware of Masira listening in. He couldn't really start talking about Marineford. Most houses in the North Blue are mostly small, to keep the heat in. Only the really rich that could afford better heating than a fireplace had a big house. He added, trying to remember what was considered normal in the North. Minion Island was the clearest memory he had of a place that wasn't a marine base, and the houses there had been small, with thick stone walls. It really seems to have been cut in half. Said Robin when their gaze turned to her questioningly. You could probably fit a bedroom upstairs, which left enough space for a small kitchen and a decently sized living room. The crew let the diversion go, only Zoro throwing her a sharp glance, not liking her keeping secrets from them. Still, he could understand not wanting to talk about her childhood. The only one who was aware of Kuina and the promise they had made to each other was Luffy, and only because they had spent their first days on the sea alone and his captain had asked him about Watto. Luffy had told him about Shanks in turn, and how much his hat truly meant. Everyone on the crew knew that his hat was precious to him, but only Zoro had gotten the full story behind it. Do you know where this locust guy is? Asked Luffy, turning to Masira, cutting through the awkwardness that barely had the time to settle. Locust? Repeated Masira. Cricket. Translated Zoro. He probably is diving. We think that there is a treasure at the bottom of the sea, and so he dives every day in the hope to find it. It won't be long before he comes back up to eat. Explained Masira. Eat! Shouted Luffy, his eyes suddenly wide as he remembered the most important thing. Sanji, I'm hungry. I told you to wait until lunch, answered Sanji, taking a calming huff off his cigarette, resigning himself to the battle of will that was going to take place. I'm feeling hungry too, Sanji-kun, said Nami. This day had been too much to handle. She sighed, her manipulations forgotten for a second as she remembered the sequence of shocking events they just lived through. Right away, Nami-san, shouted Sanji as he ran back toward the Mary, reluctance entirely forgotten. He quickly came back with a full meal, and they sat on the grass in front of Cricket's house, most trying to sit as far away from Luffy as possible in a vain hope to protect themselves from his attacks. Only Zoro and Robin didn't, confident in their ability to fend him off. Drake sat beside Zoro, knowing that the swordsman would protect his food as well since he wouldn't be able to know whether Luffy was aiming for his or Drake's. Take this as the continuation of our interrupted observation hockey training, he said with a relaxed smile when they started to complain. You all need to learn to fend off attacks that come too quickly for your eyes to see. Usopp and Nami grumbled about it being unfair, Robin observing the scene with a serene look, a few extra hands ready to protect her plate. Or you just need to be fast enough to react, taunted Zoro as he slapped Luffy's hand away. You're not even using haki, you're using Zoro, complained Nami to Drake. That's part of being a strategist, you need to know which battle to fight. TCH, protect your own food, said Zoro as he scooted back a little. One of Luffy's hands immediately went for Drake's plate, and he caught it in his own. They could all see his hand take a black color, as he had removed his gloves to eat. Don't try me, or I'll keep both of your hands here and you won't be able to eat, he threatened Luffy, releasing his trapped arm with a pointed look. Luffy's look of horror made the crew laugh, and he religiously kept his hands off Drake's plate for the rest of the meal. The rest were still fair play though. What are you brat doing here? They looked up, surprised by the unexpected angry shout, from where they were relaxing. Luffy was laying on his back on the grass, happily sated for a time, like after every meal since Sanji had joined the crew. The others were sitting, Zoro's back against the house as he napped. Masaira was involved in a conversation with Usopp about salvaging, Nami having lost interest quickly once she learned what kind of treasures he usually found. Chopper, Drake, and Robin were listening in for lack of better things to do, Sanji going between the two women to make sure that they were comfortable and had everything they wanted. Cricket recognized Masaira as he jumped to his feet. Are you here to rob me? I'm not letting any of you, Masaira. Ah, are they friends of yours? The old man asked, suddenly calming down. I met them on the sea, explained Masaira. They were interested in going to a sky island, I told them you knew how to go there. A sky island? You believe they exist? He asked the group. We know they do, answered simply Luffy. Humph. How would you brats know? You're just as foolish as the idiots in Mock Town that know that it doesn't. He scoffed derisively. Luffy frowned at that. Don't you believe in their existence, old man? Oh, I believe they exist all right. Most would, and do, call me a fool for believing. But I don't know whether they exist or not, he explained. I don't know anyone who had claimed to go there and be even the slightest bit credible. How could you brats dashed up? He stopped abruptly in his rant, a weird expression on his face as one of his hands went to clutch at his chest. Ugh dash, he grunted as he staggered, tried to take a step back to regain his equilibrium, but lost his balance and fell forward. Cricket. Old man. Aya. What happened? Shouted a panicked Chopper as he ran toward Cricket. He grabbed his medical instruments from his backpack and went to check the man's heart and lungs. That isn't good. He frowned slightly. What is it, Dr. San? Asked Robin as she crouched next to him. We should get him on a proper bed first. I recognize this, it's decompression sickness, he explained as Masaira went to take Cricket's unconscious body and carried it toward the house. Decompression sickness? She repeated curiously. It's caused by his diving, explained Chopper. I didn't see him carry any kind of equipment when he went out of the water. If he goes too far deep without the proper equipment, like a diving suit, the pressure in his body will change. It usually isn't a problem because deep-sea divers are careful about how quickly they go under and how quickly they go back to the surface. But given his age, if he goes back up too quickly, and had been doing so for years, he had been slowly destroying his lungs and raising his blood pressure. Diving is that dangerous? Asked Masaira. Chopper nodded vigorously. The human body isn't made to withstand the pressure of the sea. Young divers won't notice the strains, but it definitely exists. How long has he been diving? For at least as long as I have known him, and he started a few years before that, so around 10 years I'd say. He needs to stop then. He won't be able to keep it for long before his heart and lungs stop functioning, informed him Chopper seriously. One Piece. It only took a few minutes for Cricket to regain consciousness and for Chopper to explain how bad for his health diving had been. Cricket, however, protested a lot against Chopper's advice that he immediately stop his activity. "Why are you so insistent about this?" asked Nami after a few minutes of listening to them arguing. "Masira mentioned something about a treasure, but is it really worth dying for?" "Why I believe that there is a treasure, it's not exactly what I am looking for under the sea," started to explain Cricket. "Some of you may have recognized my last name Dash. So you are related to Mont Blanc Noland?" interrupted Sanji. "Yes. He is one of my ancestors. I believe that he really had found a city of gold, but that it had sunk into the sea while he was traveling. Nobody is taking my family seriously because of his reputation, so when I reached this island, I decided that I had to find proof of the city's existence." "Well, I hope you succeed," said Luffy sincerely. Luffy Dash started to protest Chopper. Cricket couldn't keep diving as he was, and he didn't want Luffy to encourage him to continue. "It's his dream," explained Luffy before Chopper could continue, and Chopper fell silent. Everyone in this crew understood how important dreams were. Chopper as well was risking his own life by traveling with a pirate crew for the sake of his dream, when he could have kept being a doctor on drum. "Masira mentioned that you knew how to go on a sky island?" asked Nami after a few seconds of silence. If the man had been diving for 10 years without finding anything, she probably wouldn't get her hand on any gold in the few days they would stay here, so she refocused on the second most important matter. "I have Nolan's logbook. He wrote something in it concerning the Sky Islands," explained Cricket as he went to get the book and gave it to Nami. "Year of the Sea 1120, June 21st. Started to read Nami. Clear weather, I set sail from the lively city of Villa. Following the direction from the log pose, we went northeast-east, straight out of the dock. In the afternoon, I met a merchant ship and bought a unique object. It's a small snowboard-like object called Waver. It is a strange boat that will move even when there is no wind. There seems to be a secret method needed to use it, as I could not control it well. Now it has become a popular toy among the crew. The Waver's source of energy seems to only exist on Sky Island. It is said that there are a lot of special items found in the sky. Speaking of Sky Island, a fellow adventurer once showed me a living skyfish. I was surprised to see such a strange creature. With our ship it is impossible to get there, but being a sailor, I really wish I could go to the Sea of the Sky someday." "Whoa, I want to go to Sky Island!" shouted Luffy. "Those Wavers seem interesting," said Nami. "A skyfish," mused Sanji, wondering how it would taste. "Boss!" The loud shout startled them all, though only Usopp, Nami and Chopper physically reacted when a man barged into the house, throwing the door open. "Oh, boss, you're fine." "Hi Masira," said the newcomer, suddenly calm. "Shuju, those are the?" started to introduce Cricket. "Straw Hats Pirates," completed Luffy. "They're interested in going to a sky island," he explained. "Oh? That's cool. We're going to give them a hand," decided Cricket. "We are? Really? Wow, you're really nice, old man," said Luffy. "How are we supposed to get up there though?" asked Nami. "There's a phenomenon around this island that happens every few months," explained Cricket. "It's called the knock-up stream. It's a giant ascending stream that comes out of the sea and disappears so high into the sky that the top isn't visible. With the proper preparation, a ship might be able to use this stream to propel themselves high into the sky, and see if there is a sky island up there." "How do we make sure to reach a sky island? I mean, they can't be everywhere, right? What if the sky is clear?" "There are a few knock-up streams around here. Most are really short, and only reach a height of a few hundred meters and only stay up for a minute. But at the same time that the bigger stream happens, the one that you will need to use to get into the sky, another weather strange phenomenon happens. There is this cloud unlike any other cloud I've seen. It is called the Millennium Cumulonimbus." "A cumulonimbus?" repeated Nami. "What's that?" asked Luffy. There are different types of clouds, that all exist at different. For example, the small, white clouds that you can see when the sky is clear, that are very low in the sky and aren't tall. The clouds responsible for the storms float higher, and are thicker. The cumulonimbus are very rare and strange clouds. They are tall, very tall, their lowest point being at the same height that the common white clouds, but their tallest point can be a few kilometers above sea level. They are also unusually large, and strong winds and even storms can occur in their midst. At Luffy's blank look, she re-explained with a sigh. "They are very big and rare clouds." "Aya. Okay," said Luffy, a light of understanding flashing through his eyes. Mystery clouds he could understand. The Millennium Cumulonimbus is even rarer. It is said that it reaches 10,000 meters above sea level. said Cricket. If there is a cloud on which a sky island might exist, it's this one. And the knock-up stream passes right through it. You talked about proper preparation? How do we make sure that the Mary will survive a stream that is strong enough to reach the sky? Asked Usopp worriedly. Don't worry about that, shouted Masira. We're not only the best salvagers around, but we also know how to fix ships. We'll modify yours so it can withstand the strength of the knock-up stream. You mentioned that it only happens every few months. Is there one soon? We can't afford to stay here for long and risk the log pose resetting. Asked Drake. We need to leave this island right now. Oh no, how sad, I'm sure it won't happen for a long time. Sorry Luffy, we won't be able to go on a monstrous stream that will propel us thousands of meters into the sky with no way of knowing if we'll survive, said Usopp, patting Luffy's shoulder as if to comfort him. Actually, there's one tomorrow at noon. Cut him off, Cricket. Ugh. Usopp clutched at his heart. I think I just caught the I can't leave this island for at least 2 days disease. No. Usopp, shouted panically Chopper. Robin chuckled, and a fond but exasperated smile appeared on Drake, Zoro, and Sanji's faces at their antics. This knock-up stream, it happens next to the island then? Isn't it dangerous for the inhabitants? Wondered Drake. Oh, no, it's visible from the island but it happens further into the sea. Most of the people sailing around here are aware of the risk and know to look out for them. How do we know where it will happen then? Asked Nami. Oh, I didn't even think about it, since most people try to avoid them, not run into them. Let me show you. He went to the first floor of his house and came back with a bag. This is a south bird, he said, getting a statue out of the bag. The crew awed, eyes wide as they saw it. The statue was made of pure gold and was as long as Cricket's forearm. It depicted some sort of bird, its beak almost as big as the rest of his body. Is that gold? Stuttered Nami. Yes. And it's not empty, answered Cricket, putting the statue in Nami's arms, ignoring her disturbing berry eyes. It's what gives me hope that the city of gold really is at the bottom of the sea. The bird here is a particular bird that only exists on Jaya. Its head is always pointing toward the south. If you go from the eastern edge of the island and go straight to the south for half an hour, you will find yourself right in the middle of the knock-up stream. Where can we find this bird? Asked Usopp, resigned to the fact that they would go to a sky island no matter his protests. I wonder what's the best way to cook it. It's meat, you can't go wrong with meat. They live in the forest on this island, answered Cricket, ignoring Sanji and Luffy. You should go get one as soon as you can, they can be quite hard to catch. One Piece. I hate you, shouted Nami, her fist smashing at the top of Drake's head. Ow, muttered the Zoan, a hand coming to rest on the bump that was already starting to develop. He couldn't understand how she could hit that hard when she didn't know armament. So, you did catch the south bird, he said, noticing the bird struggling in Robin's arm, Chopper attempting to pacify him. And you could have helped. Nami's fist rose once again, and Drake debated for a second whether it was better to avoid it and the hurt that was sure to come with it, or to take it in the hope that it would calm Nami down. You needed the training, he justified, and knew he deserved the hit for this comment. The whole forest was working against us. You live for a year in a jungle and have observation hockey, we wouldn't have to spend the whole afternoon on this if you had come to help us, you a-hole. Drake leaned back to avoid Sanji's feet that had aimed for him at the end of his tirade. What, I thought you wanted to train? He asked the cook. Sanji glared at him, and Drake focused his hockey on him. The glare had been too serious to be just annoyance, and he couldn't see what would have bothered him that much, until he sensed one particular emotion coming from him. Don't tell me you were. He leaned forward, and continued just low enough for Zoro not to hear. Scared? You dash. Sanji forcefully calmed himself when his shout attracted Zoro's attention. He couldn't risk the swordsman knowing his fear of oversized insects. His glare however promised retribution should Drake tease him more. Is that Mary? They all turned at Usopp's question to look toward the Mary. The ship now sported 2 wings, each at least twice as large as the ship. Its head had also been changed to look like a rooster. It's a rooster, shouted Chopper. You did this in only a few hours? He asked in awe, turning to Masira and Shuju that were sitting on the grass next to Cricket's house. Usopp jumped on Mary's deck to look at the changes. Why a rooster? Muttered Sanji. Do roosters even fly? Asked Zoro. Robin chuckled behind them. Well, even if they don't really fly, they're birds. And they are able to float at least, noted Drake. Unlike lambs. Yeah, Mary wasn't the most logical of boats. Then again, a fish figurehead would remind him too much of the Baratai, and Zoro saw Sanji too often already. So a lamb was fine. He liked Mary anyway, she was as much a nakama as all of them. Well, if it helps us survive this, I won't complain, said Sanji. Anyway, it's already nightfall, I'll go start dinner. At that, he and Nami stared threateningly at the South Bird, who let out a sound of distress. One Piece. Are we really doing that? Asked fearfully Usopp as he stared at the back of Masira's ship. He and Shuju only had accompanied them half of the way to the area where the knock-up stream was supposed to appear before they left them to their fate. It's too late to back out, answered Nami. The knock-up stream will happen any minute now, we can't risk trying to flee from it and getting thrown by the waves that will undoubtedly appear. Whatever phenomenon is responsible underwater for it, it must be strong, and we will have to go with the flow to survive this. Something's happening, shouted Zoro. They were all watching from different parts of the deck, none of them wanting to go on the crow's nest when they're supposed to get hit by a stream strong enough to propel their ship thousands of meters into the sky. Nami ran to his side. Is that, turn the sails, a giant whirlpool is about to appear, she shouted. The crew reacted quickly to her orders, but the whirlpool was just as quick to grow, the Mary unable to escape from its force. Are we going to sink before reaching Sky Island? Shouted Sanji, his arms straining to keep the sail turned toward the outside of the whirlpool. Chopper was doing the same on the deck with the helm. There wasn't anything to indicate a whirlpool would happen. Shouted Nami, desperate as she saw Mary getting closer and closer to the eye of the whirlpool despite their best efforts. As if to answer him, the sea suddenly calmed. What dash, she choked out. That's weirder than usual for the Grand Line, said Robin. No, wait, it must be, muttered Nami. What is it? Asked Luffy. The knock-up stream. The water to create it has to come from somewhere. Then it means dash, started to say Drake. Yes, the knock-up stream will explode just where the eye of the whirlpool was, we have seconds at best. Furl the sails, we need to stay where we are, Mary will explode if we get in the middle of it. We need to ride on the ascending waters at the border, they will be slow enough for us to maneuver in, she ordered, finding her footing once again. The minute during which they waited for the explosion to happen was tense, for all of them. Sanji and Zoro, the two strongest of the crew that hadn't eaten a devil fruit, were waiting on top of the sail, ready to release it as soon as Nami gave the order. Luffy, Robin, and Drake were clenching the railing tightly, Drake in the middle of them so he could grab them in case they needed to use their hands to use their powers and help Sanji and Zoro. His devil fruit was the most useless one in this situation. Chopper was at the helm, Usopp next to him to grab him if he fell, Chopper ready to transform from his heavy point to his brain point, the smallest one, at the first sign of danger. Nami was also clenching the railing but on the upper deck to see as much of the sea as she could. She needed to be there to effectively direct her crew. They didn't have any warning when the sea under them exploded. Zoro barely managed to hang on the mast, Sanji not falling only thanks to the rope he had entangled around his arm. He gritted his teeth as his shoulder exploded in pain for a second, before he managed to grab the rope and pull himself back toward the mast through the force of his arms. We're doing it, shouted hysterically Nami, her eyes open wide in fear and excitement. The Mary was vertical, and Drake turned his head to see the ocean behind them get further and further away. They were high enough to see the entirety of Jaya now. Usopp grunted from his position against the wall. Chopper was clutching his shirt and he had one arm wrapped against the small doctor, the other grabbing at the doorway. His position didn't prevent him from sliding up thought, and his head hit the ceiling as Mary tidaled back. Mary is getting too inclined, he shouted. We're losing our grip against the stream, warned Robin, her eyes closed to look at the multitude of eyes she had created along the hull. It took efforts to maintain them despite being hit by seawater. We're going to fall to death if this continues. Sanji, Zoro, open the sail, shouted Nami. We can do this, but we need to dash. The ship separated itself entirely from the knock-up stream at the same time as Sanji and Zoro managed to release the sail from its position against the mast. Instead of falling, Mary started flying. Muttered Drake, his eyes wide open in shock. His grip on the railing had gotten so tight when he thought that they would fall that he had definitely damaged it, the wood crunched under his grip. We're flying, shouted Luffy excitedly. He let out a shout of excitement as the Mary continued to fly, getting them closer and closer to the clouds. Usopp laughed from his position inside the control room, his and Chopper's head looking out through the open door. Drake could feel a smile tug at his lips, and he knew that his look of wonder was shared by everyone on the ship. It didn't matter that Drake knew of the existence of the Sky Islands. There was a difference between knowing they existed, and actively going looking for one by riding a knock-up stream, one of the ocean's phenomena that everyone knew to avoid, no matter how strong their crew or their ship were. In the end, he was part of the Straw Hats, and he would follow his captain everywhere he wanted to go. He hadn't even tried to dissuade him from doing this, not that he thought he would have succeeded anyway. This was exciting. When he had joined, it was with an end goal in sight, saving Vivi's country and defeating Crocodile. It had looked enough like some of his mission with the Marine that he didn't have any problem adapting to his new crew. But right now, they were only sailing for the sake of living a new adventure, and he liked it. The whole crew had thrown itself into making sure they would reach Skypiea, even Usopp, no matter how much he complained, just for the fun of exploring a new and unknown island. He didn't regret following them here, but as the going merry burst through the clouds and he closed his eyes under the sudden glare of the unobscured sun, he couldn't help but have that 1 second of doubt, that feeling that after reaching the top of the knock-up stream, they would just fall down back to the sea. Mary's landing was more surprising than he liked to admit. Part of it was that they didn't fall to their death, of course, but another part was that Mary somehow managed to right herself and didn't crash into whatever had stopped them. The impact was still jarring, and they all fell on the floor with grunts of pain, Zoro and Sanji luckily managing to stay on the mast. "DMN," muttered Sanji as he rolled his shoulder. He had almost fallen off the ship earlier, hadn't only because he had wrapped his arm with a piece of rope. The slight twinge of pain informed him that it wasn't dislocated, only bruised. As long as he could move his arm enough to cook and to do a handstand, it didn't matter if it hurt. "Wow!" Luffy's whispered awe was enough to grab everyone's attention. He had been the first one to get to his feet, and while the others were taking stock of their injuries, crashing hard against the deck wasn't easy on non-rubber people. He had looked at the scenery around them. It's so white. The sky above them was clear, devoid of a single cloud. This in itself wasn't too much of a surprise, since the Grand Line's unpredictable weather meant that they had bouts of good weather often, even if they didn't last for long. What was really shocking was the sea around them. If it could be called a sea. Instead of clear water, it was a milky white, and the small ripples spreading through its surface showed that it wasn't strictly liquid, a small layer of mist appearing and disappearing randomly above the waves. "We're really above the clouds," said Zoro as he landed on the deck. "I've never seen anything like that," said Drake, looking around him in how as he held out a hand to help Usopp get to his feet. The sniper and Chopper were still clinging to each other, but Chopper didn't waste time jumping off his torso to get to the railing and observe the sea from closer. Usopp dragged one of his goggles to his eyes, partly to shield him against the harsh glow of the sea and the sun, but also to help him see further. "Do you see anything?" asked Drake. They seemed to have landed in the middle of nowhere, and he could only see sky and clouds. "Some sort of island?" There's nothing on this side," answered Usopp distractedly as he lent a field glass to Chopper, who was insisting that he wanted to look too. "The log pose is still pointing up," informed them Nami. "There must be another level of cloud somewhere." "Then let's go," ordered Luffy. "We don't know if there is a path that will allow us to navigate to another cloud," mused Robin. Before anyone could answer to that, Chopper cried out in shock. "What is it?" asked Luffy, seeing that the small doctor was still looking through his field glass. "There's someone there," he answered. They all turned to look in the direction he was pointing, but only Usopp had any chance of seeing anything through his goggle. "People?" asked Luffy excitedly. There's a ship, and there's someone next to it. I don't know what they are Usopp and Chopper shouted in fright at the same time. "They just blew up the ship," explained faintly Usopp. "They're coming here," shouted Chopper, throwing his field glass on the floor to jump and grab onto Zoro's head. "Oi!" grumbled the swordsman. "I won't let anyone explode Mary," exclaimed Luffy, his body going into a fighting chance as they saw a dot appear on the horizon, quickly getting bigger and revealing a man approaching them on top of some sort of private vessel. Sanji, Drake, and Zoro, who had managed to get Chopper to release him, got in position behind their captain, ready to fight if needed. The stranger aimed a bazooka at their ship and fired, the projectile effortlessly deflected by Luffy and falling harmlessly into the cloudy sea under them. It didn't seem to deter him, as he didn't do much more than blink in slight surprise before he jumped high above them, one leg coming down to kick Luffy. The teen ped his fist back and sent it toward their attacker, twisting at the same time to the side to avoid getting it. However, instead of punching the man and evading the kick, his fist flew wide and the kick connected before he could avoid it. The strength behind it was enough to send him flying, and he crashed into the wall of their cabins. Nami gasped in surprise as she saw her captain get so easily thrown off, her hand falling to the climb attack strapped to her leg. Sanji and Zoro reacted almost instantly, Sanji sending a powerful kick toward the enemy while Zoro cut him down. Or at least, that was the plan. As soon as Sanji shifted his weight to one leg to prepare his kick, he lost his footing, suddenly feeling lightheaded. The kick still connected, but with no strength behind it, it was easily blocked by the unknown man, who pushed him back and threw him on the floor. Zoro didn't fare any better, his sword hitting the bazooka as he hadn't been fast enough to attack before the man could protect himself. He got kicked back as well, his hand struggling to catch the railing and prevent his fall overboard without dropping his sword. What, not hockey, I would have seen, Drake thought as he took in the fact that the three strongest fighters beside him had lost in seconds to the same enemy. Devil fruit? He wondered, deciding to shift into his full Allosaurus form. He needed to protect the rest of the crew while the others were down, and the shocking factor of his transformation would allow him to stall for a few seconds at least. The transformation was seamless, the Mary just large enough for him to shift without destroying anything, and he took a deep breath to let out a roar, hoping to scare or at least unsettle the attacker long enough for the others to get back up. He couldn't. It seemed like no air had entered his lungs and he faltered, took a step back as the sensation of choking registered in his mind. But he wasn't drowning, he knew how drowning felt, it had happened often enough to him as a kid once he had eaten his devil fruit, and this wasn't it, there just was something strange with the air. He shifted back to human almost as quickly as he had transformed into his Zoan form and the sensation lessened. He grabbed both his axe and sword, ready to fight no matter what was wrong with the air here, but someone else beat him to it. The attacker barely managed to avoid getting impaled, shifting at the last moment for a spear to clash against his foot instead. "I'm not letting you attack innocent, Shandarian," said the owner of the spear, an old man that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "I have better things to do than to fight you," glared the other. "But rest assured that I'm not forgetting about you." At those words, he made a backflip to rejoin the sea, and disappeared quickly. "Who are you, old man?" asked Luffy, still painting slightly. "I'm the Knight of the Sky. You may call me Gonfall." "I don't care who he is." "What the F was that?" shouted Nami, her fist connecting with the back of Luffy's head. "I don't know. Everything was just weird," complained Luffy. "There's something wrong here. I started to choke as soon as I transformed," added Drake. "It probably comes from the lack of oxygen," explained Robin. "This high up, oxygen is rarer and the air is thinner. Our bodies aren't yet used to it, so every time you tried to exert yourself, your body protested. Your Allosaurus form must need more oxygen than your human one, Dinosaur-san." Drake wrinkled his nose at the name. Robin never used their given name, only called them by those strange nicknames she had created, but the others had their position in it. Captain San, Dr. San. At least his was better than Usopp's long-nosed Kuin. "You come from the Blue Sea then?" asked Gonfall. "Yes," answered Robin. "It wasn't hard to guess what the Blue Sea was, given how white everything was here. Then you should try to avoid moving too much. It will take you weeks before you can move freely in this new environment," Gonfall advised them. I feel fine," said plainly Zoro. "Yep, already used to it," added Sanji. It's impossible, really, nobody can adapt that fast," protested the knight. "No, really. I'm all ready to fight now," said Luffy. "Don't question it," said Nami. "So, Gonfall, right? Can you explain to us where we are? We followed our log post to get up there, but it's still pointing up. Is there something like the knock-up stream here, that would guide us toward higher clouds?" "No, don't tell me you took a knock-up stream to come here," said Gonfall, shocked. Nayli blinked in surprise a few times, before a hard look came onto her face. "Was there another way?" she asked, almost sweetly. "There are other islands in the sky below us, and paths to connect them. But you would have lost quite a few people in trying to use this way. The knock-up stream is all or nothing." "Well, we all survived." She sighed. She wondered how those other islands could be reached. The Sky Islands wouldn't have been a myth if the path was easy to take. "Where exactly are we now? The log pose is still pointing upward," asked Robin before Nami could ask her own question. "You're in the White Sea, around 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea. Above us is the White Sea, 10,000 meters above the Blue Sea. That's why your log pose is pointing upward, there are still lands up there. But, well, you've impressed me by reaching here with the knock-up steam, and you remind me of another crew. Let me give you something." "Give?" asked Nami, ever interested. "The fighters here are fierce, and you're not used to our way of living. If you ever need help, you can call me using this." He dangled in front of them a small golden whistle. "If you use it, it will call me. I'll hear the sound wherever you are on the island, and I'll come to your help. Normally it would cost 50 million extal per use, but I'll give you the first one for free." "To call for help?" murmured Nami, before running forward and snatching the whistle out of his hand. "It's mine," she declared. "What? No," protested Usopp and Chopper. "The weakest of the crew should have it," said Chopper. "Well, I'm the weakest." "No you're not. You took down Miss Doublefinger all by yourself, and she was part of the second highest duo of Baroque's works." countered Usopp. Yeah. I'm weaker than you, shouted Chopper. Drake sighed when they started to fistfight over who was the weakest. They're ridiculous, muttered Zoro. They'll decide this together. I, for one, am more interested in going to this white sea. Night-san left, noticed Robin. I wanted to ask him more questions. He's fast, I didn't notice him leaving. With a glance toward the fighting trio, Drake couldn't help but understand why the man had run away quickly. People fighting to determine who was the weakest wasn't exactly normal. And how would they determine who was supposed to have the whistle? Was the weakest person the one who won or the one who lost the fight? One Piece. Nami, Usopp and Chopper had finally decided that the whistle should be pinned to the main mast. While it was only a temporary solution since they would soon leave the Mary to go explore, at least Nami was no longer too distracted to help them navigate on the weird sea. With their navigator back, it didn't take them long to reach a door hidden under a cascade. It looked like a weirdly drawn star had been stuck onto the sea. Heaven's Gate was written on it. Heaven's Gate, said Chopper. Do you think we're in heaven? He asked, turning to look at Usopp. Hesitated Usopp. No, we're not in heaven, sighed Nami. The sign doesn't mean anything. Heaven doesn't exist anyway, said Zoro. You can't be sure that started to say Usopp. Please don't ask questions like that, sighed Drake, cutting him off. You'll only create discord. Chopper blinked at him with large eyes, before he nodded. Okay. He agreed. It's something about humans, we like to debate about subjects like that. If you go to a normal town and ask them what they think of the Marines, you'll have the same sort of reaction. Some like them, some don't, and most people think that the one in the right is the one who shouts the loudest. He explained. But we hate the Marines, right? Asked Chopper, before throwing a worried glance at Drake. We're pirates, said Zoro. We tend to dislike them. You don't have to hate anyone just because they're Marines, but most of them will try to arrest us or kill us, shrugged Drake. Some because it's their job, others because they truly believe we're bad people and they're protecting innocent by stopping us, and others again because they hate anything pirate. After that, Chopper refrained from asking more questions, and they quickly reached the gate and found an old lady there. Hey, Grandma! Shouted Luffy. Is that the way to go higher? He asked. You're new? Here for sightseeing? Asked the old lady. Then you must pay 1 billion extal per person to cross the gate. What? Shouted, outraged Nami. That's way too much. How much is that in berries? Asked Robin. It doesn't matter how much, I don't want to pay anything. Hissed Nami. You're from the Blue Sea then, said the old woman. That's 100 berry per person. But you don't have to pay. Why are you asking us to pay if we don't have to? Asked Zoro. It's not like she would be able to stop us, said Drake. There's 8 of us, and we're obviously armed. She might call law enforcement on us if we don't pay though. Well, just like Zoro said, we're pirates. We're not afraid of breaking the law, decided Nami. Luffy laughed at that, and turned toward the guardian of the gate. We're not paying, he told her. Just wait a minute here for the shrimp to arrive, she said, getting a Kamiko Den mushi out and starting to take their picture. Shrimp? Repeated Usopp. As if to answer him, Mary suddenly rocked. They all leaned over the railing to see huge claws grabbing onto the ship's hull, before the beast, which was probably a shrimp, started to move in the water and up a strange road made of clouds. The path wasn't very deep, enough for their ship to sail through, but they could see that it was made of clouds and seemingly floating in the air. That's certainly an efficient way to travel, noted Nami. It took them a few minutes to reach the end of the road, and the shrimp released Mary once they reached another cloudy sea. There seems to be a beach there, said Usopp, pointing in the direction he was looking, his goggles on his eyes. Despite the general lack of wind, they managed to reach the beach, Luffy and Usopp jumping on it as soon as Mary got close enough, quickly followed by Chopper. They're so impatient, sighed Drake. Robin huffed out a laugh at his side, watching as Sanji and Nami followed them with barely concealed excitement, Zoro following at a more sedate pace. If they have enough energy to run around, they have enough for hockey training, he added. You should let them enjoy the novelty a little more, protested Robin half-heartedly. We're probably going to run into whatever passes for law enforcement here. I'm not too worried about it, but given what an utter failure our first attempt to fight was, I'll feel better if everyone on the crew got used to moving and fighting despite the different conditions. Well, far from me to prevent you from doing this. Do you want to join us? We should use the open space, but I don't want to leave Mary alone while we're distracted. The bazooka man could come back and blow Mary up, forcing us to spend the rest of our lives trapped on a cloud. Agreed Robin. You'll make them train armament today, right? I'll stay here then. Okay, thanks, said Drake. Oi! He shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth to make his voice carry more, and attracting the attention of everyone on the beach. Usopp was showing Chopper how to build a sandcastle, Luffy was doing who knows what on a tree, Sanji and Zoro were fighting each other and rolling in the waves, and Nami was sitting on a rock, her feet in the water. At his shout, they all stopped what they were doing to turn and look at him, Sanji trapping Zoro underwater for a second before he managed to free himself with a glare. Drake jumped into the sand, and walked in the middle of them. Hockey training. He explained simply. Drake jumped into the sand, and walked in the middle of them. Hockey training. He explained simply. Nami groaned in despair, and sneaked a glance toward the Mary. She scowled when she saw that Robin was already on it and that she wouldn't have a reason to skip today's training. She knew why Drake was doing this, and she liked that he wanted them to be strong enough to protect themselves. Usopp's Climattact had done a lot to heighten her chance of coming on top in a fight, but while she had won against Miss Doublefinger, she knew that it wouldn't always be enough. Zoro had struggled against Mr. One, and had the fight gone differently, she might have had to fight Mr. One as well, and she knew how it would have ended. Of course, no matter how strong she grew, there would always be someone stronger. Given Luffy's tendency to find trouble everywhere he went, and his goal to become Pirate King, there would, at one point far, far away in the future if she had anything to say about it, have to cross path with the monsters out there, Yonko, Marines, Shichibukai. But knowing that armament would be enough to protect her from a sword strike, even if she found herself without her Climattact, was a good enough incentive to invest herself in the training most of the time. Luffy, and Zoro, Drake, even Sanji, might be good enough fighters that normal people weren't a threat to them, but she knew that she didn't have that advantage. She knew all about taking out people stronger than her, and she wasn't bullet or sword proof. Taking down one of Baroque Works' strongest fighters didn't mean that a low-level Marine wouldn't defeat her with a lucky hit. Still, there was some part of her that shied away from training. She acted like it was vanity, and it partly was. Her looks were part of her arsenal, people underestimated her because her muscles weren't showing, and most people found her attractive. She would never be strong enough to win a brute power contest against most people, no matter how hard she trained, and so she didn't want to put in the effort. Mostly, and she would never admit it out loud, even if she admitted it in the privacy of her mind, as she generally tried not to lie to herself, it was a mark left by the 8 years she had spent working under Arlong. The fishmen had such overwhelming strength, that no matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to win against them alone. No matter how smart she was, no matter the tricks she used, they would easily defeat her through sheer strength alone. Arlong hadn't cared if she trained, confident in his own superiority over her and the rest of the human race, but it had gained her suspicious look from the rest of his crew. They had never trusted her, no one had except maybe Hatchan, and every move she made that might look like an attempt to rebel against them was met with extreme prejudice. She had learned to stay weak. Part of it was also that she had been valuable enough that Arlong didn't want her to get too injured to work. He didn't care when he, or his crew, were the one to hurt her, but he tended to take offense if some lowly human dared touch a member of his crew, including her. When she got forced into a fight, she only needed to show Arlong's mark and people decided to forego fighting her, too afraid of the fishmen to risk it. Even if she had hated showing the world the tattoo that was no better than a SLV brand, she always had that security net to fall back to. And then Luffy had come, with Zoro and later Sanji at his side, and they were so much stronger than everyone she knew that she hadn't felt the need to train. She, and Usopp, were weaker than them, but it was alright because they weren't needed for their physical strength but because they were smart and had other skills to bring to the crew. Drake offering them all the opportunity to grow as a fighter, coupled with her fight against Miss Doublefinger had shown that she couldn't rely on the other to take care of every enemies, not like she had done at Arlong Park or on Syrup Village. She had lucked out and hadn't been hurt by the fight, but the Baroque Works agent would have needed only one hit to kill her, and she couldn't be sure that no one in the future would get that lucky hit. So she swallowed her protest, half-hearted as they were, and went with Usopp and Chopper to do the weak version of armament training, the one that didn't involve getting her but kicked repeatedly by Drake using armament until she somehow unlocked her own. It involved punching trees repeatedly, and even if she didn't see any progress other than the number of splinters she got on her hands, Drake had at least taken the time to teach them how to throw a real punch after the first time she almost broke her thumb. He liked to tell them that no matter how long it would take them to unlock hockey, and it would take them long, of that she had no doubt, months and maybe even years, the training wouldn't be a waste of time. Drake generally left them to their training, since this method of learning wasn't exactly hands-on. He generally checked on them after each session, but unless they started to grow stronger, at which point they would turn to punching rocks, which she wasn't looking forward to, he couldn't really do anything to help them learn quicker. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji, on the other hand, were already able to punch through rocks, no hockey needed, and needed a different method to learn. She didn't know if Drake was strong enough to win a fight against them. She tended to think that he was, only because he had time and experience on his side, who knew how many people he had defeated in his almost 10 years as a Marine, and from what he had told them, the stronger the people beating you are but every day, the quicker you developed hockey. He refused to tell them who he had trained under, even if he tended to throw Luffy strange looks when he talked about this PRD of his life. So instead of going one-on-one against them, he had instead decided that armament training would instead be a free-for-all between the four of them. It seemed to work for them, and for multiple reasons. Firstly, it allowed Sanji and Zoro to kick each other but in a real fight, without going too far. They couldn't risk getting too involved in their battle against each other, because Drake or Luffy would use it as an opportunity to attack them when they weren't ready for it. Secondly, it taught them how to fight multiple enemies at once, enemies that weren't weaklings. They all had wide-ranged attacks. Zoro had taken care of all of the bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak by himself, after all, but they weren't enough to defeat stronger enemies. They had to learn how to prioritize, how to make sure never to leave their back open while focusing on one opponent. Furthermore, they had access to a wide range of fighting styles between the four of them. Sanji and Luffy were melee fighters, with Luffy able to attack from afar if he needed to, Zoro a swordsman and Drake a mix of the two depending on his mood. For now, it meant that they were able to fight each other for an hour without anyone being declared a clear winner. By the end of the hour, they had all worked to a good state of being. Not quite exhaustion, since it would be irresponsible, but they had a good workout that would leave them with aches at the end of the day. It would all be healed up by the next morning, and the alternation of armament and observation training meant that they never were overworked. One Piece. Chopper had just finished making sure that no one was badly hurt when a hesitant voice greeted them. Hizo? Called out someone, and they turned to see a blonde woman holding what seemed to be a fox in her arms, looking at them hesitantly. Hi, said Luffy. Hello, mademoiselle, said Sanji, teleporting at her feet in a kneeling position. Are you an angel? He asked. She hesitated. Before she could answer, a man appeared from behind the hill she was standing on, riding some sort of contraption on the sea. Conies, are those people bothering you? He shouted, coming to a stop on the beach next to them. I want that, whispered Nami as she examined the machine. She could see the bottom from where it was resting sideways on the ground, and she could see that it looked like a miniature boat. However, its small size and the fact that it wasn't using any means she knew to advance meant that it was something she had to get her hands on. Let's try to make friends with the locals before we steal from them, answered Drake in the same tone of voice. Nami glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, surprised at the lack of condemnation in his voice. No one in the crew really cared when she stole something, not like she did recently. She tended to bargain to extremely advantageous prices instead, but they usually didn't casually mention stealing, at least not in a serious way. She didn't think Drake was the kind of person who would condone the stealing of someone's property just because she wanted it, but at least he wasn't judging her, not outwardly. Maybe he had just resigned himself to his pirate life. We were just greeting each other, Dad, said the blonde, and Nami focused back on her. I'm Conies. She introduced herself. And this is my dad, Pagaya, and my fox, Sue. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, Apira Nami. She cut him off as she elbowed him in the side. This is Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp, Drake, and Robin is staying on our ship. She continued, pointing at each person as she named them. Nice to meet you. She smiled sweetly. She needed to get the introduction out of the way so she could ask them about the vehicle, but Conies, at least, seemed to be a kind person, so she didn't want to be rude. Hizo, said Conies and Pagaya at the same time. I don't think I've seen you around before? Asked Conies. Oh, we're from the Blue Sea, admitted Nami, ignoring their weird greeting. We're just sightseeing here, everything is just new and very interesting. Like that machine here, I've never seen anything like it before. Do you know how it works? This is a waiver, answered Pagaya. You don't have anything like that on the Blue Sea? He asked. So this is what a waiver looks like, murmured Nami. No, or at least I've never seen anything like it. She answered in a louder voice. You've heard of it? Asked Luffy. It was mentioned in Mont Blanc's diary. She reminded him. Do you want to try it? It takes hours to learn how to control them, but a test ride won't hurt, offered Pagaya. Started to answer Luffy, before getting once more cut off by Nami. Of course, if it's not too much problem, I'd like to. No, not at all. Here, you put your feet that way, your hands have to stay here, he started to explain as he showed her how the waiver worked. You really are from the Blue Sea? Asked Konis, looking fondly at her father. Yes. The landscape is really striking, it looks like nothing I've seen before. Answered Drake as he kept an eye on Nami. What is used to propel the waiver? Since the navigator had gotten too distracted by the prospect of trying the machine to get more intel on its inner working, he wanted to ask in her stead. Oh, it's a clever application of dials. Answered Konis. Dials? Asked Chopper. Konis blinked a few times at the talking animal, not having noticed him during the quick introductions, before she decided to chalk it as just a weird thing from the Blue Sea. You don't have dials? I don't know. Answered Chopper, tilting his head back to see the rest of the crew. I've never heard of anything like it. Confirmed Usopp. Oh, we must take you to our home then. Said Pagaya, tired of yelling at Nami to slow down. I have a lot to show you. One Piece. Navigator San is taking a long time to come back. Remarked idly Robin. When offered the chance to make contact with the locals, she had agreed to let Zoro keep watch on the Mary while she followed on land. Or at least, on those condensed clouds used as land. Maybe she got lost trying to join us. She added. Unlikely. Well, she would have known better than to ask Zoro for directions anyway, so she should at least have been back on Mary. Answered Drake, checking through the windows of Pagaya's house if Zoro was still alone keeping watch. We don't know anything about the sailing here. Maybe she got lost trying to go back to the ship. Countered Robin. It's Nami, she won't get lost at sea, no matter how weird the sea is. Protested Drake. Your friend still isn't back? Asked Pagaya, looking worriedly at them. No. Do you know where she could have gone? There is, he hesitated, looking back toward Konis. There is a land. It's not far from here on a waiver, maybe 10-15 minutes. He started to explain. The upper yard, it is called. It is God's land, no one is allowed to put foot on it. God? Snorted Zoro, while Usopp looked at him fearfully. What happens if someone does? Asked Robin. God punishes them. Answered Pagaya. And how does God do that? Asks Drake, sending a warning glance at Zoro when it looked like he would react again. He smites them. Answered Konis fearfully. We can't let Nami get smitten. Cried out Chopper. Let's go back to the beach. Ordered Luffy. Maybe we'll see her from there. One Piece. Nami wasn't at the beach, and she wasn't on the sea as far as they could see. Can't you sense her? Asked Usopp, turning toward Drake. The Zoan closed his eyes, trying to focus on her presence. There was something, too far for him to say with any kind of certainty, just at the limit of his range, that was moving fast toward them. There is someone coming toward us from there, but I can't tell if it's her. He admitted. More importantly, there are people trying to sneak on us. They turned to look at where he was pointing, to see 5 men, in some kind of uniform, crawling on the floor toward them. Oh, it's the white berets. Identified Konis. You, criminals! Shouted one of the men, coming back to his feet. Criminal? Repeated Usopp. You invaded this country, refused to pay the entrance fee, which makes you class 11 criminals. You have to pay a fine of 10 times the entrance fee, for which of you, which makes it 80 billion extal. The witch won't like that. Snorted Zoro. How dare Dash started to say Sanji. Boys! Protested Drake, before he turned toward the white berets. They had other problems right now. Nami had gotten close enough that he could recognize her presence, and if the sheer panic he could feel emanating from her was any indication, they didn't have time to waste with the local law enforcement, not when they weren't strong enough to be any kind of danger for them. We're, of course, going to pay the toll. The person who has our money is coming back, if you'll just wait a few minutes. Nami's fine? Asked Luffy, getting a nod. She's not hurt. He confirmed. But something happened. What? Asked Sanji worriedly. I don't know. Said Drake. He didn't want to reveal the extent of his abilities in front of the police, and he truly didn't know. Telling them that Nami was terrified wouldn't help any, not when she would arrive any minute now. I think I'm seeing her. Said Usopp as he scanned the sea through his goggles. Luffy! Shouted Nami as soon as she got close enough, jumping from the waiver before it was properly stopped and running toward them. However, before she could reach her crew, the white berets moved to put themselves between them, some moving behind her to surround her. Miss, you and your crew have committed a Class 11 crime, which means that you incurred a debt and will have to pay a bill of dash. Nami didn't let him finish his sentence, her climatact appearing in his hand and crashing against the head of the man who had talked. Before the rest of the berets could react, Sanji had rendered them all unconscious. Don't bother Nami-san. The man that Nami had hit was watching them from his position on the ground, half unconscious from the hit. You have attacked the white berets, you are now class 2 criminals, you will be sentenced dash. Like I care. Shouted back Nami. I'm not paying any bill. Anyway, Luffy. We need to get away from here, like right now. What happened? He asked her. I sort of lost track of the time, and I got near an island that looked like a normal island, with dirt and trees forming some sort of jungle, so I went there to explore since it looked so out of place. She started to explain. But when I reached the edge of the island, I heard people fighting, and suddenly a huge lightning bolt came out of nowhere and killed one of them. She ended with a whisper shout. Wow, really? Asked Luffy, and Nami went to agree before she noticed the glint in his eyes. Too late. That seems so cool. I want to explore there. You said there was a jungle? I love jungles. He exclaimed happily. There are clouds, and a jungle, this place is so nice, he mumbled, before he grinned at them all, not caring about Nami, Chopper, and Usopp desperation, or the others' resigned and amused faces. We're going on an adventure. He shouted. We need snacks. I'll go tell Swordsman-san what we are doing, said Robin. Nami, instantly seeing that by agreeing to go on the merry, she might be able to avoid getting dragged into this, moved quickly to Robin's side. Me too, I'm going back to Mary. Ah, me too, shouted Chopper as he remembered that it was there that they had left the knight's whistle. Usopp shot them a betrayed look as Luffy's hand grabbed his arm before he could try to join them. Can we at least go back to Pagaya's house before, to take a few dials? Maybe some of them will be fun? He begged, trying to delay their going. Sure. Easily agreed Luffy. Do you need to take anything? Asked Drake as he started to walk next to Sanji, the four of them following Pagaya up the stairs and back to his house. No, but we'll have to go back to the Mary either way, answered the cook. The food here seems interesting, but given what I have seen in his fridge dash, he started to explain, when shouts of panic made them turn around. That was Nami. He panicked. Nami and Robin are in danger. He started to run down the stairs, but it was already too late, and they were only able to see the Mary start to move violently and suddenly forward and disappear away. Do you need to take anything? Asked Drake as he started to walk next to Sanji, the four of them following Pagaya up the stairs and back to his house. No, but we'll have to go back to the Mary either way, answered the cook. The food here seems interesting, but given what I have seen in his fridge dash, he started to explain, when shouts of panic made them turn around. That was Nami. He panicked. Nami and Robin are in danger. He started to run down the stairs, but it was already too late, and they were only able to see the Mary start to move violently and suddenly forward and disappear away. What the F just happened? Asked Drake, bewildered as he watched the empty place where their ship, and their friends, had been just seconds before. You are criminals now, told them Pagaya, flinching a little as their gaze landed on him. The express shrimp has taken everyone that was aboard the ship to the sacrificial altar in the upper yard. Upper yard? The place where your red-haired friend went. The place where no one is supposed to set foot for fear of being smitten. Checked Usopp? And that's where Nami and Robin were sent? Panicked Sanji. And Zoro and Chopper. Added Drake. Sacrificial altar? Repeated Usopp, his tone more hysterical. They'll be used as hostages to draw you all out there. As soon as you set foot on there, you will be punishable by death. We'll have to rescue them, then, said Luffy. I'll be Nami and Robin's savior. Gasped Sanji, suddenly interested by the idea, before he glowered at Luffy. You should be more concerned about what is happening to them. It's okay, Zoro's with them, said Luffy with a smile, ignoring Sanji spluttering that it wasn't okay and Marimo better not let anything happen to them. If you want to go there, I can lead you to your boats, offered Konis as she joined them back on the stairs. They hadn't really noticed her missing until now, but Drake frowned as he sensed her inner turmoil. Sure, let's go, immediately accepted Luffy. One Piece. Konis' unease grew the closer they got to where the boats were docked. She had plastered a smile on her face, but her answers were just a little too short, a little too stilted. Drake could feel her unease as she led them through a town, and the fact that the town seemed to be empty, but he could feel the citizen looking at them as they passed by, told him that there was something more going on. He couldn't see what exactly, though. Konis wasn't leading them somewhere else, they had seen the boats when they were getting closer to the town and, as far as he was able to determine based on the view they had from above, they were going in the right direction. So she wasn't leading them into a trap, or at least not an obvious one. And she hadn't been with them for barely a minute, when they had rushed up the stairs to Pagaya's home to go on what they thought of as an adventure. Now, with half of the crew missing, this place suddenly seemed to lose its paradisal feeling. Luffy might act like he didn't care, but Drake knew that it wasn't quite true. He had to be worried about them, even if he was still interested in exploring this new and strange island. Sure, he trusted his crew, trusted them to take care of themselves and each other, but Drake knew that none of them would let themselves get distracted too much by their surroundings until they were sure that everyone was safe. They might have proved in Alabasta that even when separated, they could all win their fight, but it didn't mean that he liked having his crew spread out when it wasn't by choice. He certainly didn't like knowing that they could be in untold danger right this second, and he couldn't do anything about it. They reached the docks, and Coney's showcased the boats for a minute, her twitchiness growing the longer Luffy and Usopp debated on which ship was the best, until, finally, she broke down. "Luffy, I'm so sorry, I couldn't dash." Drake could feel the sudden panic coming from the villagers surrounding them, and he unconsciously moved into a fighting stance. He still couldn't feel any threat around, but observation hockey wasn't his strength, and who knew what some inhabitants of the Sky Islands were able to do? Or what their strange technology could produce? He could right now be in the crosshair of some long-range rifle powered by dials without knowing it, and until whatever made the citizens so panicked showed itself, he had no way of knowing what they feared. "I had no choice, but I didn't want to betray you," babbled Coney's, until Luffy's hand clamped over her mouth from the side, stopping her. "It's okay. No matter what you did, I don't want to hear it, all right?" He removed his hand and moved a little to be in front of her. "I'm sure my friends are still fine, and we'll be reunited soon, so there's no need to dash." Before he could finish his sentence, Drake's hockey screamed at him. A lightning bolt suddenly struck the ground, blinding him for a second. He blinked furiously to try to see something, because that bolt had hit just where Canis was standing, and he had been too far to do anything. He couldn't see anyone where she had been standing even just a moment before, and for a second he feared the worst, when suddenly a loud sound, a mix between a bird cry and a horse neigh, startled him. He raised his head, blinking some more as the sun shined right in his eyes, and finally recognized Gonfal, holding onto Coney's with one arm, his weird horse posing in the sky as it beat its powerful wings to keep itself flying. "Old man!" shouted Luffy, relieved. "Leave her to me," shot back Gonfal, raising his spear high above his head. "I'll take her somewhere safe." "You do that," answered Luffy. "That was far too close," said Sanji, frowning at their departing back. "What was that?" wheezed Usopp. "Probably what Nami saw on the upper yard, wasn't it?" answered Drake. "Did someone do that?" wondered Sanji. "It came all too fast for me to find out. I don't know if it's someone, or some sort of weapon," he answered. "Anyway, it wasn't natural." "We'll have to be careful then," said Sanji, as they followed Luffy into one of the boats. "How can you avoid being hit by a bolt of lightning?" asked Usopp. "Reflexes?" answered Drake. "I'm not sure I'd be able to escape it if it targeted me." It disturbed him a little. He had gotten used to being fast enough to avoid most attacks. As dangerous as Little Garden was, he hadn't had much trouble being the biggest predator around. He hoped it hadn't made him grow complacent. One Piece. They didn't see anything out of the ordinary for a few minutes. If you counted floating Cloud Road River things as the ordinary. They formed a clear path, with no intersection for them to get lost at. Until suddenly, they entered a clearing, where the road divided into four. Each one was leading into a different tunnel, each with a writing on top: Swamp Trial, String Trial, Iron Trial, and Ball Trial. Which path are we taking?" asked Sanji as he slowed the ship to a stop. "Trials? Why isn't there a normal path?" complained Usopp. "All of them sound bad," said Drake. "Really? They don't seem that threatening." "We're going Ball. It seems the most fun," decided Luffy, and since no one had a better idea, they turned their ship toward the Ball Trials tunnel. "Well, one of the Shichibukai has the string fruit," explained Drake. "And he can do pretty gruesome things with it. I know there exists a swamp Logia somewhere, but I don't know if it has been found out since its last user died. It's one of the weakest Logia, but it doesn't mean that it isn't powerful against most people." I don't really know about iron. That generally reminds me of weapons, so it's the most obviously threatening, I guess." "Wasn't the guy Zoro fought able to transform into some sort of metal?" asked Usopp. "That's right, I had forgotten about him. Not iron, but something else, steel I think. There might be an iron devil fruit out there." "And Ball?" asked Luffy. By then, no one was watching the front of the boat and they had reached the middle of the tunnel. "There's Captain Very Good, who is able to transform his body into Ball. He is able to control them within a certain distance of his feet, and it makes him more or less invincible against blunt hits, since they just make him bounce without doing Dama Dash." He cut off with a scream that he would forever deny making as the ship suddenly disappeared under them, plunging them into a freefall. They landed on another cloud river with a splash, the boat surprisingly intact. I'm never ever doing that again, wheezed Usopp, one hand latching onto the ship's railing. What happened? He shrieked as he found his voice again after having screamed in surprise. Shishishi, that was a huge fall, smiled Luffy, one hand coming on top of his eyes to shield them from the sun as he tried to see the exit of the tunnel above them. You okay, Drake? Asked Sanji as he lit up a cigarette, taking a highly needed puff from it. Drake just blinked. His eyes had turned yellow, and scales were still covering half of his face, disappearing under his clothes. Slowly, he turned his head to look at Sanji, claws receding into his fingers, leaving behind puncture marks into the wood and a clear imprint of his hand. I'm an earth animal, he answered, aiming for a dry tone, but it came out far too high for his tastes. I'm never going to a sky island ever again. Here, muttered Usopp. At least we've probably reached this ordeal of Ball, said Sanji as he looked at the ever-growing amount of floating orbs surrounding them. Maybe the ordeal is having a heart attack, and the orbs the recompense. Deadpan Drake. Despite the humor, he frowned slightly, tilting his head to the side. His instincts were freaking out after this fright and the setting seemed far too suspicious for the supposed trial to be over yet. That'd be boring, scowled Luffy as one orb floated right in front of his nose. He curiously poked it, crying out in surprise as a snake suddenly jerked out of it and tried to attack him. He punched it in the face before he could get bitten, sending it flying away. This is so freakish, whined Usopp, and Drake nodded. Oh, you don't like my surprises? An annoying voice came out. Who said that? Asked Luffy, turning around. It's me, Priest Satori, oh. A round man was hopping from foot to foot on a branch above them. He had round glasses, a round hat, and his white clothes were decorated with rounds. All in all, it wasn't hard to guess who he was. You're the one responsible for this ordeal? Called out Drake. Oh, you have been trapped in my trial of the orbs. No one ever escaped it before, oh. He's really annoying, muttered Sanji. I know people with weird laughs, but DMN does he sound dumb. Agreed Drake. You won't be able to keep us here, shouted Luffy as he ped his fist back. He extended his arm, aiming for Satori, only for the round man to easily sidestep the hit. Drake frowned at that, because while Luffy's attack hadn't been as quick as he could make them, Satori had still managed to evade it too easily for his tastes. And then, the priest hopped toward them and moved his open palm at Luffy, and sent him flying with a grunt of pain. What? Shouted Sanji. He's definitely doing something, warned Drake. The man didn't feel strong enough to have picked up armament hockey. He hated this uncertainty, not knowing if their abilities came from devil fruits or technology. Maybe sea stone, or, scarier, some sort of equivalent of sea stone coming from the Sky Islands? The clouds they were on were mostly made of water, still water, which meant that devil fruits users would be weakened by them. If they had managed to weaponize clouds, just like they had managed to make rivers out of them, that was half of the crew with a serious disadvantage. But, no, sea stone wasn't findable everywhere in the ocean, you could only find it in certain islands under certain conditions. He doubted that the strict combination of pressure and heat that had been necessary to solidify the sea into stone form could be recreated this high up. Not unless they had sky volcanoes. Hockey? Asked Sanji, warily taking a fighting stance. I don't know, answered truthfully Drake. Luffy jumped back to his feet just as Usopp tried to attack Satori, and once again the man managed to avoid his projectiles. Okay, that's definitely observation hockey, he amended. But I don't think the hit was armament, he feels too weak for that. Then it means that I just need to prevent him from dodging, said Sanji, and he aimed a quick kick toward the priest. This time it wasn't dodged, but Satori stopped it with his palm, not looking like he had felt the hit at all. He went to counterattack, but Drake was expecting it, and managed to grab Sanji and tug him out of the way as the sudden wave of energy came out of the priest's hand, almost making them both fall off the boat. That's what he used against Luffy, guessed Usopp as he eyed their opponent warily. Some sort of weapon, agreed Drake, hidden in his palm of his hand. We'll need to avoid getting hit, who knows what it can do, said Sanji. Gomu no. Tell that to Luffy, sighed Usopp as they watched Satori block the hit with his open palm and retaliate, sending Luffy crashing once again. Let's all attack at the same time, I'll try something to overwhelm his hockey. He seems to be weak enough that it would work. The man certainly wasn't strong, but he still was a priest, which had to be a rank here, and he was in charge of this ordeal so he wasn't just some low-level grunt. Furthermore, he had boasted of no one escaping him before, and while he didn't know how true that was, he could guess that it meant that most people didn't have access to hockey. Someone with hidden weapons, with access to observation where few people had it, he wouldn't have trained hard. Which meant that the easy way to overwhelm his haki would work. Instead of trying to hide his presence to attack sneakily, Drake flared it. Satori managed to avoid his hit, but just as Drake had anticipated, he wasn't able to detect Sanji coming from the other side, or Usopp's projectile. They both hit their goal, a small explosion right in Satori's face destabilizing him just as Sanji's kick sent him flying into a tree. Drake and Sanji had jumped away from the boat to attack, but the Zoan quickly went back into it and rejoined Usopp. It wasn't the best place to fight, what with it moving and not being very resistant or even stable, but they couldn't risk losing the boat, not if they wanted to find the rest of their crew quickly. Usopp alone wouldn't be enough to protect it if the priest tried to destroy it, especially if he had more hidden weapons on him. "How could you do that?" shouted Satori as he struggled to get back on his feet, rolling on the ground for a few seconds before he managed to get into a position that allowed him get back up. "My mantra allows me to predict every attack, I've never been hit before." He panicked. "Mantra?" repeated Usopp. "Must be haki," answered Drake. "And he's losing it," he added as he ducked one of the orbs who had been sent at him, listening to Satori start to rant in the background. Sanji went to kick the one flying toward him, only to see the one that Drake had just avoided explode as it hit a vine. He threw himself on the ground in a particularly undignified manner to avoid getting hit. "I thought there were animals in them," he protested. "Who knows what they're filled with?" said Usopp as he watched warily the ball floating all around them. "We should attack before he has the time to focus enough to get his control back on his observation." "Not that we need to, really," Drake snorted. "As long as they were able to avoid his hands and being hit by one of those orbs, they should be able to defeat him easily. Satori wasn't strong enough to do any damage on his own. I'm not sure we'd be able to defeat him easily if he has full control of his haki. We've rarely been able to hit you when sparring if you don't want it," asked Sanji. "Well, in a one-on-one fight, you'd had difficulty hitting me, but here he has to fight the four of us. And his haki isn't as developed as mine, which means it isn't developed at all." He was well aware that his own observation was average, and even his armament could use some work. Sadly, as long as no one on the crew was able to defeat him, his progress would be slow. Still faster than it had been on Little Garden, where he had mostly focused on his devil fruit and tried not to lose his haki level, but unless he unlocked them in a fight, there were a lot of abilities he hadn't yet reached. "So, I think you're fast enough to be able to kick him, even if it forces you to sacrifice strength for speed. Usopp, while your projectiles won't be fast enough to hit him directly, you can try to aim for your surroundings. Haki doesn't warn you of anything that isn't an attack." At least his didn't, and it was true for most people. He had heard rumors that some had trained their observation haki to new heights, and it wasn't surprising given that there were people able to fight, and maybe not win but at least get to a standstill against Admiral Kizaru, who was way too fast for most people to simply react after an attack. And Luffy? He's quite smart when it comes to fighting, he admitted as he watched Luffy launch a Gomu Gomu no Gatling at Satori. The priest dodged the first few blows before he got overwhelmed, and got pummeled by Luffy's fists. Just as the attack stopped, Usopp released an exploding star, hitting him in the middle of the face. "That was easier than I thought," admitted Usopp, watching the unmoving man on the ground. "He's not unconscious yet," warned Drake. "Let's do this once more," said Sanji, jumping toward Satori. Drake jumped after him, flared his presence and swung his sword, only for Satori to focus entirely on him, and block the swing with his palm. Before Sanji's kick could connect, Satori had counterattacked, grabbing Drake's leather shirt with his free hand, sending back Drake's attack with the other. He grunted in pain as he felt the energy pass through his torso. Sanji's kick sent them both crashing toward the ground, Usopp panicked shout following them. "Oh no you don't," grunted Drake as Satori tried to get away from him. He grabbed his outstretched arm, and with a burst of Zoan strength, closed his hand. Satori cried out in pain as his bone was crunched under Drake's tight grip. "What do you have here?" he asked as he grabbed roughly Satori's palm with his free hand, tearing off the object he had felt. Luffy attacked once again, and this time Satori was unable to escape thanks to Drake's hold, and took the bazooka head-on, falling unconscious. "You okay there, Drake?" asked Luffy as he landed next to him. "Sure. Let's get back to the ship," answered Drake, taking Luffy's offered hand and getting back on his feet, looping one arm around his middle as the captain rocketed them back to the ship. "What did you take from him?" Usopp asked, and Drake wordlessly opened his palm, showing the small object inside. "It looks like some sort of dial. An impact dial, maybe? Pagaya mentioned them." "Maybe. Here, take it." He held out his hand for Usopp. "You're probably the best one to think of something useful to do with it." one piece. They didn't encounter anyone else, and finally reached some sort of clearing in the middle of the jungle. There was an old altar in the middle of a small lake of clouds, and Mary was perched on top of the antler. "Mary!" shouted happily Usopp. "Oi, everyone!" called out Zoro. They turned to see Zoro, Nami and Robin, standing right to the edge between the forest and the clouds. "Nami, Robin, I'm so happy to see you again," swooned Sanji. "Is everything all right?" asked Drake. "Sure, we just got dropped there, but nothing happened," answered Nami. "We went to explore a little," added Robin. "We found a few interesting things." "Is everything all right?" asked Drake. "Sure, we just got dropped there, but nothing happened," answered Nami. "We went to explore a little," added Robin. "We found a few interesting things." Before Robin could explain what they had found in the jungle, their small ship reached the bottom of the altar. Usopp ran up the stairs, stopping in his tracks when he reached the top and had a good look at Mary. Her mast had been partially destroyed and was laying across the deck, and she was covered in soot and burn marks. "What happened?" he asked, bewildered. "I'm so sorry." Chopper Whale took them by surprise, the small reindeer appearing atop the Mary, bandages covering most of his body as he clung to the railing, tears in his eyes. "I was so weak and I got attacked and I couldn't protect Mary no matter how hard I tried, and I really tried I did dash," he started to sob, making his words harder to understand. "And I called Gonfall because I wasn't strong enough and he got hurt as well just like Mary and now he's unconscious and I don't know how to fix it." His voice had risen at the end of his speech, and he would have continued talking had Usopp not slipped an arm through Mary's railing and dragged him into a hug. "Are you all right?" he asked, more worried for Chopper than for the Mary. Patches of burned fur could be seen peeking out of the bandages, and he didn't know how much he had been able to tend to his own wounds. Chopper just kept on crying, and one of Usopp's hands started to slowly pat the back of his head in an attempt to comfort him. "Nothing happened," repeated Drake, turning to look at Nami, who blanched when she looked at him. He forced his rage under control, his expression suddenly becoming blank. "I'm Dash," she started to say, only for him to cut her off with a sharp move of his hand. "You were separated from the rest of the crew, you were brought here for some unknown reason, after having been, only minutes before, informed that we were considered criminals, and not too long before that you've seen a man get murdered right in front of your eyes on this very island. This isn't a peaceful, empty beach with clear visibility on all sides, with the rest of the crew nearby. I know you're all smart enough to see that this is clearly a dangerous environment." His first impression of Zoro was that the man had tried to cut off his own legs, so he didn't hold much hope in his survival instincts, but as a previous bounty hunter turned pirate, he had to recognize an obvious trap when he saw one. "Don't," started to protest Sanji instinctively, not liking the tone he was using to talk to Nami, before he trailed off, knowing that now wasn't the time. Not when Chopper was still sniffling in Usopp's arms. "And despite all the signs that you were in danger, and that the one thing you had to do was stay together not to risk getting forcefully separated again, you had no problem leaving one man behind. Leaving Chopper alone. With the task of protecting Mary by his lonesome, trapped here without any quick means of hiding or escaping. Zoro would relish the challenge of facing someone stronger than him, and anyone strong enough to defeat him would be able to get through any of the others as well. Nami had her range of tricks that would allow her to stall long enough to get to safety, or to defeat her enemy from a distance. Robin had survived far too much for him to doubt her ability to come out of any fight alive. Chopper was their youngest, still a kid, really, barely off his island and still wanting to prove his own worth. He would have stayed and fought, both out of the need to protect Mary and to show that he was able to defeat someone on his own. And no matter how resilient his heavy point made him look, he wasn't like Luffy, able to take hits and keep fighting without caring for how much he got hurt. Nami was looking at the floor in shame, and Zoro had fixed his gaze toward the jungle, away from him. Only Robin was meeting his burning gaze, unafraid. He didn't care how much they regretted what they had done. It could have ended in Chopper's death, he added, and multiple people flinched at that. "I've seen how far you were willing to go for each other, and now you just left one of ours behind? Was whatever you were trying to find when you went to explore even worth it? What you actually found? You went searching for, what, fortune? Adventure? I'm sorry," said Nami after the silence grew too oppressing, walking slightly closer to Chopper and Usopp, taking a small detour to avoid getting too close to Drake. "I didn't think," she trailed off. It was all excuses, she knew it, there was no good reason. She hadn't thought that they would stay away for long, she hadn't thought that Chopper would be in any kind of danger. She had only thought that this island was mysterious, and apparently forbidden, and it was their best chance at finding some treasures quickly, and Zoro was here to protect her anyway. None of that mattered, not when Chopper was hurt. Because she hadn't been there to help him. Luffy had never left her behind. Not even when she had wanted him to do so. "It's all right," sniffed Chopper, raising his head from Usopp's torso to look at her. "I agreed to stay here alone." She didn't say anything, just smiled weakly at him, because he hadn't agreed. Really, they had all just left without even thinking that it would leave him alone. "Chopper, it's not okay," said Drake, his voice softer, warmer now that he was talking to their doctor. "Even if you agreed, they should never have asked you to stay alone, not when we're in the middle of the enemy territory. We all need to learn to be a little more careful with each other." He turned his glare on them at that, making it clear that even if Chopper had forgiven them, they weren't off the hook with him yet. Nobody protested, not even Sanji, who was looking away from them. Robin still looked impassive, but he could see that it was clearly a mask, and she regretted having left Chopper behind. She might not have been with them for long, but she had become fond of the small doctor. Drake went to Chopper, ignoring the way Nami very carefully didn't flinch away from him, patted him on the head a few times before letting himself fall against the hull of the Mary, sitting with his back against it. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath because, it hurt. He had trusted them to be better than that, he knew they were better than that, but he didn't want to be reminded of the Marines, carelessly leaving their men behind, only trying to save them if they were worth it, as if human lives could be attributed a worth to them. He knew they weren't like that, had seen how far Luffy, how far the whole crew had gone to save their own, even to help Vivi, who wasn't even a member of their crew, but it didn't mean that it didn't hurt to see them so careless with the lives of their crewmates. It hadn't been malicious. He knew that, no matter how furious he was. Had they known that Chopper would be in danger, they would have done everything to help him. But they hadn't even considered how risky it could be for him, alone on this island. He opened his eyes when he heard subdued voices starting to talk again. They had relocated aboard the Mary, leaving him alone for a moment, and he rose to his feet and climbed up to see Nami showing something to Luffy. She hesitated when she saw him, her voice faltering for a second, before she continued talking, explaining what they had found out while exploring. He could understand why she was uncomfortable right now. "And we're pretty sure that it was the other half of Cricket's house, because it looked exactly the same and was cut in half as well," she ended. "So it means that the gold is here?" asked Luffy, interested. "Islands being sent up in the sky were cool." "I think so," she answered, still subdued. "We can try to combine this map of Skypiea with the one Cricket gave us of Jaya when we went looking for the South Bird, see if it gives us a better clue of where it is hidden." "Here, Navigator-san," said Robin, a few extra hands appearing along the railing, giving her the map. "Looks like a skull," noted Luffy. "You're right," realized Nami, surprised. "Wait, that reminds me of something I read in Nolan's book. It said that she scrunched up her nose as she tried to remember what she had read. The gold was hidden in the skull's right eye. That must be a real clue. We'll have to go explore there," decided Luffy. "Not right now," interrupted Sanji. "Night's about to fall. We should go hunt for something to eat." He looked around. "We're far too exposed here for my tastes. I think we'll be better if we camp in the forest tonight." "Oh, we can have a campfire," exclaimed Luffy. "I haven't cooked something over a campfire for a long time, that'll be interesting," nodded Sanji. "Interested in a rematch of Little Garden?" asked Zoro. "You're on, shitty Marimo." He sneered back. "We can go looking for wood," offered Nami, pointing at her and Robin. "I'll try to fix up Mary," answered Usopp. He had already started to do minor work, but he still needed to somehow get the mast back in place, and then there were all those planks damaged by the fire. Honestly, he didn't know how he would repair her this time. "I'll help," said Chopper, determined even if he was lacking in his usual enthusiasm. "I'll stay as well," added Drake. "I'll go hunt something too," said Luffy. "I haven't hunted in a jungle for a long time." His smile was more wistful than usual. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" asked Drake quietly before Luffy could leave, watching the four others go to the forest. "Sure," answered easily Luffy. "I'm sorry if I overstepped," started Drake. "It wasn't my place to say anything." The apology was only half sincere. The respect of the chain of command was still ingrained in him, and it was especially important for pirates to respect their captain, or it could cause the destruction of the crew down the line, but at the same time he wouldn't have kept quiet, and he wasn't sorry about that. "It's fine," answered Luffy, a small frown on his face. "It's something you feel strongly about, so you were right to let everyone know." Drake scowled at himself. "Still, it undermines you. You're our captain. If I have a problem with how things are run, I should have talked to you first." "I don't know anything about this serious stuff," answered Luffy honestly. "We're all friends, we're all nakamas. And Chopper is fine, so I don't have a problem with what happened. But if Drake thinks no one should be alone, then no one will be alone. You know more than me about strategy and all, so I listen to you. I listen to every one of my nakama. That's why you're all here. His eyes crinkled with his smile, and Drake couldn't help but smile back. We're lucky Chopper didn't get seriously hurt. He sighed, throwing a look at the reindeer that was dutifully nailing the railing back in place next to Usopp. Chopper's strong, answered Luffy. I know, nodded Drake. For someone who had never left his island before, someone who was still 15, and didn't have human reasoning for half of that, Chopper was both smart and strong. I know he is. I trust him. He wasn't sure how to explain it in a way that would make Luffy understand, and in the end chose not to try. It wasn't about trust, it was that Chopper should never have had to fight alone when his crewmates should have been at his side. He might have shown that he was able to defeat an enemy in Alabasta, they all did. But at that time it had been a choice to separate. They had gone in knowing that they might have to fight against someone, and hoping that they would be able to win. Being attacked by someone obviously stronger than Chopper given his injuries, the damage done to Mary, and apparently the still unconscious Gon fall, should never have happened. Chopper wasn't weak, far from it, but his fruit left him with glaring weaknesses no matter what form he used. He had to be smarter than his enemies to win, to change between forms cleverly, and given that his enemy was apparently using fire as a weapon, and all the unknown technology that existed on this island, he wasn't sure any form would have helped in this fight.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.